Round 14 of 22 has arrived, and it's a brand new circuit. Balaton Park hosts MotoGP's return to Hungary for the first time since 1992. Just an hour from the country's grand capital of Budapest and near the country's lake resort, MotoGP's having a party. Welcome to Balaton Park and the return of the Hungarian Grand Prix. See, 3 years ago, and our last visit to Hungary, it was the last win for Eddie Lawson on that rather resplendent Cagiva C592. The first win for the iconic Italian manufacturer. It was an all-American podium that day, with pole sitter Doug Chandler bringing Suzuki home in second, and then Randy Mamola, a final podium of his Grand Prix career in third. Luca Cadalora and Alessandro Grimini won the 250cc and 125cc Grand Prix respectively, and of course back then it was at the Hungaroring for round 9 of 13. Today we start the 14th of 22. Oh, how the sports have changed over the last 3 decades. In 2025, Marc Marquez is in a league of his own in MotoGP and looks to extend his winning streak this weekend to 7. In Moto2, the gap has come down again in a title battle between Manuel Gonzalez, who retired last time out, and Aaron Canet, who took 10th. The winner being Brazilian star Diogo Moreira. And in Moto3, it's as competitive as ever. And whilst Jose Antonio Rueda leads the standings by 71 points over Angel Piqueras, it was Piqueras who was in form in Austria a week ago to take victory. Kiko Giles here, Elliot York next to me, and we're going to be taking you through the opening Grand Prix session here at Balaton Park. The excitement of a new destination, it's always present in the MotoGP paddock, and of course, that doesn't just mean the circuit, but the area, and indeed the country. Hungary has welcomed MotoGP with open arms, and so far, it's been rather pleasant. It certainly has. Good morning, Kiko. Good morning to everyone watching along as well. It has been a pleasant visit to Hungary so far. Thoroughly enjoyed it. First time in this country, I think, for a lot of people, and it's one of the first times coming to Hungary, especially to this part of Hungary as well, Balaton Park, a beautiful, stunning, one of the biggest lakes in Central Europe, and a real hot spot for holiday makers and tourists and Hungarians who are coming to enjoy the Hungarian Grand Prix, a long-awaited return to this part of the world, and it's a unique circuit, let's put it that way. We're obviously going to learn a lot more about it in the upcoming sessions. Managed to run the track on Wednesday, getting my days mixed up already. So I got to learn it a bit then. Obviously, World Superbikes came here a few weeks ago as well. So these sessions in the morning are going to be really intriguing to see who adapts fastest. In Moto3, of course, and in Moto2 and MotoGP as well. I've had Moto E F1 already, but looking forward to seeing how this one plays out in the Moto3 Championship Chase. A crucial weekend last time out for, as you say, Pico, Angel Piqueras to finally get that victory after 7 races without a podium. He was back on form, looked super impressive all weekend long, and got that 25-point all, an important one too, with Rueda missing the podium. It is worth noting this place is brand new. It's only a couple of years old, and of course this year hosted the first World Championship events, back with World Superbike just a few weeks ago, and now here for MotoGP, confirmed on the calendar for 2026 as well, so we'll be coming back here to Hungary. It's been a long absence, and as I said, last time out it was the Hungaroring, the home of the Formula 1 Hungarian Grand Prix, but we're here at Balaton Park, the tourist resort of the country, let's put it that way. Budapest, of course, massive visitor numbers year on year, but that's a city break. If you want to be by the lake, then you come here, the largest lake in Central Europe. So my geography teacher once taught me. Yes, I did listen. The championship standings in Moto3. In the first 13 rounds, well, Jose Antonio Rueda has been in fine form. Every race he's finished, it's been inside the top 8. Last time out off the podium now. Angel Piqueras taking some points out of that championship lead, down from 85 to 71 with that victory last time out. A first podium since Jerez and his first win since Losail. And on that day, Rueda DNF. Munoz has been in mighty form in third. David Munoz looking very strong indeed. And he's tied on points with Maximo Quiles, our superstar rookie, and another rookie, Alvaro Carpe. That's your top 5. Just outside, we've got John Kelso, Ryuta Yamanaka back on the podium last time out. Tyre Furusato, Sunday consistency, puts in 8. Fernandez, strong, but still lacking that first win in 9th. teammate David Almanza in 10th. We're ready to go here. The session has started at Balaton Park. The first ever Grand Prix session is underway here at this brand new Hungarian facility. And what a joy and an honour it is for myself, Kiko, and Elliot next to me to be bringing you the action. All the riders making their way back out. For a lot of them, this is the first time they'll be able to ride around here at Balaton Park. It's short, it is sharp, it is very, very technical. Moto 3 looks like this could be a real ideal track for them. Yeah, I spoke to Ryusi Yamanaka yesterday, and he said it looks a really fun track to ride on a Moto 3 bike. A lot of the GP riders spoke to yesterday, Mark and Pedro in particular, were saying it's a very different sort of circuit to pretty much anywhere else we go to on the calendar, but it's good to have different circuits. We know it's pretty tight and technical and pretty much different to a lot of other places, but it provides a different challenge, which is good, which is what we want to see in a World Championship. This is the Sector 2, the section through 5 at the sort of hairpin at the end of the back straight, then you come through 6 left-hander, then 7 and 8 is quite a fast-sweeping double right-hander, and then this is into turn 9 and 10. Turn 9 is where Marc Marquez crashed twice, I believe, when the Ducati riders came here on their Panigales a few weeks ago to just get some important testing on board. So watch out for turn 9, and then this is through up to turn 11 when along that penalty loop is down into 12 and 13. Tight it is. All the chicanes here are pretty much 90-degree angles, so it disrupts the flow a little bit, you got to say, but also provides overtaking opportunities, and I say, just a completely different challenge to pretty much wherever we go. So, going to learn the track as we go through the weekend. This is towards the end of the circuit, and just intrigued to see the different lines and how it plays out and who adapts quickest, because it's going to be important, obviously, heading into Friday afternoon. Not got much time to learn this track and get some lap times on the board, and hopefully the weather stay dry as well. It's worth noting the chicanes are added as like a second configuration of this track, because if we'd gone with the original proposed layout, the run-up areas are just a little bit too tight perhaps for motorcycle racing, so they've added chicanes to bring the speeds down a bit. With that, obviously, they create overtaking opportunities, but as you say, the flow not as prominent, particularly in the second half of the lap. The final turn 15, 16, 17, particularly when you look at it on a map, is a real headache because you don't really know what circuit layout it's going to be, but they've got it knocked down in pretty well. World Superbike came here, and there was absolutely no dramas at all, really, with that, apart from turn 2, the pile-up, but that turn 2 hasn't changed at all. Anyway, this chicane it's more of a really big, fast S's. That was added. We were proposed to go all the way around the car loop, but that didn't happen either. And then this chicane's been added down here. The chicanes, they may well be very tricky, and they've been brought in for safety as much as anything, but they have also, as we saw in Superbikes, created a good few overtaking opportunities. So, particularly for the smaller classes, Moto 3 and perhaps Moto 2, we could see some good battles going into that. Exactly that, yeah. Slow chicanes aren't really aesthetically pleasing, let's put it that way. Turn 2A and 2B in Austria, for example, isn't the most aesthetically pleasing, as we already have a 4 yellow flag. So that is coming out of turn 14. We've just seen this gathering of riders come into 15, 16 and 17. So if someone ran on and someone crashed early doors, it looks like Uriarte has either gone down or had a little bit of an issue. Jacob Ralston sets the first competitive lap time of the weekend of 1:53.028. Excited to see how much that is chipped away already. 151 to 150 coming in. This is a replay then of what happened to Uriarte from the drone cam coming into turn 15, and the front end just washed away. Potentially a cold tyre perhaps for Uriarte, or just finding the limits early doors. He took a lot of curves on the way in, he's quite high up on them, and they get a bit more ripply the further away from the track you get. So Marc Uriarte is the first crasher in Grand Prix ratings here at Balaton Park. Super slow, man. He gets a 5.8 for start for that, for sure. First lap time that was set by Jacob Ralston, so that's all now down in the history books. David Munoz, though, after the first one, straight down into 1:49.911. The average speed here, very, very low. That's what we're expecting it to be. It's just about 4 kilometres in length, 3.9, if memory serves me correct. So it is a short track here, and the chicanes have added a bit of time onto that. So expect the times to improve right the way up until Sunday here, and as these riders try and work out the best way to tackle Peloton Park. You're watching David Munoz then on the 64, getting the better of going out. Monza early doors, as we said at the top of the show. Munoz is on a superb run of form, and we'll obviously come to talk about what happened in Austria throughout the Friday, and Munoz was super impressive. Didn't have the best of qualifying, of course, did Munoz. Qualified down in P14, but found a way to pick his way through the group in the latter stages. I think with 4 or 5 laps to go, he was 1.7 seconds away from that top group, and eventually finished third. And call it a controversial penultimate turn 9 move on Maximo Quilez, which caused some anger, let's say, down at the Aspar team, especially Jorge Martinez. Aspar was particularly displeased with what happened in the penultimate corner. We're just going to watch Ralston though around this lap. We're not sure whether we're going to jump on board with him, but we'll watch the young Australian who picked up more points back at Austria. But for Munoz, Kiko, it was a fantastic race, and my personal opinion on what happened at the penultimate corner on the penultimate lap was just a bit of hard but fair racing. I think you potentially agree as well. I know a lot of other people agree as well. I get why Aspar were quite annoyed, and I think with it being Munoz, they felt like, not again. But for me, Munoz was pretty aggressive at the inside, a little bit of contact, but he stayed completely on the racing line, didn't go off circuit. And I think we are quick to jump on things that Munoz does because of what happened in the past, and sometimes rightly so. Absolutely not defending him at all in some scenarios, but in this scenario, I am going to defend him because you look at what Quilez did at the final corner at the Saxon Ring, at the inside of Rueda, that was aggressive, contact was made. So I think we've got to give credit sometimes where it's due, and Munoz does deserve some credit sometimes. And to finish on the podium, once again, he's in the richest vein of form of his Grand Prix career. 5 podiums in the last 6, now up to P3 in the overall standings, level on points with Quilez and Carpe. I just think you've got to sometimes give credit where it's due, and Munoz deserves a lot of credit for his race on Sunday. As Max Quilez's got a leg to stand on in regards to being aggressive. Red Bull rookies, he was given numerous warnings for being overly aggressive. He has been elbows out in Moto3, that's racing. David Munoz, he was within striking distance, he didn't do anything reckless, he came up the inside, turned 9 to overtake an opportunity in Austria, and he got the move done. I have absolutely no problem with that at all, and I think Max Quilez is more effective, he doesn't like losing. Yeah, to be honest, because I think Quilez, he led a lot of that race, he was the pace setter for a lot of it, found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time, and unfortunately, for this rider on your screen, the number 28, he was just a little bit perhaps too polite in the closing stage. Oh, he has a front end save at turn 2, but he's going to have to go some to get Valentino Peroni reaction to rise up here and comes for that one. But no, I think he had a very good race. He was angry for a lot of reasons. Time for Rossato came through, but Max Quilez was also responsible for setting the pace of the group, and they were caught by riders from behind. So you can't have it all your own way. I think the one who could be the biggest one agreed out of everything was Valentin Peroni. Also led the race, was right there with 3 laps to go, and he was on the outside of Quilez, who got shoved by David Munoz, and it was chain reaction. I can imagine Peroni's feeling pretty aggrieved, but I don't understand why Quilez is. The door was open, he was making a pass on Peroni himself, and I think he's just annoyed that perhaps he didn't get any net gain in his track position. But he'll come back this weekend, Quilez, and try and do one over on David Munoz. We were speaking it before we came on air that this kind of scratchy circuit is probably ideal for someone like a Max Quilez and a David Munoz. So hopefully on Sunday, we get a little bit of an argy-bargy and fisticuffs. He's getting busy as Quilez already. Obviously set the pace so far, 1:48.965. He's had a couple of moments on this lap too, so pushing on early doors, ran wide. I think it was turn 9. Are we going to get a replay of what happened? That is coming through turn 2, and this is the save. A very decent save, as we said. Elbow down the front end, trying to wash away the bike, trying to slide down the road. Quilez doing well to keep that upright. Now this is coming into turn 9. That's the fast kink through turn 8, one of the fastest parts of the circuit. This is the hard braking zone into turn 9. Gets it all crossed up. A little bit wrong, similar to what we saw Yamanaka doing a few moments ago at the same corner as well. We're going to see plenty of that through the weekend, especially today when the riders are just trying to find the limits, the braking markers, of course, as well. One thing I will say, just to round up the chat on Quilez and Munoz, I think it was more Aspar who annoyed the team manager, and I think Quiles was... He's grown a lot this year, as Quiles. I think we all had a little bit of question mark, because as you say, in the Rookies Cup and Junior GP, he had a little bit of a reputation for being too aggressive, let's put it that way. But Quiles can give it out, and sometimes when you give it out, you've got to be able to take it as well. And I'd say I don't think Munoz did anything wrong. It was the penultimate lap, all fighting for a podium, as that gets pretty close between Munoz and RB Aditama on the number 93 Taika Asata just behind there as well. We also had a good race, but yeah, nothing wrong for me. Munoz and race direction agreed as well. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Stayed on the circuit. Aggressive, firm, but pretty much fair enough. And we're going to see plenty more of that, hopefully, throughout the year. And that's the sort of racing we want to see. We don't want to see too much contact, of course, but sometimes it is a contact sport. And we want to see good, hard racing. We want to see these riders really fighting tooth and nail for the podium spots and being aggressive at times, and that's exactly what it was. And we want to see Max Quiles angry that he's been beaten. We want to see all the riders angry that they've been beaten. There is no this kind of school sports day, oh, everyone's a winner. No, they're not. P1's your winner. That P1 last time out was Angel Piqueras. Jose Antonio Reyna finished fifth. I'm sure Jose Antonio Reyna wasn't happy with his race, but that's racing. We want to see riders angry that they weren't quite there. It's good for characters, it's good character building for them as well. And yeah, you shouldn't be happy that you finished second when you've been leading for most of the race either. So I'm happy Max Quiles had a little bit of a... oh dear me, and that was one of the, it's tyre for one of the Honda Team Asia machines, and has, I think, unfortunately, skittled Guido Pini in that point. Time for Asato. He's only little, but he does pick up that bike pretty easily there on his own. Furasato wheeled back onto the track, and he'll try and get that bike going. And we're going to get a replay of it now. By my reckoning, Furasato loses it all on his own. He's on the extreme side. Oh, he tips the back of... Is it Leonardo Abruzzo, who's back in for Vicente Perez, who has left the team. So the replacement rider for the number 89 of Master Riati is no longer with the Grid MLab squad. And in comes Abruzzo again. And unfortunately, Abruzzo just tagged there. Furasato going down and Pini left for nowhere to go. But Pini's back on his wheels and doesn't look like he's too bothered by all of that. Yeah, just got a little bit wrong there, did Taika Asata at turn one. Late on the brakes, finding the brake markers in the limits, early doors, and thankfully everyone involved in that is all okay. But a couple of crashes so far, then one for Uriarte down at the final chicane, turn 15 and 16, then you flick it through 17 up the front straight, and then you get to turn one, which is where Furasato just crashed. David Munoz, who we've obviously spoken about plenty so far in the session, it's a Liquid Moly Dynavolt Intact GP1-2 at the top of the times, as Eddie O'Shea then gets it a little bit wrong down at turn 15. This is the final corner, flick it left through turn 17, and then fire it towards the start-finish line. It's not a long run to the start-finish line here, so if you do make it out of that final corner in the lead, as Munoz extends his advantage in FP1 to over half a second. If you come out that corner in the lead, there's not much time to get slipstreamed and beaten to the line, which the rider of course knows. So you want to be parking yourself in the best position possible coming into that final chicane and sector, because there's not much manoeuvre time, and this is Quiles and Munoz on track together once more. It's going to be a battle all season long between the 64 and the 28. David Munoz, 100 points back in the championship. Is he still in title contention? His recent form would suggest so, but 3 DNFs at the start of the season, not reflecting perhaps where he should be on the points tally. No, exactly. He had a pretty disastrous start to the year, didn't he? David Munoz, unfortunately, but has really got himself together. Like I say, best run of career, 4 podiums in a row, 5 podiums in the last 6. He's not finished lower than P6 in 2025, when he has crossed the line, of course. He sometimes hasn't crossed the line. I think we can't, at this stage, completely rule out Munoz, Quiles and Carte, and of course Piqueras as well, who is 71 points away from Rueda. Very, very difficult task, a massive uphill task at hand for everyone chasing, including Piqueras, because even though Rueda had a quiet weekend at the office, come the end of the race he was still right there and finished half a second away from the race win, which he didn't look like doing all race long. And give it another lap, and Rueda would have been right there in the podium fight. Of course, there wasn't a lap, so that's just a lot of what ifs. But Rueda still came good on Sunday. But I do think that Munoz, Quiles, Carte and Piqueras have a say in this championship chase, and all it takes is for to come to a new track. Rueda doesn't really gel with it as much as the others, loses more points, and the others start gaining momentum. And then we go to the flyways, which, you know, is anything can happen really when we go over to Japan, Indonesia, Australia and Malaysia before a double header back in Europe at Portimao and Valencia. So definitely not ruling them out, but very, very tricky to beat Rueda at this stage. We mentioned we're at a new track. Leopard Racing will be very happy about that, because every single new track that we've been to was in 2015. They've been on the podium now, and I'm sure I cannot take credit for that. That is our colleague in the media centre, Lourdes Munoz, who is the press officer for Leopard Racing. It was back in Thailand in 2018. It was Lorenzo Dalla Porta, and then it was Dennis Bodger in Portimao 2020. Indonesia in 2022, Bodger again, and then India in 2023. Any guesses? India 2023, racking my brain. Ooh. Go on, put me out of misery. Yaramatia. Yes, of course. Of course it was. So, can they make it 5 from 5 since 2015, of course? That will be the next question. So, interesting times. Leopard as well, from memory, only came into the paddock in 2015, and Argentina was new in 2014. But the first time they ever came to Argentina, which is still relatively new at that point, Danny Kent, of course, won. So, Leopard, liking new tracks. I'll tell you what, they're going to need to, because last weekend, a little bit of a disaster. Adrian Fernandez, we didn't see it on TV, but he was closing, got the gap down between 4th and 5th, the lead group of 4 and him chasing pack in 5th. To about 6/10 of a second, massive front end moment, had to pick the bike up, go through the turn 2A and 2B chicane, in the end finishing further down the field, and David Almanza just had no feeling at all right the way through the weekend, and really struggled to make passes, didn't have a good setup during the Grand Prix itself, and also I think was getting pummeled around a little bit further down the field, a few aggressive passes being and back onto the track the other side, and they will be keeping an eye on that one. Yellow flags again in Sector 1, and this time it is David Almanza who has gone down. Sector 1 takes you across the start and finish line and all the way down the back straight halfway down. So David Almanza, turn 2, has gone down. A really tricky second stint of this 2025 season for Almanza. He's up in 4th place at the moment, but the last 7 minutes of his session in jeopardy. Turn 2 is where we saw Quiles have that nice little save about 10-15 minutes ago. This is turn 1, Eddie O'Shea getting it wrong. A few of the riders getting it wrong down there. Well, you can just see the marks on the asphalt. Here we go, get a replay of what happened to Carraro. That's Carraro then going down at turn 11. Almanza just ahead, and then half a lap later on the next lap, it was Almanza who was took in the front end on a left-hander. Here we go, this is turn 1 for the 22. Gets that all nicely done, then picks the bike up, flicks it left, and then it goes pretty early, doesn't it? That washed out. No chance for Almanza to try and dig his elbow in or his knee into the ground and save that one, and he can't get the bike back up to running either. So it's just over 6 minutes to go. I feel it's unlikely we're going to see Almanza back out on track for the remainder of the few. The good thing is, if he does that again later on in the day, but a bit earlier in the session, is turn 2, there is an access point there to come back into the paddock, and the Leopard team this weekend are in the 10th down there. So he's just not too far away from where he needs to be getting back to, but I think that is Almanza's session pretty much done as we look at Leonardo Abruzzo taking up the centre shot. But what we're really looking at is Almanza's teammate Adrian Fernandez, who's currently in 5th place. We see it so many times. The Leopard machines are very, very closely matched, but maybe not later on in the weekend. It's more of a Friday thing this than a Saturday and Sunday. But Adrian Fernandez last time out at least showed good pace and good nous to bring back the bike in one piece and not override, because I think the front four had brilliant pace, and Fernandez really did start bridging that gap, and he almost got the job done. Very, very impressive. One of the more impressive rides we've seen of him this year. The Fernandez of old in the start of the season, wasn't it? Really impressed. He was doing it on his own as well. No slipstream, as you say, Pico. Just really impressive, reeling in the group ahead of him. And then, unfortunately, it was out of shot. I wish we got a replay or some kind of photo or something of what happened. It was, I think, through the chicane at the left-hander, turn 2B, where Fernandez made some sort of mistake, whether it was getting out of shape on the exit or losing the front on entry. Which, as we said earlier, cost him a lot of confidence on that front end to really push in the latter stages to go for that podium, which was unfortunate for the 31, because for Fernandez and for Leopard Honda, absolutely vital that they stand back on that podium for confidence and team morale pretty soon as he goes into P2 in this session, 3/10 off Munoz, 145.571, and really this provides the perfect opportunity for riders like Fernandez, who've got a lot of experience now in Moto3, to come to a new circuit, level playing field for everyone, and try and get the upper hand early doors, as they're doing now. As Pini dives at the inside of his teammate, David Munoz. Munoz won't be too impressed with that, but Pini having an impressive session as well. We've got 2 rookies inside the top 4. Another one in P6 in Maximo Quiles, Parfait up inside that top 9 as well. We've seen the rookies really strong all weekend and all year long, Kiko. And as I said about Fernandez, I know we said multiple times now, just a level playing field, and that's perfect for the rookies to come here without any prior experience, for the other riders like Rueda, who is on your shot now, and just attack it and see where they can go. Fini versus Munoz, that's a fight I'd played in the all day long. Just completely top 10, Ricardo Rossi at the moment. Now, you sat next to him on the plane now, didn't you, on the way over here to Budapest from Barcelona. So perhaps you've worked a little bit of magic there for the Ricardo Rossi, because Rossi has really struggled since his very strong performance in the sale, which he always goes well at. So Ricardo Rossi 10th, at least it's a bright start to action here at Balaton Park. We're in the final 3 minutes nearly here for the opening session at the Hungarian round here in 2025. Pini has just gone top and nabbed a couple of tenths advantage over David Munoz. So we wait for Adrian Fernandez to come to the line. You can see it's so short, the run to the line. Does he improve his time? Yes, he does, but stays 3rd. So Fernandez moving up the gears a little bit here towards the end of this FP1. A little bit of a moment down towards turn 1. This is up towards turn 2 where his teammate fell. He gets through it without too many dramas. Peroni is still fourth. Almanza, who is, I think, back out on track with the pit icon, has left his name on the timing tower on the left-hand side. Kelso is sixth, ahead of Quiles, and then Angel Piqueras, who we watch now and pick up as he comes to the line, the number 36 annual winner. Last time out, Piqueras moves up to fourth place, so that's not a bad lap time at all there from number 36. Foggia ninth, Carpe 10th, Rossi now outside that top 10 as we get yellow flags briefly, but not too much longer. So I wonder if someone's just had a big moment somewhere out on track. It was that brief, we didn't even get the sector on the graphic. Then again, our graphic might have just had a little bit of a seizure itself. Yeah, certainly. Piqueras then moving up to P4 and obviously a wonderful victory. Last time out for the 36 and a timely one as well. He said he was riding really well, felt comfortable all weekend long and really hit the ground running on Friday morning, did Angel Piqueras. That was, I think, the first time he's topped Friday so far this season, and losing a lot of ground to Rueda coming up to the summer break. I feel that was to hit the Red Bull ring, gain 25 points and gain some important points back on the radar. He didn't finish on the podium, finished fifth in the end, did Rueda. That was a real confidence boost for Piqueras, who still obviously has a mammoth job at hand to try and reel in Rueda in the next few rounds, but do feel that was really, really crucial for Piqueras to get that monkey off his back. 7 races without a podium after a rapid course, and he's been close. He's been there or thereabouts, always Piqueras, just hasn't quite had that extra tenth or two in his hand. He's been struggling with overtaking in the group all year long, but he didn't have any issues in overtaking and winning the race over in Austria. So Piqueras expect him now to be fired up for the rest of the season. Now P2, 71 points behind, but real impressive weekend. The Piqueras, I think, that we expected to see for 90% of this season really stood up over at the Red Bull Ring, which was good to see from the 36's perspective. Up to P2 with the best lap time. He's on his last flying lap now, so expect Angel Piqueras. Oh, rear end, front end, he nearly lost everything all in one. So Angel Piqueras, he's not on a flying lap now, I can tell you that, but change of underwear perhaps when he gets back in towards pit lane. Guido Pini, we follow him down in towards 15, 16 and then 17. He's on a flying lap. This should put him further up the road. Indeed, he's 3/10 at the third sector up on his own best time. Pini drives to the line and gets across it and takes off another couple of tenths. So 147.070 is what we're looking at the moment. Foggia moves up into P2 as well. And a few other ones. Kelso goes up to 6th place. We've got some personal best coming in elsewhere too. But really, Guido Pini, very strong in this session, particularly the second half. But Angel Piqueras, he really got away with that one, didn't he? Down at turn 1, bit of a moment on the brake, and then the rear tried to come round as well. So, yeah, just getting it all a little bit crossed up, but he kept it on the island. The checkered flag has fallen here on the first session at Balaton Park for Grand Prix racing, and Guido Pini has got the whole thing. Very strong stuff, and I love the all-time lap record as well. Of course, that is for Moto3. Absolutely, yeah. I expect that all-time lap record graphic to be coming up a lot throughout the weekends. I Drive Pines topping the time so far. Pini 2.5 tenths clear. Very impressive stuff. Guida outside the top 10 in P13 for a Sato late lap to jump up to P12. Just looking at other notable names who maybe struggled slightly. No, to be fair, the riders who have been up there, Yamanaka is one in P15, obviously podium last time out. We haven't really mentioned Yamanaka. We didn't really see him in that session at all, did we, apart from the start where we ran on at turn 9. So we'll come on to the Japanese ride, of course, this afternoon, because it was a real impressive ride to arrive just behind teammate Piqueras last time out. But another strong session for Piqueras, and when he sees Rueda outside the top 10, he'll just maybe have a little bit of a smirk on his face, saying, yeah, this could be another chance to claw back some points in the championship. Yeah, Rueda down in 12th will be not a concern, but he would have liked probably a bit of an easier session than that. David Munoz 4th, of course he led for most of the way, so David Munoz, we said that coming into this weekend, he's probably one of the riders that doesn't mind a dive bomb chance at a chicane, and of course David Munoz is right up there in the early part of the weekend. But Jose Antonio Rueda in 12th, he won't be concerned, as I say, but he will probably be trying to keep his powder dry, get through the session and go for broke race to get himself into Q2 directly, of course, after practice. Yeah, exactly, no issues for Rueda. Just go out, learn the circuit, keep your powder dry, say don't make too many silly mistakes, don't pick up a little injury or crash the bike or whatever. So, nice, cool, calm and collected session from the championship leader. So yeah, I think we'll be expecting to see more from Rueda this afternoon. Weather looks like it could stay dry. It's going to be pretty similar to this all weekend long. It is, hopefully. Of course, we were forecast rain today. That seems to have abated. Guido Pini, it is, who tops that third session. P1 for him. It's an Italian 1-2 ahead of a chunk of Spaniards. Pini and Foggia ahead of Picaras, Munoz and Fernandez. Kelso and Peroni 6th and 7th. Almanza crashed on his way to 8th. Carpe 9th and Kides only 10th. Ricardo Rossi up in 11th place ahead of Jose Antonio Rueda, as we've said. Ogden 13th. Yamanaka up in 14th place. Furusato a crasher in 15th. Wilston O'Shea, Moodley, Carraro, another crasher. That was up at turn 11 in 19th. Betvila, O'Gorman, a fall of 2. Napa, RB Hadid Ahmed, a number 93 in 23rd. Uriarte Buchanan, and Leonardo Abruzzo completing your FP1 classification. All for myself, Kiko Giles and Elliot York. We're out of here and off for a late breakfast. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison are moving in. Moto 2 up next. Enjoy. It's a very good morning to you. We welcome you to Balaton Park in Motor returns to this beautiful country for the first time in 33 years. This historic 2025 edition of the Hungarian Grand Prix is officially up and running. We've already seen some Moto e-bikes out on track. Moto 3 kicking off their weekend earlier on this morning. Next is the turn of Moto 2 and their field to explore the limits of MotoGP's newest venue. This is round 14 of our 22-round season. 4 more pairs of back-to-back races to come after this one, as we take in our penultimate European doubleheader next time out with the stops in Barcelona and Misano before we head to Asia, Japan, Indonesia, followed very quickly afterwards by Australia and Malaysia. And to remember, we complete our 22-round season with Portimao and Valencia, where we hope we will still be asking the question, who will be crowned Moto2 World Champion in 2025? Events of the Red Bull Ring last weekend, perhaps posing more answers, potentially, to that question than we had going in, with Diogo Moreira launching himself right back into the championship picture with a consummate performance at the Red Bull Ring, leading essentially from start to finish to take his second Moto2 win. Certainly good luck deserted the points leader Manu Gonzalez, and injury struck after a Saturday morning crash for Aaron Canet. We did Diogo Moreira take full advantage, cutting a 60-point deficit to Manu Gonzalez down to 35. their fortunes in the Moto2 category really have taken something of an upturn. Fighting for the championship this year, as we can see, with Diogo Moreira. As Canet and Arbolino come across the line down into turn one. This is one of probably going to be the best overtaking opportunities on the circuit. And we go into 3 lefts that gradually open up. Turn 2, 3, and 4, which then lead on to this quite long back straight. We didn't quite get a look at it just there. And then at the end of the back straight, turn 5, I think. The race, which tells you everything about how fast Manny Gonzalez thought he could have gone in the Grand Prix. The first time this year he's been slightly disparaging towards his Brazilian rival for the title this year. But also shows you that Manu was very, very confident with what could have happened. And yeah, again, speaking to his team yesterday, they were saying that he was just waiting for his moment, basically, in those early laps. He was sure that he had the late race, the speed, to emerge triumphant ahead of the likes of Moreira, Holgado, David Alonso, as we see another rider that was up there fighting for victory 5 days ago, Celestino Vietti. He's had an early crash, far from ideal start then to the weekend for the Italian, and that is a fast old crash there for Vietti. That is through 7, isn't it? The sort of right flick, I guess, as you're making your way. He's ended up at turn 8. That's where the crash ultimately came to a rest, but you come out of turn 5, right-handed hairpin, then you're straight over back onto the right-hand side because you're going left through 6, and then quickly changing direction again right through 7, so you need the bike very much settled and under control through there. Rears moving around. It'll be a particularly comfortable ride through that fast change of direction through that second sector, which takes you all the way down to the braking zone of turn 9. As we follow Sarch now, who's currently in 5th place. Manny Gonzalez on a 1:42.557, who, as been mentioned, fastest Moto2 lap is roughly in time with the fastest Super Sport lap we saw here in World Superbikes fairly recently. Alonso second, 5,000 strict from Tony Arbolino in 3rd. We'll come on to him in a moment as we see him now coming through the picture. Right 4th, which is a strong start to his weekend from Salah Arenas, sticks to Moreira. Navarro, despite his delayed start to the session, is up in 9th, and Adrian Puertas in 10th. And many riders, Neil, are saying that they expect lap times to be super, super close here, as Vino now goes top on a 42.4. Because, as Marc Marquez put it, there are not an awful lot of secrets around this kind of circuit. The layout, in many respects, fairly simple, albeit quite technical, so it's not particularly easy for riders to spot a difference that they can perhaps pull out over their rivals, particularly given the quantity of chicanes around here. Yeah, and it's completely flat as well. So, yeah, lots of names saying it might be something akin to the Saxon Ring, maybe the Red Bull Ring in terms of just how tight the times are. Philip Salat makes a bit of a mess there of turn 9, but he'll live to fight another day with that one. Yeah, just over 4 kilometers in length is this Balaton Park circuit. And, yeah, as you can see, it is quite narrow as well. So, We have 28 Moto 2 machines charging down towards turn 1 in the first lap. It is going to be, I think, just a case of let's get through the first lap or two and make sure everyone is still standing afterwards. And then go from there. But super impressive stuff from Colin Baer to start the weekend here. It's safe to say that Austria was by far his best weekend of the season so far. And you get the feeling that the Dutchman is really starting to work Moto 2 out. It was a tough old start to the season, wasn't it? Wasn't helped by the fact that he missed 2 races through injury mid-season. And yeah, coming back from that, it's just a little bit, well, taking some time to get back up to speed. Understandably so, but qualified inside the top 10 for the first time in Austria, and then went on to finish inside the top 10 as well for the first time. And in some ways, Moto 2 on Sunday in Austria was all about the rookies. We had a rookie in second in Danny Holgado, another one in sixth. Brilliant performance from Ivan Ortola. And then there in eighth, scoring his best Moto 2 result of the season as well. So fantastic stuff. And David Alonso could well have even won the race too. So yeah, I think we've got a pretty healthy crop of rookies in this season's Moto 2 category. And suffice to say, around circuits such as this, which is brand new to everybody, so in terms of competitive action, even if one or two have been here on some form of motorcycle before, does level the playing field out somewhat and potentially provide an opportunity to the rookies. And we currently have rookies second and third in this session via and Alonso. Rookie in fifth in the form of Adrian Huertas. I guess we can put down Munoz in that sort of group, even if he is a temporary replacement for the IO squad. He is also up in 9th place at the moment, just ahead of Aaron Canet. There's Philip Salach now moved back to the top, 142.094, of course. The MotoPDS team, I guess, will have been asking plenty of questions of their Superbike counterpart Sam Lowes, who of course raced here with some decent success in the not too distant past. Yeah, it was an excellent weekend for Sam Lowes. He was on for a triple podium. I think he ended up coming away with 2 podiums from 3, but could well have had a third one as well. Jake Dixon goes into 6th, so steady stuff and steady start for the 2 VDS Chargers. As to chat with Philip Salach yesterday, he said it was a blown exhaust which cost him in qualifying on Saturday in the Red Bull Ring. For some reason, just was unable to understand why he was so down in power. Came into the pit box, they made some amendments, but they didn't realise until after the session had finished that it was an issue with his exhaust. That caused him to qualify down in 18th. And you're not going to fight for podiums, are you, from the 6th row of the grid, somewhere as tight as Austria? And Philip really struggled from there. You'd have to say there've been a couple of occasions now in the last 2 months when Philip has had really good speed over a weekend, but qualifying has just gone disastrously. You think back to his crash at Mugello, where he qualified, 17th, and then couldn't finish any higher than 12th. He's on course for a good result in Assen, but had that crash in qualifying, injured himself, couldn't finish the race, and then Austria was unfortunately just another example of his weekend going completely wrong on Saturday afternoon and having a very negative impact going from there. We already had confirmation last weekend from a MotoPDS point of view of Aaron Canet joining that team for next season. Serrano, who was linked with a move across potentially to the World Superbike paddock for next season, but he has decided to stay here for at least 2026, signing a multi-year deal with the MotoPDS squad, who of course have representation in both this paddock and the Superbike paddock. It certainly does appear, from Philip Salach's point of view, as if he is also looking elsewhere for next season. It will appear as if the second seat on Aaron Canet is heading his way. A crucial phase of the season is for so many in this Moto 2 class, with the seats starting to be filled up now. Of course, Gresini this weekend, as you already mentioned, have confirmed their rider lineup for next season. But there are still some pretty high-profile seats still to be snapped up, of course. Still a seat, at least one, looking to be filled at the Fantic squad. That's if Barry Balton stays put, in which case they might need 2 new riders. As we heard from Roberto Locatelli last weekend, speaking to Yorkie Pit Lane, that his preferred pick, he wasn't keeping his cards close to his chest there, was he? Is Tony Arbolino. There's still plenty of toing and froing to take place yet before we settle on our 2026 Moto 2 rider lineup. Yep, absolutely. And everyone is very much speaking to everyone at this current stage of the season. As we said at the top of the broadcast, it does look as though Diogo Moreira will be going to LCR Honda next year, which is maybe a bit of a slap in the face for Yamaha. I think Diogo does have some ties with Yamaha Brazil, a deal that he signed either at the end of last year or the start of this year, which led many to believe that his future may lie with Yamaha in MotoGP, but Honda came in around the time of Bruno as well with an offer. It was a factory contract, and Diogo was saying after the race in Austria that one of the key factors was having a multi-year deal, so not just a 2-year deal, maybe even a 3-year deal. You have to imagine that would maybe be 2 years plus 1, this contract, but he wants to have guarantees that be judged quickly, or overly quickly, maybe in his first year. He'll have time to grow into his role. And yeah, Honda, I think, is a pretty good destination, especially with the 2027 regulation changes on the horizon. Many tipping Honda to come back towards front of MotoGP in that era. Diogo Moreira, very, very talented rookie to maybe carry them up there. Would you say he's deserving of a spot in the Premier class next year on the basis of this year? I mean, one way you could look at it is he's had, what, 2 wins in the category in Moto2, 4 podiums. I mean, it's not an absolutely stellar record, but maybe there's been enough in his progression this year to suggest that, yeah, he's ready to make the jump up. He's certainly got the talent for it, hasn't he, Diogo Moreira? No doubt in my mind about that. You know, whether he's been able to quite string it together consistently this season, I guess is open to debate. He has made some key mistakes, most notably, of course, at the Saxonry. But I think you just need to look at that ride up until the mistake and the subsequent crash with David Alonso in the Saxonry to realise that you are talking about a rider who has some seriously special talent in his hands. And I guess it's a case of, if you don't sign, and that's ultimately, I think we're having this conversation surrounding the likes of Fermin Aldeguer when he was in Moto2 many years gone past. Honda and Yamaha are both looking at it and saying, well, if we don't sign Diogo Moreira now, someone else is going to. So even if it is perhaps a year premature, it's much better to have Diogo Moreira within your camp. At least he can learn MotoGP on the job. And I think you're absolutely right also to point out the fact that the regulation change coming up in 2027, perhaps it's in Diogo's best interest to get into MotoGP ahead of those regulation changes. We're potentially looking at a stellar rookie crop next season, aren't we, in MotoGP with Diogo Moreira, Toprak Razgatlioglu, potentially, if you believe the report, part of what might be an all-rookie pairing at the Pramac Yamaha squad next season. Yeah, because, well, first of all, we went and spoke to Jack Miller in his debrief, and I asked him, the fact that Diogo looks as though he's chosen Marc VDS, that must be good for you and your chances of staying in Pramac Yamaha. And Jack really did not give the impression that he was overly confident what was going on, or overly happy, to be quite frank, with what was going on behind the scenes. And he said, well, when you see some of the names being added to the list of potential signings, it makes you think that maybe they don't want me at the end of the day. And Jack has offers on the table in World Superbike. Sounds as though he might have an offer from Honda. I think that's fairly common knowledge. And he needs to let them know quite soon, you would think. And the fact that Yamaha keeps delaying its decision to announce who will be the second rider in the Pramac squad next year, I think is really starting to rub up against the Australian. But yeah, it does sound as though Yamaha have made a bit of a late play for Gonzalez when they learned that Moreira wouldn't be choosing them. It seems as though they've made a late play for the current Moto2 Championship leader. I mean, quite interesting yesterday. I did a little bit of digging on this, and it sounds as though last weekend in Austria was kind of the limit for a MotoGP team to approach Gonzalez, because obviously Intact GP want to have their plans sealed for next year as soon as possible. So they've given him a deadline of Austria. Needs to be settled before that if you want to go to MotoGP. They were asked by Yamaha, could they extend that deadline going forwards? And I think the team said, we can do it, but only for 1 week, because we want to have our future sorted for next year. Also, if Gonzalez does go up to MotoGP, we need to find a replacement, and there's not so many replacements of the level of Manny Gonzalez around. So I think they've said this weekend we need to know one way or another if Yamaha are going to choose Manny Gonzalez. It sounds as though some people at Yamaha really want to go with Gonzalez. It sounds like some others want to stay with Miller, and it will be quite fascinating to see what is the outcome. But yeah, Manny Gonzalez does sound as though there is definitely potential there to step up. And we'll never know ultimately, but one wonders how Yamaha and MotoGP manufacturers as a whole would have been to try and sign up Manny Gonzalez had he not done that day of testing on the track out of Aprilia back in Aragon when he made an impression. He appeared to learn on the job pretty quickly and ended the day within a couple of seconds of the pace. Certainly impressed everybody with his speed this year, but also his calm head and his confidence on board a motorcycle. That is why Manny Gonzalez does lead the World Championship at this stage by 19 points from Aaron Canet. And he's come a long way in a relatively short space of time, hasn't he, Gonzalez, from only 2 or 3 years ago, being a very recent Supersport 300 champion and a World Supersport Championship contender, to immediately bolt himself into Moto2 type of contention and now potentially on the doorstep of MotoGP. It's been quite the rise for Manugas. Yeah, it really has. It's just fantastic to see a rider with a completely different career background and making it potentially to the very top of Grand Prix racing. He would be the first, wouldn't he, to come through the Supersport 300 route, then Supersport 600 and the cross into Moto2. So, I think it's good to see a kind of diverse way of coming into the Premier class. It's not all just about coming through Junior GP, Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP. We are going to see that, of course, with Toprak next year in the Premier class. I think you would have to also say, along with his riding ability and what he's done on track, it's just that kind of icy, totally level-headed, cool and calm and collected approach that you see from him off the bike, which I think would really lend itself well to MotoGP. Obviously, tough times are going to come. I think it's no secret that, Yamaha are not in the strongest position at the moment, and their project, if he should join it, is going to require a lot of patience and just total dedication. Not getting too worked up or overly emotional when things aren't going right, because there will be some days when they really aren't. And yeah, I would say not just the speed on the track, but how Manny's approach things off the track. I think that would also earmark him for a place in the Premier class as well in the future. His teammate for the weekend, Sergio Garcia, and above anything else, I have to say it's very good, and I'm very pleased to see Sergio Garcia back on a Moto2 grid again, even if it is a temporary return. Nelson Regis makes his recovery from injury. And certainly, when I saw his name on the entry list, I thought, hey, that's a real opportunity for Sergio Garcia to put himself in the shop window, but he already has signed up for next season, as we later found out yesterday, with his move to the Gresini team. I guess it's for any team looking to work with Sergio Garcia going forward. No one's doubting the talent, are they, for Sergio Garcia? He demonstrated that until around this point of last season when he was still leading the Moto2 World Championship. It's just making sure he's right in the head and just finding the right way to keep Sergio happy. Because it seems like he is a prime example of the old adage that a happy rider is a fast one. Yeah. And what we saw last year, I mean, there's no question regarding Sergio's talent. He is a very, very fast rider and able to adapt to new kind of circumstances, new situations very quickly. But it did seem, maybe even as early as pre-season, that just the working relationship with the MSI squad wasn't really there anymore, and when that kind of trust, I think, is lost, not just from the rider side, but also from the team side, then it probably is just best to part ways and go in different directions. So it will be interesting to see what Sergio can do back on a Kalex again in 2026. After a season and a half on the Boscoscuro. He did have some really eye-catching rides, didn't he, back in the old Cedo Pond squad in 2023, his maiden season in the intermediate category. And he'll be looking to replicate those, maybe not this weekend. I think that's maybe getting ahead of ourselves as Danny Holgado gets it all crossed up down into turn number 1. Does well to see if that does the rookie. But yeah, interested to see what Garcia can do. It's currently 22nd in this session on a 1:43.719, 1.6 seconds off the pace, but ahead of the likes of Chelsea Betty, who of course we've already seen go down in this session, Darren Binder, who I guess Sergio Garcia is replacing at that Gresini squad for next season. Steve Artola, who we've seen taking a few adventures already this morning, down in 25th place, just ahead of his teammate Unai Aradre.
From the Team Asia pairing at the back of the field at the moment, Yuki Kuni and Nakone Atira, Hoover Pat, Herrera, 100 of a second clear of Philip Sarach at the moment. As we now pick up the Brazilian into the final sector of the lap. This is the 90-degree left-hander of turn 17. Herrera just chipping away in the 142s. And you do wonder just how much momentum he can build upon in this latter stage of the season. Still, as we talk to you now, 9 Grand Prix weekends remaining in this chase for the Moto2 World Championship. And it will certainly caught the attention of Messrs Gonzalez and Kinet over the fact that once Gio Guerrero was back at the peak of his physical powers once again, he immediately resumed the kind of form that we saw pre-injury. Yeah, 35 points is the difference between Herrera and Gonzalez, and Kinet 19 points off the top. And it is set up pretty nicely, isn't it, with 9 races still to go. We saw a bit of life back in the Model 3 World Championship race as well in Austria with Angel Picaris' victory. So going into the flyaways after the European season, not that it's coming to an end, but takes a little bit of a hiatus as we go across to Japan and Indonesia, Australia and Malaysia in the second part of September and October. We do want as many championship battles on the line as possible to keep the interest up, and certainly in Moto2 I think it will be delivering that. Ana Gonzalez goes fastest with a 41.63, whole tenth of a second. He puts into Adrian Huertas in second. Sensational stuff from Gonzalez yet again. At this early stage of the weekend, we're going to see a bit of a response from a couple of names. Moreira is on a fast one currently. Very impressive session this from Adrian Huertas. Yes, he may have been here before, but still we haven't seen the World Supersport reigning champion this high up in a Moto2 session this year.
It's going to be interesting to see just how the weekend evolves from that point of view. Marc Marquez spoke yesterday about the potential advantage that doing a track day, even on a street bike or a production motorcycle, could bring you. And Marc Marquez said, yeah, for the 60 Ducati riders in MotoGP, might be an advantage for free practice one, but perhaps no further than that. And certainly the prior track knowledge is proving an advantage for Huertas here in free practice one as he regains top spot on the 141.496. It's a rookie season which has been interrupted by injury from Huertas' point of view. He's broke his collarbone at the test following the French Grand Prix. And I haven't seen him in the points post-injury until the Czech Grand Prix at Brno when he came from way down on the field to finish in 14th place and was up in the points quite early on in Austria too. Gained 9 places on the first lap up into 13th place before he faded in the latter stages, ultimately down to 18th spot. But essentially the relative level playing field playing into Huertas' hands here.
You just see the speed difference there between Celestino Vietti and Diogo Moreira, who's on a fast one. Philip Sarach on a quick one as well, with Jake Dixon just tucked in behind. Sarach has been very competitive, and that is a crash for Jake Dixon. Well, it's a disappointing end then to FP1 for the British rider. He was trying to stay latched on to Sarach just up ahead. Dixon has come a cropper. Is that coming out of turn 12, turn 13? I believe it was. So, unfortunately stuff then for the Briton.
He's currently in 6th place, just behind his teammate Philip Sarach, who becomes the 5th rider into the 141s. First thing this morning, just under 3 minutes of this first session of the weekend. And although yellow flags around, this lap time may not count for Colin Via, there's confirmation that it has been cancelled. And 95 another rider who has suddenly adapted very quickly through this unique Hamilton Park circuit. We'll see what kind of lap time Via would have done had the stopwatch continued running, because they do pop up on our screens even if the yellow flags have already cancelled his run. It's a rather dejected Jake Dixon, perhaps not on the same level that we saw from him last time out, but still into the session which will concern him and Martin VDS. Via's lap that he just completed, by the way, was a 41.9 as David Alonso, a fellow rookie to Via, has also gone down. Alonso is in the first sector of the lap. I think he's actually down at turn number 1. Is Alonso, where we nearly saw his teammate Danny Holgado go down earlier in the session. Alonso, as he at the moment in proceedings, number 80 is slipped down into 8th.
place, and he will not rise from that. And Alonso certainly has been no stranger to crashes in his rookie Moto 2 campaign. As Gonzalez goes faster yet again at 41.3 is the new benchmark, putting it about a tenth of a second into Huertas. It wouldn't be surprised, Lewis, if we see this throughout the weekend, really, where the fastest lap time just gets lowered again and again. And as Philip Salac jumps up into third, we've seen a bit of a pattern at the front of the field. Gonzalez, Huertas, Salac and Herrera certainly seem to be the strongest Moto 2 names that we've seen this session, at least. Something Vaya to that group as well, who's had a very strong morning. He's been in and around the top 6 for most of the morning. Some of the riders who perhaps haven't clicked or gelled with this circuit as quickly. Aaron Canet, 17 for the moment. In fact, that's now become 18 from the Fantic Alex. You see that Barry Baltus just behind him in 20th, and over a couple of occasions have seen Baltus sideways through some of our camera shots on the way into some of our braking zones. So perhaps some work to do from that particular team's point of view. Ethan Guevara, another rider, is having a tricky start. He's down in 25th place, and it was turn 1 that we saw all the way out of 1. We see Alonso into 2. And the front end tucks for the Colombian. Trying to put his elbow down, didn't he, to steer that one, but it wasn't quite fast enough to react. And another crash in the books for the number 80. There's been another somewhere on the racetrack too, because the yellow's there at the third sector as well, and it's Sergio Garcia who's going to get his Calex started through the long lap penalty loop. Garcia in 24th place. Just ahead of his teammate Manu Gonzalez. The left-hand hair figure leads on to the short squirt up to turn 12. And Sergio Garcia wins his first session back in Moto 2. On foot, 1.6 seconds off the pace on the second of the intact machines. 24th at best it'll be for Sergio. Jake Dixon has managed to get going as well. So at least he'll be able to ride his machine back to the Mark VDS box. You can see he's lost the screen in front of his bike there, but no major damage it seems to either rider or machine. That crash aside, it was actually a pretty positive start to the weekend for Jake, 6th position. But perhaps a truer test awaits in practice, because he actually had a strong start in Austria. He was 4th, I think, on Friday morning before the bottom really seemed to fall out of it on Friday afternoon, and from that point it was not really salvageable. And as Arenas crosses the line to go 7th. And it does appear as if Aaron Canet has finally found some pace in the latter stage of this session, although his final lap has clearly gone awry somewhere. Here he is on the 44. Canet has been able to haul himself up into the top 10 at the end of this session. One wonders just how fit Canet feels here this weekend after what was a painful looking crash on Saturday morning in Austria. And how painful it must have been if you were in Aaron Canet's shoes. And he wasn't really the same rider again, was he, from that point on in the weekend? Yeah, he certainly wasn't. And he was dancing on the bike, wasn't he, at the end of practice? He seemed that confident. And, yeah, first time that a Moto 2 championship contender has seen the title bid come unstuck slightly on Saturday morning in Austria. And that will be hoping he can bounce back from that. A similar way to Ayagura 1 year ago. He did well there at the end of this session to go up into 8th, and the lap time cancellation means that he has climbed 1 position. So, yeah, decent stuff from Canet at the end. Decent stuff for this young man. Adrian Huertas, the reigning World Supersport champion. And very good morning now, you have to say, for Italtrans, 2nd and 4th. With the informed Diogo Moreira, Austrian Grand Prix winner, a couple of spots behind. And Philip Salac. Some prior track knowledge to arm himself with before he began his free practice 1 session. Salac up in P3. And I guess we shouldn't be massively surprised by the way that session played out. Manu Gonzalez, who we know starts weekends very quickly, and the 2 riders immediately behind him both did test here on street bikes a month or so ago. As far as the Calex Boscoscuro split is concerned, Alex first and second, Boscoscuro third, sixth and seventh. Their leading runners, Starch Dixon and Arbolino. Ivan Artola, despite his early trip through the gravel track, did lift himself up into 10th place by the end of the session. First forward is up in P11 in the form of Jorge Navarro, despite struggling to get out of the pits when the session began. Fernando Gonzalez, the World Championship leader, off to a flyer in Hungary, a 1:41.3 for him. Adrian Huertas, a fine second ahead of Philip Salach and Diogo Moreira, the Austrian winner. Colin Bayer up in fifth from Jake Dixon and Tony Arbolino. Aaron Canet, David Alonso, despite his late fall at turn 2, and Ivan Artola taking you down to 10th. Jorge Navarro first to the forwards 11th. Ethan Guevara lifted himself up from the back of the field up to 12th late on, ahead of Marcos Ramirez, Zonta van den Gorberg, and Austria podium finisher Danny Holgado. Imu Sasaki, after his spill midway through the session, was able to get himself back on track and up into 16th place just ahead of another crasher, Celestino Vietti. So putting the misfortune of Austria well and truly out of his system. Manu Gonzalez fastest in free practice 1. Coming up next though, MotoGP makes its return to Hungary for the first time in 33 years. Free practice 1 is moments away. For the first time since 1992, Hungary returned to the MotoGP calendar and rebuilt for the battle at the new Balaton Park circuit, just under 90 kilometres from beautiful Budapest. The track named was the largest lake in Central Europe with beaches, volcanic hills and resort towns, making Balaton a major tourist hotspot. FP1 gets round 14 underway next live. It's time for MotoGP. So for the first time in over 3 decades, let's hope it has been worth the wait as MotoGP hits Hungary once again. It's tight, it's compact. 4.08 kilometres in length is the Balaton Park circuit, just over 2.5 miles. Packed into that twisty layout of 17 corners, 7 of them right, 10 of them left. The longest straight measuring just 665 metres. One of now 6 anti-clockwise tracks on the Grand Prix calendar, with Aragon, Austin, Sachsenring, Philippon and Valencia, 2 tracks still to come, of course, in 2025. Good morning, and for the first time since 1992, the first time in 33 years, we say welcome to Hungary. Welcome to the new Balaton Park circuit. Great to be in this part of Central Europe for the first time in such a long time. A rather cool and a rather windy start to our return to action here at the Balaton Park circuit. Only 2 previous Grand Prix have taken place in Hungary. That was all the way back in 1990 and 1992 at the Hungaroring. Back in the day, 1990, Mick Doohan's first ever Grand Prix success. 1992 on the Cagiva was Eddie Lawson's last Grand Prix success. MotoGP's modern-day superstars, though, are getting set to tackle this tight and twisty Balaton Park circuit. Arriving to Balaton, bang in form, is runaway World Championship leader, factory Ducati star Marc Marquez, who last weekend in the Red Bull Ring in Austria, well, he ended his Spielberg jinx. Winner in the sprint, winner in the Grand Prix for the 6th race in succession. In the midst of his 2nd longest winning streak of his illustrious career, right now is the 32-year-old Spaniard, breaking records galore on the factory Ducati. It all means he comes to Hungary with a massive 142-point lead in the World Championship. 13 rounds completed, Marc Marquez has amassed 418 points. Double wins, as you mentioned, in Aragon, Mugello, Assen, Santorin, Brno, and in Spielberg. Does new territory, does a new battleground offer some new hope, maybe, for Marc's under-pressure rivals? Well, we'll find out, won't we, over the course of this weekend. 13 laps will be racing in the sprint here tomorrow afternoon. 26 laps will be the full race distance here on Sunday. Marc Marquez, just for reference, is one of all 6 Ducati riders who have previous Peloton experience, albeit on the Ducati Panigale V4 production bike. Coming up in this opening session and here this weekend, the only rider in the field that has ridden a MotoGP bike around Peloton Park is Pol Espargaro, who jumps in for the injured Maverick Vinales at Red Bull KTM Tech 3. Plenty of housekeeping to bring you shortly. We'll cover that off very, very shortly as we get underway in FP1. Matt Burt, Lewis Sitterby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. 6 out of 6 in the last 6, Lewis. The last 12 races, Sprint and Grand Prix. Marc Marquez has won the lot. Is there any fresh hope, any new hope for his under-pressure rivals coming into this Hungarian Grand Prix?
Well, they certainly pushed him harder than certainly I thought they would on the Sunday in Austria. Marco Bezzecchi leading for longer than certainly I predicted he would. And boy, did he take the fight to Marc Marquez here in this battle. 2/3 of the way also through the Grand Prix. Put a big move on Marc Marquez into turn 6 before the 93 ultimately took control of the Grand Prix. And then, of course, there's the extraordinary late rally from Fermin Aldiger. This was the Bezzecchi move into 6, which suddenly got many in Spielberg, including us, up on our feet. It was Fermin Aldiger's late rally that certainly put Marc Marquez under some unforeseen pressure in the latter stages. But Marc Marquez has proven over a long career, and in particular in 2025, that he's pretty good at handling whatever pressure is thrown at him. Of course, the fact that so many of these corners here in Hungary go left will certainly suit the 93.
That was a victory he completed in Spielberg 5 days ago, which he said was almost compulsory, almost obligatory. He said being on the red bike in the Red Bull Ring, you really have to win, no excuses, and he got the job done once again. 6 wins in a row, but for the first time in 11 years since 2014, extending this record of being the first rider to win 5 in a row for Ducati, and the first, of course, to win 6 in a row. Right now, it seems there is no stopping the freight train, the express train that is the factory Ducati star. Coming close, coming very, very close. He was the outsider, as Mark described him late on in that Spielberg battle. Unbelievable late race speed from the rookie Fermin Aldiger, who at one stage was over 4 seconds back of Marc and Bezzecchi at the front of that Austrian Grand Prix. That was on lap 15. Lewis, his charge through the field was sensational. His career best result in MotoGP. That first win, you feel, not too far away. This was stunning.
Some doors certainly did open up for him. As you can see here, there was the move that he didn't really have to make there on Raul Fernandez and Enea Bastianini. This was the Pedro Acosta Pecco Bagnaia battle, but beautiful move here into the chicane of turn 2B from Aldiger. That put him up into 4th place. He then had to just lob it up the inside, really, of Marco Bezzecchi. He was a rider in a hurry when he caught the top 2. And Marc Marquez said it himself, when he realised that it was Fermin Aldiger that was chasing him in the latter stages. That was the damage done to Aldiger's boot. That's how hard he was trying. The big toe briefly makes an appearance, but Marc Marquez said himself, when he realised it was Aldiger that was chasing him, he said, I might have a bit of a problem here, because Fermin Aldiger is so good at keeping his tyres in towards the end of the Grand Prix. Marc Marquez had to up his pace to keep the rookie at bay.
Well, we got to see his big toe last Sunday in Spielberg. We also got to see his big talent as well, didn't we? Aldiger, the 20-year-old Spaniard. We have not had a rookie victorious in MotoGP since Jorge Martin, actually at Spielberg, back in 2021. Aldiger touched upon this in the pre-event press conference yesterday, of course, with very little experience for the MotoGP riders here in Balaton. Maybe this weekend, one of the best opportunities in our final 9 rounds for Aldiger to be our first rookie winner in 4 years. It's a Some compliment, isn't it, from Marc Marquez to be saying a rookie rider on the Ducati is the best at rear time management later on in Grand Prix. Well, at the moment, Pecco Bagnaia just can't really buy a top result, can he? Missed the podium in the last 2 Grand Prix. He faded badly out of contention in Austria last weekend, slumped down from the front row to 8th at the checker flag. He was getting picked off at will. Totally defenceless at times on the factory Ducati. Can't stop the GP25, struggling for rear grip and acceleration in the hard acceleration zones in Austria. He was pretty frank, Lewis, after the race, losing patience was how he described it with his situation and with Ducati. He has engaged reverse gear somewhat on those comments yesterday. He said it was all heat at the moment, a bit of anger and frustration boiling over. He sort of smoothed the choppy waters with Ducati. I think they've had some behind the scenes, clear the air talks, but clearly 8th on a factory Ducati at a circuit where he won for the 3 previous years, Lewis. It just does not cut it and shows how deep the hole Bagnaia is in right now.
Yeah, and there's no signs really of him climbing his way out of that hole at the moment either, which I think will also concern Pecco Bagnaia, who you can understand perhaps the temper getting the better of him given the way his Grand Prix had gone in Austria. Here is Jack Miller, who's also been making some forthright comments to the press lately in the last 24 hours, as a matter of fact, with rumours still circulating about who's Yamaha's rider pairing going to be down at Pramac, with Toprak Razgatlioglu already confirmed on one side of the garage. Still no news yet as to who's going to be on the other side, and the lack of news certainly appears to be irking the Aussie.
Yeah, it really does. As Lewis mentioned, Miller pretty forthright. Patience is way too thin with the contract situation, and rather bluntly his message to Yamaha was, if you want me, you want me, if you don't, you don't. In other words, stop faffing around, make a call on who's going to be top Brack's teammate in 2026. The longer it goes on, I think you get the sense the more Miller is fearing that he's out. I think it sounds like Manu Gonzalez is posing, the Moto2 World Championship leader is posing the biggest threat to that second seat in Pramac Yamaha. So then, for the first time in 33 long years, for the first time since 1992, we can hear and we can see MotoGP bikes roar into life here in Hungary.
Pecco Bagnaia makes his way into what is quite a tight turn 1. Or they'll be approaching at a much greater speed shortly. This is Alex Marquez down into another of the big stops. This is down into turn number 5, and then you're changing direction quite quickly and quite frenetically through the next series of corners as you go right through 7 and 8, just after the left-hander of 6. And yeah, the MotoGP riders who were on Ducatis, have been on Ducatis, do have some prior experience around here on a Panigale. The others, with the exception of Paul Espargaro here on screens, seeing this place for the very first time.
Yeah, let's cover off some early housekeeping then, shall we? Perfect time to pick up Paul Espargaro on the 44 Red Bull KTM Tech 3 bike. Sadly, no Maverick Vinales. We know Maverick had to withdraw halfway through last weekend's Austrian Grand Prix, still suffering badly with damage to the left shoulder, which he suffered in Q2 in the Sachsenring pre-summer break. A 4-month recovery period for Vinales, which is only about 5 or 6 weeks into, so he has withdrawn from this weekend's action. And Johann Zarco remains the lone representative for LCR Honda this weekend. He was hoping to be joined by HRC test rider Aleix Espargaro, who himself was replacing the injured Somkhat Chandra. But Aleix Espargaro did travel to Balaton Park, but he suffered a rather nasty fall on his push bike. Of course, now a professional cyclist is Aleix Espargaro away from MotoGP. I think he was seen by his brother Paul walking into the paddock yesterday, looking very stiff and walking very gingerly. Went for some medical checks. Some issues with a back problem, and unfortunately Aleix Espargaro has had to withdraw from this Grand Prix as well. And that does leave Johann Zarco then on his Todd at LCR Honda here this weekend. I think that covers off the housekeeping which you have to bring in.
So let's head down to pit lane for the first time and say good very morning to Jack. We have some info to bring in, Jack.
Yeah, very good morning to everybody. Just firstly, a quick one from down at Honda. I saw a couple of weeks ago that Aleix Espargaro, whilst testing at Barcelona, had put up a few photos on his Instagram page, and included in there, I realised and spotted, there's a new chassis on the RB213V there, and wondered how long it would take for it eventually to make its way to the Grand Prix paddock. Well, it has finally arrived, not in Austria, but here in Hungary,
and it's on one of Luca Marini's machines. It's quite radically different in design, so it's going to be interesting to see throughout the course of the weekend just how much time Luca does spend on it. And then just secondly and finally as well, the eagle-eyed viewers at home might be able to see in Marc Marquez's garage that actually he's got one of the 2025 aerodynamics package and one with the 2024 one, which got me by surprise because Mark, for pretty much a good 5, 6, 7 rounds ever since it was first introduced, has been using it on both of his machines. I put the question to Davide Tardozzi, why has he gone back to trying it? And he said, well, brand new circuit, brand new venue. We haven't got any data basically whatsoever, so given how comfortable Mark and the form is in right now, we thought it wasn't a bad idea to use this morning as a bit of a test exercise to see whether the old 2024 aero is potentially better suited to this new venue than the 2025 one. But that's about it. Down from pit lane, I'm camped outside the Yamaha box, hoping to try and have a word from Paolo Pavesio, because there's more than a few talking points to get stuck into with Paolo this morning.
Yeah, there is indeed, Jack, on the subject of Yamaha. We briefly saw Fabio Quartararo, who used the word ridiculous to describe, and let's be frank, an embarrassing, a humiliating weekend for Yamaha. Probably you can describe it as one of the worst race weekends in Yamaha's history, if not the worst, as they finished in the bottom 4 in Spielberg. 25, 30, 34 and 37 seconds off the win with Quartararo, Rins, Miller and Miguel Oliveira. Fabio Quartararo said the best remedy for a woeful weekend was to pound a treadmill in Budapest, 50 kilometres on a treadmill, a bit of sightseeing in Budapest apparently. But Lewis, they've just got to quickly turn the page because, as we just mentioned, has to go down as one of Yamaha's worst weekends in their distinguished history. It was woeful from start to finish.
And Fabio Quartararo hopes that it will be something of a watershed moment for Yamaha. Yes, of course, there are mitigating factors. Track layout doesn't particularly suit the M1, nor did the stiffer construction of rear tyre that we had for the particular demands of the Red Bull Ring. The Yamaha, as Jack Miller said, does not work on that particular construction, but it's the same for everybody, and it's up to you to overcome those particular issues. And Yamaha, rather than overcoming them, were completely tripped up by them. So from Quartararo and Co's point of view, they'll be hoping that that's something of a fork in the road and they can turn things around, starting here in Hungary, but it's the only way to ultimately turn around Yamaha's fortunes by changing from inline 4 to V4.
It looked like the inline 4 project was doomed. It looked like it had reached the end of its shelf life, but I think if there was any doubt, Austria was the final nail in the coffin for the inline 4s in the Yamaha project. Miguel Oliveira, he was another Yamaha rider that pulled by punches close Spielberg, described it as one of the worst, one of the toughest of his career. Jack Miller just said it was impossible. The start of the Austrian Grand Prix on fresh rubber, it felt like he was on a tyre that had gone a whole race distance. They were just all at sea. It was sort of really, really tough to watch the poor factory Yamaha struggling right at the wrong end of the field. I think Aigura was the only rider that finished directly ahead of the four Yamahas. He was 7 seconds up the road of Fabio Quartararo. I mean, there was... When you see them all four of them down the bottom of the pile, you know that it's a bike problem. It's not a talent or a rider issue. Yeah, not even Fabio Quartararo with his immense talent could drag that Yamaha. First of all, off the grid from 16th, first time this year. We've seen Quartararo not a part of qualifying too, and then unable to get anywhere on the field in the race itself. As we on with Pedro Acosta down the start-finish straight as the KTM gets up into 6th gear and then braking all the way down into first for turn 1, down to 55 kilometers an hour. Well, we should say thank you to our high-speed camera operator around the 4.08 kilometre Balaton Park circuit, Pedro Acosta. Myself and Lucius thought we'd have a little bit of a pause there to let you experience early on here this weekend just what it takes to throw a 300 horsepower MotoGP bike around one of our tightest and twistest venues on the Grand Prix circuit, as you would see on the gear graphic there. So much of this 2.53 mile lap is taken on a MotoGP missile in first and second gear. The chicanes through 9 and 10, 12 and 13, 15 and 16, real tricky tight complexes around this Balaton Park circuit. I'm told at the recent Ducati test in the summer break, which Fabio Di Gianantonio would have attended on the Panigale production bike, Marc Marquez actually did fall off twice into turn 9, so on a street bike at least, Marc has already tested the limits, hasn't he, around Balaton Park.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see what kind of racing this track layout will produce, because certainly it's not particularly a power circuit, so you fancy that, you know, the riders or the bikes that are fastest in a straight line aren't going to have the same kind of advantage that you perhaps might see them have at somewhere like Mugello or down the main straight in Qatar when they get up to around 350 kilometers an hour. But you're going to need a nimble, agile motorcycle, one that can handle the change of direction of those chicanes pretty well, but ultimately you are also going to want a bike that stops very well and can also accelerate well out of some of these first and second gear chicanes. If you're on board here, we take a look at Jorge Martin, and we certainly know that the Aprilia corner as well is quite an agile motorcycle, so will that potentially play into the hands of Messrs Bezzecchi and Martin.
Oh, now that is a major tech issue for Jorge Martin. He's done well. They've seen a big smoke behind him. Stay off the circuit. All right. Yeah, smartness by Martin. That Aprilia then, as he powered down the start-finish straight, has let go. Factory, no early garage is looking on. So he's jumped out of our skins there. His chat came into our ears at about 1,000.
Yeah, that blow up is just on the other side of the start finish straight, and you can smell it. That is a big blow up for Jorge Martin.
Well, he's done the marshals a favour and just stood the bike up in
right
the deep gravel trap there, just having a look to make sure that there's no flames involved. Yeah, so 10 out of 10 for parking, Jorge.
Yeah, Aprilia saw Fabio Di Gianantonio's blow up in Austria and said, hold my beer, we can do better than that. This was it. Listen, coming out of the final corner.
Yeah, Martin had just clicked into fourth gear there, hadn't he? Oh, when the Aprilia RSGP said, no, thanks, that's enough for me in FP1. And he's going to just cruise. As soon as he realised it was an issue, fair play to Martin, he just veered to the left-hand side of the circuit, made sure he was off the racing line. And this is some parking as he just comes to a halt in the gravel trap. Deep gravel on the outside of turn 1. Deep gravel around this entire Hungary circuit. And he just walks up and leaves it bolt upright in the gravel trap.
He didn't change gear either, did he, once that bike went up. So he might have had a bit of a wry smile there. He saw Paolo Bonora with a real grin on his face down in Aprilia, but yeah, that might be one of Jorge Martin's engines for the season. Well and truly gone from the allocation, much like this man, Fabio Di Gianantonio, whose Ducati went bang in a dramatic fashion with flames licking from his exhaust coming down to turn 4, and of course ended Digia's afternoon. His Hungarian Grand Prix weekend has already started, a lot better than his Austrian one finished.
Yeah, an unwanted barbecue last Sunday for Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's struggling to form late. That DNF, albeit through no fault of his own last time out in Spielberg, was his second DNF in the last 3 Sunday Grand Prix. He hasn't actually scored a point, did you, on a Sunday, since pre-summer break, the end of June in Assen. We've just seen him drop down to 6 now in the World Championship. He said he's fighting tooth and nail to get the old Digia back. couple of podiums so far in Austin and in Mugello this season for the Italian, but struggling really to find some consistent form on the Ducati GP25. Form, pace, speed, consistency, certainly not an issue right now for number 93, Marc Marquez. 6 double wins in a row as Soy Martin comes back into the garage. Yellow flags out in sector 2. We'll just keep a close eye. Another blowout. This is for another Aprilia. Another Aprilia. We're going to go down the Jack very, very shortly. We'll just look at this one. Smoke pouring out the exhaust for number 25, Ralph Fernandez. So 2 spectacular failures for Aprilia already in the opening 15 minutes or so of this P1 session. Martin's Aprilia's gone kaput. And now, likewise, Ralph Fernandez's Trackhouse machine has gone
down to turn 5. He's at sort of top speed there. You can already see there the smoke beginning to plume out of the exhaust of the Aprilia, and Ralph Fernandez, much like Martin, immediately getting off the racetrack.
Okay, we'll now pick it up down here and pit lane. Thanks for your patience to both Jack and to... Oh, we've got a red flag. We've got a red flag. Yeah, there's flames, there's fluid pouring out of the belly pan there on Ralph Fernandez's MotoGP bike on the Aprilia. I don't know if Davide Carlozzi wants to carry on with this interview, Gemma. We'll go down anyway and see if he does. But yeah, the recession has been red flagged.
Yeah, Davide's still with me, but I imagine when Pecco comes in, he'll have to dive off. So very quickly, let's touch on Pecco, Davide, because 8th place at the Red Bull Ring. He said afterwards he's losing his patience with Ducati. 12 seconds slower than what he was 12 months before. It's not where we expect to see Pecco, a double MotoGP world champion. So what's going on in the days afterwards, in the aftermath? Have you managed to get some answers to that disappointing weekend?
Yeah, we had a lot of meetings with the engineers. Gigi and the engineers had a lot of meetings during those days to analyze why it happens, because it's not the place that Pecco deserves for his talent and his capability. So we'll see. We think that we can make a step ahead here in Hungary. This morning he has to road few new parts, but yeah, we'll see in the second session after the red flag what he can do.
In terms of that weekend, it's a 12 seconds slower than when he won the race last year. How difficult is that for Pecco to process? Mark, yes, he's on an incredible run, 6 Grand Prix victories in a row, but he's not doing anything that Pecco wasn't doing last year.
Yeah, and we have to manage his brain, because we have problem on the bike rings that bike doesn't set up, doesn't suit his riding style in this moment and his confidence. But in the end, we have to understand why, and we hope that Pecco will have the right attitude to let us proceed for a step ahead.
After 13 rounds, can we now say that the GP25 is not an improvement on the GP24, given how Pecco and Fabio Di Giannantonio are performing this year?
Yeah, in some way for those 2 riders, yes, while we are leading the championship with 2025. So we think that the bike is good, but probably doesn't suit perfectly the riding style of the 2 Italians. We'll see, because we are confident that we will find a way.
Thanks, Davide.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to factory Ducati boss Davide Tardos. As he pointed out there, Di Giannantonio and Bagnaia have had their troubles finding consistent form on the GP25 as the clean-up operation is underway. Then we saw flames lapping out of the right-hand side of Ralph Fernandez's fairing. That is toast, the Trackhouse Aprilia. That's down into turn 5. You just wonder whether sort of to start this weekend, whether Aprilia decided to run maybe some old engine on high mileage. But Martin and Ralph Fernandez then already having what seeming are rather terminal technical issues to kick off our return to Hungary.
Well, here Martins was sort of on acceleration up through the gears. Out of the final corner down to turn 1, Ralph Fernandez's was at top speed at the end of the back straight up to 5 when that one well and truly went kaput. So we'll have a close look at the engines down in Iagura and Marco Bezzecchi's particular boxes, or whether they'll perhaps, because of course they'll have 2 bikes ready to run, whether they'll perhaps switch across to the bike that's got perhaps a fresher engine in it. Perhaps some investigations need to be carried out on Aprilia to wonder whether these 2 failures were in any way connected.
Yeah, there was no fluid that was leaked out of Martin's Aprilia. Clearly, though, we've got an old spillage through turn 5, quickly on scene as always. Tammy Alfonso and Loris Caparossi coming to assist the marshals and make sure that we're only underway once the fuel spillage has been cleared.
See that line across the racetrack, the trail left by the 25 bike. I want to have a very good look at that, because even around a relatively tight and twisty circuit such as this, you're still going to be carrying a good 300 k's as you arrive into turn 5. You certainly do not want to be skating off on oil when you're braking and getting down some 4 or 5 gears down into turn 5.
Yeah, Fernandez, as soon as he realised it was a problem, he got off circuit as quickly as he possibly could. There's only so much you can do. Yeah, this could be a fairly lengthy cleanup operation. Let's hope it's not. We're back underway as soon as possible. But yeah, Massimo Riva, the Aprilia Racing CEO, fresh after Aprilia ended their sort of Spielberg being a bogey circuit for the manufacturer, with Marco Bezzecchi on pole position and a podium, Aprilia's first in the Grand Prix at least in Austria. Well, 5 days later, and it's all got a bit pear-shaped for Aprilia at the moment. This was the first of their spectacular Friday morning failures. That was for the number 1 Jorge Martin. And then about 10 minutes later, Ralph Fernandez's RSGP gave up the ghost as well, as he was in the braking zone for turn 5. We couldn't see at this stage. On the other side, on the right-hand side of Fernandez's Aprilia, there's a whole bunch of flames fanning out of the fairing there. It would have got rather hot on his right boot and his right leg. So he's back in the garage and just starting to explain to the Aprilia and Trackhouse engineers exactly what went wrong. These live pictures then as the cleanup operation commences at turn 5. Give an indication now just how windy and blustery it is around this Balaton Park circuit.
They've got 7 engines allocated to them over the course of a Grand Prix season. And it's safe to assume, I think, from Jorge Martin and Ralph Fernandez's point of view, that they're down to 6 now as a result of that, joining Fabio Di Giannantonio after what we saw last weekend. So you do wonder whether, as we speculated, whether the engines in those particular Aprilias had got quite a lot of mileage on them already, because we do have some heavy power circuits still to come in the calendar yet, where you are going to want fresh engines and the maximum power out of these machines.
Well, where were we before we had this red flag stoppage? Fabio Di Giannantonio led the way. No surprise to see a top 4 of Di Giannantonio, Marc Marquez, Aldeguer and Morbidelli. All 4 of those riders were here in the summer break on the Panigale production bike. Enea Bastianini, who is really starting to find some form. The beast is back, isn't he, on the Tech 3 KTM. Sprint podium in Brno when we return from the summer break. And his first Grand Prix top 6 last Sunday on the RC16 for the Italian, 5th with the checker flag, having started 5th. I think it's fair to say we are finally starting to see Enea Bastianini fire on all cylinders now on the KTM. He's at 5th, ahead of Alex Marquez, another rider that was here in the summer break. Pedro Costa, Luca Marini on that new Honda chassis, Jorge Martin before his blow-up, and Jack Miller were your top 10 before the red flag stoppage.
Jack Miller currently is your top Yamaha, not that he'll be particularly concerned about it at this early stage in the weekend.
How do you like your track out of Aprilias? Well done.
Yeah, that's truly toasted, isn't it? Ralph Fernandez won't be seeing that engine again. There's Ayagura wearing the expression that Ayagura generally does. Unflappable, unconcerned. Surely both he and Marco Bezzecchi will have been looking at their screens and asking some very serious questions of their Aprilia technicians and saying, what's going on with our engines, boys?
Yeah, the best time before we had the red flag intervention was a 1:39.156. Digia, Marc, Aldeguer, Morbidelli and Bastianini. Those 5 were into the 39s very early on here this weekend. What a big gap. Nothing really between Digia and Marc in terms of the top 2, just 800ths. But then there was a big gap between Aldeguer and Morbidelli in 4th. Very little to read into this opening session around this very tight layout, just over 4 kilometres in length. Marc Marquez expects the times to be very, very tight. It's going to be crucial, you feel, to get yourself directly into Q2 and certainly qualify inside those top 2 rows, with it being so tight. A very tricky first sector. We saw so much drama when World Superbikes came here for the first time in July. Weekend dominated by top track Vaz Gatlioglu. He did the treble win here, but Andrea Iannone instigating a bit of turn 2 chaos as Massimo Riva and Davide Brivio conduct a bit of an Aprilia management summit inside Trackhouse. Riva, I'm sure, may be explaining at the moment what the current situation is as regarding some of these Aprilia failures. We just saw there Fabiano Sterligini, who's the Aprilia tech guru. I'm sure he's got a few questions to answer right now.
Yeah. I'm sure there'll be one or two journalists, if not the riders, who will be sort of poking their microphones in there and asking what's going on. And Jorge Martin, of course, has been saying ever since he returned from injury that he just needs seat time, he just needs kilometres on board that motorcycle. I guess the red flag has come to his rescue to a certain extent. He's not lost any track time relative to the rest, because a couple of minutes went by before a second Aprilia went pop. Jorge Martin's expired Aprilia is now back in the box, and I mentioned that the engine will be getting taken out of that one. And the second bike, just over to your right-hand side, will be the bike that Jorge Martin is operating with for the rest of this session.
So Marc Marquez second when we got the red flag. As he mentioned last weekend, he almost felt like it was obligatory for him to win in Spielberg. So many near misses in the past, but finally we could say he is a winner at the Red Bull Ring. I think we're all happy about that, because it means we don't have to keep asking him. He mentioned in the press conference on Sunday, goes, well, at least now you don't have to ask me when I'm going to win at Austria. Yeah, we can finally put that one to bed, can't we? Briefly then, we saw on screens Enea Bastianini. Have to say, Lewis, there's a lot to admire about the beast's recent work. We know how good he was when we went to Brno straight after the summer break. No reference, he said, from the Ducati that he'd ridden for the last 4 years. That's going to be the case here this weekend. Clean slate, blank canvas for the whole field. So I think we kind of expect Bastianini to be one of the main protagonists this weekend.
And you do wonder whether that Czech Grand Prix weekend signalled the start of almost a mentality change for Enea Bastianini to no longer think about the bike and think about his Ducati experience and just treat the Grand Prix on its own merits. And he joined myself and Jack Appleyard yesterday on our Gear Up show, which you can see confirmation of the resumption of this session, which is in just under 3 minutes' time. And Bastianini was very forthright and accepting his own shortcomings, I guess, in some respects. He said that, you know, if they're throwing all sorts of different parts at the motorcycle and you're still uncompetitive, well then the problem is you. And he, I think, has recognised that perhaps he needed to make a step, and a step has certainly been made over the last 2 or 3 Grand Prix, and generally across the KTM contingent. We've seen them all competitive over the last couple of Grand Prix. Brad Binder, Enea Bastianini and Pedro Acosta, the only 3 KTMs to start the Austrian Grand Prix, all coming home inside the top 7.
Yeah, collectively there has been a step as the new aero certainly the boosted Pedro Acosta, who's talked in glowing terms about how that has improved turning on the RC16. It was good to see Brad Binder closer to the sharp than he's been at any stage so far this season. 5th in the sprint in Austria, his best result since the San Marino Grand Prix last year, and he backs it up with yet another top 10 finish. Has been a very eventful first visit to Hungary for the factory Aprilia, to say the least. Technical issue for Jorge Martin, another technical issue going the way of the Newali factory for Val Fernandez. Not the way that they expected to start this Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary. As Paolo Bernal, the boss, got any answers, Jeff? What's going on?
Yeah, that's the big question. One engine going pop is a surprise. 2 engines going pop is a rarity, Paolo. So, have you got any answers? Understanding of what's happened?
Yeah, first of all, it's necessary to say that we have to understand better the 2 problems. Probably they have 2 different reasons. As you know, in the Friday during the FP1, we put the more used engine on the bike, and they are the more used for both the rider. But in particular for Jorge, it's necessary to remember that it was the bike that crashed in Spielberg during the sprint. we check everything after the race, and to be honest, we did all the check to be sure that we bring to the racetrack an engine that can go with the correct reliability. But after the smoke, is necessary to understand very carefully what happened. And at the moment, our technician is analyzing both of the engines.
So you anticipate that as a result of the crash in Spielberg, but regardless of that, is there any concern for the rest of the motorcycles for the rest of the session? Are you having to make any amendments as a result of what happened?
No, first of all, we have to analyze and understand. At the moment, we have nothing to do on the other bikes because they have more fresh engines, and it seems to be that.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Perigos, Paolo, Benora. Yeah, maybe a bit of a hangover from Martin's instant turn 7, a real rapid get-off when he was fighting his way back through the pack in Spielberg last time out. There was a bit of concern, wasn't there, when Martin was rather slow to get to his feet last Sunday, and we were all kind of fearing, oh no, not again. Surely the world champion's not going to get more injury misery. But he said it was just the fact that his Alpine Stars airbag inflating and doing a great job to protect him as he went hurtling through the gravel trap. When as it deployed, it just sort of bashed his ribs, which have taken a fair old bashing, it's fair to say, throughout this season. So no problems. He was almost relieved, actually, to get a fairly big crash out of the way without any sort of recurrence or any aggravation to so many of the injuries which have dogged him throughout 2025.
It's the second crash, of course, of the weekend of the Red Bull Rings. He went down on Friday afternoon too early in the practice session at turn 9. He said his overwhelming feeling after that crash was of pure relief, but he was absolutely okay to get over a bit of a mental hurdle, I guess, in many respects. His first crash since the crash which cut his season so short, so early in Qatar. But Jorge Martin accepting that perhaps he's just got to stay a little bit patient, of course. So short on track mileage in 2025. He's trying to play catch-up, but ultimately you cannot catch up at this stage of the season. Just got to just focus on the job at hand, and Jorge Martin, I think, learning a little bit of a lesson in Austria.
Yeah, and as he mentioned, of course, a serial winner, a serial front runner the last 2 or 3 years in the MotoGP World Championship. He's not really used to being in those real intense midfield melees where it's just basically pass or be passing. You get a little bit duffed up, a little bit beaten up in the early laps. And of course, when you are mid-pack as well, you can encounter some pretty severe issues with front tyre pressure, front tyre temperature, which was the cause, he said, for the crash at turn 7 in Austria. He was all okay, best possible news as far as Martin is concerned. I think he's going through a little bit of the issue right now, which we saw Marco Bezzecchi suffer at the start of 2025. There's not really a lot wrong with Martin's race pace, but as we saw early on this season, it took Marco Bezzecchi on the factory Aprilia a good 3 or 4 races, a bit of time to just figure out how to get the best out of a soft tyre on the RSGP. Once Bez has figured that out, he has been flying 3 podiums in the last 4. He hasn't qualified lower than 5th in the last 4 Grand Prix. And I think Martin at the moment himself is just trying to explore the boundaries, find the limits on that soft tyre, because when he does, Lewis, there's no doubt about it, his race pace has been up there with the best.
And we saw in the sprint on Saturday in Austria just how good Jorge Martin was. Nearly pinched a point in the end from Joan Zarco, another lap that he would have taken that final World Championship point, which perhaps led him to get a little bit ahead of himself in the Grand Prix itself 24 hours later. On board then with Marc Marquez as we make our way through the left-hander of 14. This is now through the final chicane of turn 15, and certainly wonder just how much we might see, particularly Moto 3 on the final lap on Sunday. If we have 7 or 8 riders all barreling into this particular sector of the final lap, fighting for victory. Marc Marquez is safely through that. He's currently in 2nd place behind your current session leader, Fabio Di Giannantonio. Ducati 1, 2, 3 and 4.
His best winning streak in 11 years since he won the first 10 rounds of 2014. He really is back to his brilliant best, isn't he? Back on board then with Jorge Martin, who is back on board with Ehope. This is a fully functioning factory Aprilia. Certainly for the remainder of this opening session, he'll be down to just the 1 bike, won't he? As we are back underway then here in Hungary. starting 10th at the moment with a 140.313. Yeah, let me just mention, he mentioned the word patience a couple of times in his media brief yesterday. Patience among GP riders.
They're always in a hurry.
Yeah, it's a phrase that you never really put together in the same conversation. They want success. It looks like they won it yesterday. That's how hungry they are. So I don't think it's going to be too long. If Martin can figure out quickly how to produce a top-notch time attack already, we know he's a pole position starter 20 times in MotoGP, front row starter 34 times. Once he figures out qualifying, he will be one to watch on the RSGP.
Let's head down to pit lane and join Jack Appleyard, who told us earlier on in the session he was looking for Paolo Fabrizio at Yamaha. We can now tell you disbanded, Jack.
Yeah, have indeed. Great to be joined by Paolo after what was a frustrating weekend last time out in Spielberg. How would you summarise that weekend as a whole for Yamaha?
Very negative one in a journey which is made so far by 13 we could improve very well. Even in Spielberg, we could improve. We knew it was very difficult. It has ended up to be more difficult than expected, but through difficult we need to learn. We keep working, and it's very good to be already back on track.
We spoke to you last weekend and you said a decision hadn't been made with regards to the V4 next year. Does that weekend almost make the decision for you? The inline 4 appears is at the end of its life cycle.
As we always said, the future of V4 depends on how quick we can be in achieving the correct level to turn the project into a racing project and a development project. I think it's not a secret. Yesterday and the day before, Augusto and Dovi were riding in Misano. We could complete we are coming close to a decision moment, yes.
Fabio earlier in the season had spoken about his desire to win now. How damaging is a weekend like Austria when you're trying to convince Fabio to remain for the long term?
I think we made a decision together with Fabio a bit more than 1 year ago to sign for another 2 years and 44 racing weekend. We're only 13 weekends into that. For sure, it will come the moment to talk about the future, and our primary target would be to convince Fabio through a better racing package. But only the talking about this now. 13 racing weekends, 44 contract journey,
Looking towards 2026, that Jack yesterday was quite vocal, saying that he's run out of patience with Yamaha. Saying, if you want me, you want me. If you don't, you don't. So, what is the delay in going to Jack and telling him what his future is with Yamaha?
Maybe we're also running out of patience in listening always the same question. Jack knows very well what's going on. We have continuous open conversation. When we will be ready to make an announcement, you will be the first to know.
He said he has options and he's going to look at those options more intensely. If he doesn't get an answer this weekend, is the deadline this weekend to try and finalise your 2026 lineup in Pramac?
There is no deadline when you have a very open, transparent relation. I like to say that this is the relation we have with Jack.
Just finally, Diogo Moreira openly said that there was an offer on the table from Yamaha. It seems as though he decided to opt for a move to Honda. There was talk yesterday that Manu Gonzalez is now a potential candidate for Yamaha as well. Is that possible that we have two rookies in the factor, the satellite team next year at a vital moment in Yamaha's progression?
It is very clear. We have one seat available for next year. There are plus and cons in all the decisions. Let's say there are different values in the different decision. We are close to take a final one.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much, Jack. Thanks to Yamaha boss Paolo Fabrizio. Yes, it does seem like, well, we know clearly Jack Miller's impatience about this delayed decision in terms of whether he will or won't be on the MotoGP grid next year was certainly irking the Aussie. Just for the rise, as you expect in this opening practice session, finding the limits, finding the optimal braking markers. We've seen runoffs for both Miller and Bezzecchi, and the crash. It looked like a crash, at least for turn one. for Frankie Morbidelli. We'll see no replay of the incident, but the graphics certainly said that he'd taken a tumble. So Frankie in the history books was our first official fall in a Grand Prix MotoGP here in Hungary. A slow speed tip-off though at turn one. We saw Frankie on his feet and looking okay.
Yeah, that's already so far this morning proven a troublesome spot for all three classes, Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP. We've seen riders in all three classes now go down at turn one, where on one of these MotoGP bikes, as you've already seen, you're scrubbing off around 250 kilometers an hour, down from over 300 k's, down to 55 as the Yamaha almost spat Fabio Quartararo off at the same point that Frankie Morbidelli went down. Quartararo had just got up into 6th place, but the Yamaha not looking the most comfortable ride we've ever seen.
Yeah, Fabio Quartararo will just be glad that he doesn't have to go back to Austria for another year, because last weekend was just dismal. It was woeful. Fabio Quartararo 25 seconds behind Marc Marquez at the checker flag. Nowhere at any point in the weekend did he look even remotely competitive. This was the Frenchman then, tipping it into the tight right-hander of turn one. It's a little moment there as Fabio's left foot slips off the foot brake. No dramas for the Frenchman, who at the moment finds himself in 8th place at 139.368. Pace is plotting up, getting quicker as the track rubbers in and gets more grip, as you'd expect. We're in the 38s now. Pedro Acosta, Marc Marquez and Luca Marini on the updated factory Honda have all found 38. A whole bunch of riders now are in the 39, including Bastianini, Gianantonio, who set the early place before he had the red flag for the Ralph Hernandez blow-up. Miller up into 6, Martin 7, Alex Marquez, Quattro, Spargo, Maverick Vinales, injury replacement, your top 10.
Pretty much of Pekka Bagnaia so far this morning. He's down in 17th at the moment on a 140.3. He's put in 15 laps, so he's been as busy as anyone out there on the racetrack at the moment, but not been a particularly competitive start to the Hungarian Grand Prix weekend for Pekka Bagnaia, as we now follow his teammate Marc Marquez. Of course, Bagnaia so often has his own strategy and chooses to operate on a single set of tyres on a Friday morning. Whether that strategy will change somewhat given the unique demands of a first-time Grand Prix circuit, we'll have to wait and see.
Marc Marquez is about to steal control of this FP1 session. The number 93 bang on the money here as he ticks through sector 3. He's up by nearly half a second in the groove early on. He's so adept, isn't he, at adjusting to new circuits. Of course, he said it was going to be a big benefit, certainly on the opening day, having come here on Ducati's brilliant Panigale production bike. Still can't know that Ducati was sitting as he engaged the rear radar device out of turn 17 over the line, and he duly obliges. A 138.239 mark. The fastest now by over half a second. Excellent like that from the 93.
He said to me yesterday that over the course of that day of testing that the Ducati riders did on street bikes, that at times early on in the day he was second clear of his fellow Ducati riders, but they all very much closed in, and in one or two cases got ahead of him by the end of the day, so expect that to close up. Paul Espargaro on the KTM goes into 2nd place, just behind Bezzecchi, who here has taken 3rd. Paul Espargaro, of course, with his prior MotoGP victories. He was one of 5 riders, a test rider from each manufacturer, tested here around about a month ago. We had Stefan Bradl on a Honda, we had Matteo Baiocco on an Aprilia, because Lorenzo Savadori was still busy substituting for Jorge Martin. Paul has mentioned on the KTM. Augusto Fernandez was here on board a Yamaha as well, and Michele Perro, of course, doing the testing duties on the Ducati.
Different ball game, Paul said this weekend when those test riders came to Balaton Park. They were in the midst of a Hungarian heat wave. Ambient temperature was not far shy of a baking 40 degrees. Paul was saying track temperature was around 60 degrees. A lot cooler, certainly, throughout this Grand Prix weekend, which isn't a game changer in terms of the grip which will be on offer. Early initial reports are that this Balaton Park circuit, billiard table smooth and offering a lot of grip. We'll see just how the lap times do evolve throughout the course of the weekend. There was a threat of rain potentially to disrupt practice Friday here today, but that has dissipated. Looks like we're going to get a rather cloudy and windy day here close to the spectacular Lake Balaton, which is, as mentioned, one of Europe's, Central Europe's biggest lakes, 250 kilometres all the way around it, apparently 9 kilometres wide at its widest point. The water sport lovers' paradise, Hotel Nesselblight on Lake Balaton, seen surfers, sailors are enjoying their time out on the lake. Not enjoying his first touch with the Balaton Park circuit. I think it's fair to say it was Roy Martin after he had a spectacular technical issue on the factory of Aprilia, and there's problems with him negotiating the tricky turn 12 on that occasion.
You know, a bike that stops well, aren't you, with some of those first and second gear chicanes interrupting the lap. You've got the heavy stops two of turn 1, the right-handed hairpin of turn 5 as well. And Pecco Bagnaia, of course, spoke of having his issues stopping the bike, and also the bike that wasn't particularly accelerating too well. Not a great combination, was it, for Bagnaia? Stopping the bike and also managing the rear tyre on the way out of corners were his big issues. And if you've got those kind of issues, they're going to show up here too. Bagnaia currently still in the pits now, 20th out of our 21.
Yeah, at the back of the field is Brad Binder in 21st place. Tech 3 boss Hervé Poncharal. Is this his last year at the helm of the French-based team? A real stalwart, of course, of the Grand Prix paddock across all classes for so many years. So we're having a little chat with Valentine Peroni, who's certainly catching the eye on board the Tech 3 KTM in Moto 3 right now. There has been all kinds of hot gossip, a big speculation that Hervé Poncharal, behind the scenes, is in the final throes of completing a potential takeover deal by former Haas Formula 1 boss Gunther Steiner. That rumour not going away.
Patrick Morbidelli's gone down for a second time in this session. First time we saw him go down at turn 1. He's in the 4th sector now, so potentially down into turn 15. Have we seen Frankie Morbidelli go down? Let's take a look. This is the right-hander of turn 15. Yeah, the first crash he had earlier in the session was at turn 1. And Frankie Morbidelli's now gone down for a second time.
Yeah, welcome to Balaton Park, Frankie.
Yeah, it is 15.
Certainly not the opening session that he was looking for here today. His airbag has gone off as he now sort of breaks into a bit of a jog to get himself back to pit lane. Turns 1 and turns 15. Clearly seems to be a stopping issue in the hard braking zones this morning for Frankie, because turn 1 and 15, two of the most vicious braking zones around this Balaton Park circuit. So Pecco Bagnaia at the moment is down in 20th place for the 140.369. He's done 15 laps so far this morning, but not even within 2 seconds of his teammate Mark. And Jack's got some observations. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, Davide Tardozzi did say when we spoke to him earlier that he was going to be trying some radical things this morning. That's definitely the case. The Öhlins technician down in the number 63 spider box has been busy this morning, currently swapping the front fork springs on the number 63 as he just try and find any kind of answers, any kind of solution to that front field problem that he's been suffering throughout the entirety of the season so far. So I don't think Bagnaia will be too concerned, given the fact that they are testing some very radical runs to try and find some kind of direction with this GP25 to try and get him back up to his best.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Good spot down in pit lane there, Bagnaia. They will be in the remainder of the season. You almost feel like these final 9 Grand Prix are almost 9 test sessions, really, as far as Bagnaia is concerned, with one eye on a bit of a recovery in 2026, because he's long kissed goodbye to any hopes of winning back the MotoGP World Championship. Only given he's going to hang on to 3rd, actually, overall, because Marco Bezzecchi's recent burst of impressive form, 3 podiums in the last 4 Grand Prix, he really has emerged, hasn't he, as kind of the lead threat, non-Ducati-wise, to Marc Marquez's domination. But there's less than 50 points now covering Bagnaia and his trash-talking buddy in the VR46 Academy, Bezzecchi. So it's not a given. He's got it all on Lewis to hang on to 3rd place.
Yeah, I do wonder from Bagnaia's point of view as a rider who's used to winning World Championships, just how much a battle for 3rd in the World Championship really floats his boat. But I guess the motivation of finishing below his good friend Marco Bezzecchi might just spur him on in the latter stages of this season, because if he does finish behind him, he'll hear about it all winter until we get to Berlin next year.
He'll float his bank account as well. There's a few quid, a few euros in terms of bonuses between 3rd and 4th place in the World Championship. Just ask Enea Bastianini when he got dumped out of the top 3 late on last year. I think it cost him a fair few euros for Enea. Yeah. Bagnaia is just a rider that seems like his confidence is just shook to pieces, almost now starting to doubt himself. You know, this is a rider, let's not forget, who last year won 11 of our 20 Grand Prix, came so close to winning a third successive MotoGP World Championship. But the 28-year-old right now just looks a shadow of the rider that was so utterly brilliant throughout 2022, 23 and 24.
And he's found an unlikely ally, I guess unlikely in some respects, this weekend from his teammate, Marc Marquez, who said yesterday to our Spanish broadcast colleagues at DAZN that Pecco Bagnaia hasn't just become a bad rider overnight. You don't forget how good you are, and Pecco Bagnaia has been one of the very best over the last 4 or 5 years, so you surely feel that if you can find that front feeling again, his time will come again on board a factory Ducati. And Marc Marquez laid it out in quite simple terms yesterday. He says all you have to be losing is 2 or 3 hundredths of a second into every braking zone. That very quickly adds up over the course of the lap. You're 2-3 tenths a lap slower, and over the course of a 28 lap Grand Prix in Austria, in the case of Pecco Bagnaia, that ended up to 12.4 seconds of deficit between himself and his teammate Marc Marquez. We are talking about such fine margins, but if you are having such a fundamental lack of confidence on the front end of a bike as Bagnaia is, it's going to show up everywhere.
Yeah, 8th place last weekend in Austria was his lowest finish in a dry race since he was 9th in Valencia in the last round of 2022, and when he was a rather hesitant 9th place to win the World Championship that year. The first of his 2 world titles. Class is permanent, form is temporary. At the moment, really struggling to find any kind of fast form, isn't he? On top of that 63 red factory Ducati. Let's go back down to Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, just interesting, another little thing on Pecco Bagnaia. One of the Brembo technicians down there just confirming to me that there at the moment, 2 riders are opting for the 355mm brake disc, which of course gathered such fame at Aragon when we all thought that was the answer to Bagnaia's woes. That often we normally see them at the circuits where the hard braking is at its most intense. And at the moment, Bagnaia, and quite interestingly, Fabio Di Giannantonio are the only 2 riders out there to be using the 355 brake disc. However, we did expect that some riders, some teams, may well use them later on this afternoon once they get up to speed and get a better understanding of the circuit. But yeah, interesting that only 2 people out there currently using them, Bagnaia and Di Giannantonio.
Yeah, good spot, Jack, and those 2 Italians, of course, are 2 of the strongest and hardest brakers in MotoGP. They need, it's a necessity, a must, to have that front-end confidence. Of course, it is for every single rider, but that GP25, there's just something in its DNA that's thrown more than a medium-sized curveball away at both Bagnaia and Di Giannantonio. But Di Giannantonio was alluding to yesterday, saying that he still feels like he's suffering for missing so much of pre-season testing. Was breaking that left collarbone when a sort of end of day one wheelie went horribly wrong. That in Sepang ruled him out for the whole of the pre-season. He still feels like he's on the back foot, playing a little bit of catch-up because, of course, it's pre-season test, you're not against the stopwatch, you're just out there lapping, learning, developing that base setup. You really feel like for much of this season, Di Giannantonio has been kind of chasing his tail, not really had the opportunity to properly iron out some of the creases on the GP25.
Yeah, you want to be going to Grand Prix weekends and just plug it in and play it, and immediately have a bike that you know will work, and when you don't, now other riders are just getting themselves up to speed, particularly at a new circuit such as this. You're essentially having to focus on other priorities. As we now take a look at Marco Bezzecchi, who's now into 3rd place. We've currently got the top 6 riders inside the 138, so there's a little bit of confusion here between Bezzecchi and Brad Binder on the last lap. Bezzecchi was just starting a time lap. This was the out lap that he was completing, and Brad Binder tripping over Bezzecchi just as they arrive into the final sector of the lap.
Been very impressed of late with Bezzecchi. That he really has stood up and been counted on that factory Aprilia for the victory at Silverstone, which was a little bit of a present after Fabio Quartararo's ride height device woes. 2nd in Assen, 2nd in Brno, 3rd last time out from pole position in Austria. And as we mentioned at the start of this session, he really is the sort of most potent threat that's not on a Ducati at the moment, to Marc Marquez's domination. They're going to have a real strong lineup on the Winslow Martin. It gets fully back up to racing speed. Back to full confidence. Well, you know that he's going to be on par with Marco Bezzecchi's, and we could see two battery Aprilias right in the hunt for victories in the latter stages of the season. Well, we were expecting big things this weekend from the Red Bull K2 Tech 3 team, and Enea Bastianini looking so good of late in both Brno and in Austria. His best KTM Grand Prix result last weekend, and Portugal, of course, replacing Marek Vignon with experience, second fastest right now. So far, so good, I think, as far as the French team's concerned. Let's get the thoughts. Last weekend, go on, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul Espargaro coming here this weekend. Vico was the only man on the grid with experience of the MotoGP bike at this venue. Second at the moment. Can we start to dream of a surprise result for Paul? No. We are to say can. No, we know for sure it's an advantage, and he's the only one to have experience with a MotoGP bike here. So for P1, he has an advantage, he has a clear gain, but don't worry, this afternoon in Pier, when everyone will have a bit more experience, the gearbox a little bit more settled, everyone will improve the lap time, and the standing will look like normal.
So stepping in for Maverick this weekend, just on his recovery. Sounds like it's going to be a very long one. He said to us last time out, he doesn't feel he'll be 100% fit until probably the start of pre-season next year, which feels like a lifetime away. Over the past week, how has his recovery advanced, and are we likely to see him next time out in Barcelona?
Yeah, we know, as soon as you touch his shoulder is a complex part of the body. So we knew from the beginning that it would take long. It was for him like a challenge to be back in Spielberg. He wanted to show everyone, and particularly we know that Spielberg is special for KTM. He really wanted to be there, but it was obviously too early. We expected some a difficult race, but we knew that there's a lot of right-hand side corners, and this is probably not the more difficult for him, but we knew already from the beginning that anyway, Marathon Park would be tricky. He tried in Spielberg, he wanted to see what was the condition. Now we know a little bit more, and we hope for Barcelona.
Of course, on the other side of the box, another great weekend for Enea. A real turning point in Brno, was able to back it up in Austria. Is it fair to say that the beast is back?
Well, yeah, we hope. It was really important to be there in Spielberg. Something happened in Brno, and we were wondering if it would be just a spark or just the beginning of something else. And it was really important to be there in Spielberg, and he did the second super good race, the best result of the season. Spielberg, so okay, Enea is back, he's in good shape, and this is the good news for us.
Absolutely, great news for everyone at home as well. Nico, have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Tech 3 boss Nico Goya. 7th in the sprint, 5th in the Grand Prix, first time all season that Bastianini has scored points in both events on the same Grand Prix weekend. Pedro Acosta is trying to stop FP1 being the Marc Marquez show, although right on cue as we ride on board with Marc, although that's gone wrong and the braking is only the turn one. We are our first 137 of the weekend here in Hungary, and of course, I couldn't have gone to anybody else but the number 93, 137.956, and he's 6/10 clear of the pack. Well, that grabbed his attention.
Yeah, it's something to keep an eye on as well at the start of the sprint tomorrow afternoon. Of course, with quite a long run into a very slow hairpin. Wouldn't be surprised to see one or two end up in tears down there. Alex Marquez moves up into 4th place. It's now Marc Marquez, Acosta, Marini, Alex Marquez, Ducati, KTM, Honda, Ducati inside the top 4, and Jack Appleyard informs us that the lap time of a 1:38.6 of Luca Marini is set for 3rd place. What's set on that brand new chassis? Luca likes it.
Marines had his 3 weeks fix this morning. Other top practice products are available. We should point out, but yeah, 1:38.660 from Marini. Excellent job, that bodes well. That's some updates, some tech updates that are starting to filter out of HRCR. They're starting to make some solid progress. There was some new aero that was floating around in Austria last time around. Some electronics updates as well. Joan Mir, of course, we haven't mentioned Mir, because at the moment he's sort of down in 17th place in the standings. Nothing too flash from the Spaniards so far this morning in Hungary. but credit where credit's due after all of his rotten luck in recent weeks. Joan Mir, for just the second time on the factory Honda, was inside the top 6. 47 starts Spielberg was on the factory Honda for the 27-year-old Spaniard. Second top 6 is first since India in 2023. Top job by Mir, that was.
Second breaking zone, we saw Marc Marquez get wrong there as we were riding a ball with him. 15 also, we saw him skating wide. Here's another look at it. Third bike in your picture behind Fabio Gianantonio. And Marc Marquez decides it wasn't worth tipping into there. And just goes straight across the shortcut. I feel like we're going to see a little bit of that this weekend. We're going to see long lap penalties for riders taking shortcuts and not losing times. We're going to see all sorts of toing and throwing across those tight chicanes as they jockey for position. This is going to be one of those circuits where you are going to want to qualify very well. Of course, it's the case all the time in MotoGP. Is now Pedro Acosta shortcuts a chicane. That's down at turns 9 and 10. But if you find yourself in the middle of the pack or backwards, not only are you potentially in the danger zone down to turn 1, but you're going to find it so difficult around a circuit such as this to pick your way through.
Mark, that is, headed back down on the bubble once again. Strong first sector from the 93. Bit of a late flurry coming in once again from Pol Espargaro. The Spaniard's out in fresh from, as you can see, new soft front, new medium rear tyre for the ex-Moto2 world champion. It's Frankie Morbidelli. Well, this is all just about finding some confidence back here in Ballas on a bit of a punishing start to his Hungarian Grand Prix experience of Frankie. He takes the checker flag, best he can hope for a 7th. 19 laps Morbidelli is completing, which is not bad when you consider he was on the floor twice in that session. Pol Espargaro then with that fresh Michelin rubber does indeed make a big leap forward. He found a 138.233, which pushes him up from 5th to 2nd.
Jack Miller's weekend has gone even worse, I'm afraid, after some rather forthright comments yesterday, and not a happy Jack. Unfortunately now his free practice 1 session ends with the bike on its side. He's gone down into 12, which is the first gear chicane. It's a left-hander into 12 at the end of that short squad out of 11, and Jack Miller has probably gone down. Will be a relatively slow accident, but still another kick to the confidence.
Yeah, he's got a lot on his plate right now, hasn't he, Miller? A lot on his plate, trying to focus on how to get competitive and strong on an Aprilia, which is, and on a Yamaha, which is clearly underperforming right now, tipping up into 12, and then with all of the distraction what's going on behind the scenes for Miller, so much uncertainty, so much doubt about his MotoGP future. They got a naked Weisner in one there, fairing torn off the left-hand side of the bike. Yeah, he's got options, as he mentioned, in superbikes. I don't think that's his preferred pick. Honda are making a big play for Miller. There's a rather lucrative multi-year contract on the table for the Aussie to switch over to World Superbikes. But as he has repeatedly told the media here in MotoGP, he feels like there's unfinished business. He doesn't feel like his career in MotoGP has run its course. Of course, close, speedy eyes on what Yamaha will decide to do. As Jack mentioned earlier to Paolo Convecchio, Diogo Moreira, the Brazilian star, the title contender in Moto2. No official confirmation as yet filtered out of LCR Honda, but it is all pointing to 99.99% certain that Moreira will be slotting in alongside Johann Zarco in 2026. Which is an exciting prospect for all of us. In particular, our Brazilian fans, of course, the Brazilian rider in MotoGP as we head back to Brazil for round 2 in 2026. A rather exciting prospect ahead.
Well, KTM will be pleased with their morning's work, won't they? With 2nd and 3rd, of course, Pol Espargaro with a day of testing and some fresh tyres at the end. So I can understand why he vaulted up into 2nd place. But as you saw there on screen, Pedro Acosta did not go across to fresh rubber at the end of that session, did the entire 21 laps on a single set of tyres. And was still able to lap in the mid-38s and put himself up in 3rd place. Marc Marquez a quarter of a second clear of the field. The only Ducati rider in the top 4, and the only Ducati GP25 in the top 11 this morning.
Yeah, quarter of a second clear of the field, with a little bit of a caveat as well that Pol Espargaro was out on fresh rubber at the end of the session. So half a second and his 6/10 clear of Pedro Acosta, who didn't go on fresh Michelin tyres. Marc Marquez expected to be strong straight out of the gate this morning, having been here on a production bike in the summer break. He does expect as well the field to chase him down a little bit for the remainder of the weekend, but it's, you feel, once again, yet another statement start to a Grand Prix weekend for Marc Marquez, who's made a habit of winning at tracks we visited for the first time in his MotoGP career. He's previously won our first MotoGP battles in Austin, of course, back in 2013 when he broke Freddie Spencer's record as the youngest ever winner in Premier Class history. He then was victorious in our first visit to Termas the Rio Honda in 2014, and he was also victorious on our first visit to Buriram in Thailand in 2018. So he's got previous for winning on our first visits to new tracks.
And having scratched perhaps the biggest itch that he still had left in MotoGP by winning at the Red Bull Ring, he's a step closer to completing the full set of our 2025 calendar of circuits. If he can win this weekend, then the only remaining circuits on the 2025 calendar that Marc Marquez is about to win on will be Mandalika and Portimao, which of course are still to come this season. Yeah, Hungary, of course, anti-clockwise in layouts, which plays to the strengths of Marc Marquez's dirt. That track background, he just loves left-handers. 33 of his 71 MotoGP successes have come on anti-clockwise circuits. Almost a 50% winning rate around anti-clockwise tracks. It just shows what a formidable challenge he will pose here this weekend. The only rider in the 37s in that session. 12 laps at the end of it on the soft front tyre. So a decent amount of work completed by the 93. That's been a sight we've seen so often in 2025. 93 leading 73. Alex was fifth fastest at the end of that session. Almost 3/4 of a second behind Mark. We didn't see much of Alex in that session, but he's had what he called a normal weekend this weekend to get himself back at the level we've seen him at so much of this season. Of course, the injury that he carried over from the crash in Assen certainly wasn't 100% when he returned at the Saxony, even if he did take a fine second place in the end. And then, of course, he's had accidents and penalties since then. So Alex Marquez looking to get back to some sort of normality here. Espargaro would have already done a few practice starts at the test he conducted a few weeks ago. He dialed in the clutch settings, dialed in the launch control. And that shows that he's done a practice start previously here in Hungary because he absolutely nailed it. It's a very, very short run to the first corner. And then the circuit does really tighten up turn 1 and turn 2. It's a real bottleneck pinch point going into turn 2. We saw all the drama there, didn't we, in one of the World Superbike encounters last month when Thor and Andre, he went full skittles on 6 or 7 riders in that second corner. Beautiful, beautiful launch away from the grid by 93 Marc Marquez. That's how you do it. Lovely work by the number 93. Morbidelli did at least recover some confidence, which would have drained out of him. After 2 crashes in that session, he was on the deck at turn 1 and latterly at turn 15. Pecco Bagnaia getting his practice start absolutely right that time around. Of course, the start triggered all of the misery on Saturday afternoon in Spielberg last weekend when he went left rather than forward, straight into the path of a whole group of riders. Let's have a look. I did see some smoke being kicked up. I think it was as his boot came across the ground. In fact, it's as the front tyre then makes contact with the track once again. Just a little bit of top of smoke, nothing that Pecco Bagnaia or anyone supporting him should be particularly concerned about. Jorge Martin then about to dump the clutch on the factory Aprilia. Just going through what is a rather stressful routine to get these MotoGP bikes into a start mode. Once he was finally engaged and all systems go, it was a very good launch away from the line by the number 1 who had his early issues in that session. A very public failure for the RSGP, the first of 2 in that FP1 here in Hungary for the Nuali factory. There was a bit of a fireball issue as far as Raul Fernandez is concerned. It's going to be a busy lunch break, we feel, for the factory Aprilia engineers as they work through the data and work through a couple of broken down Aprilias to find out exactly what went wrong this morning. Yeah, some fresh engines in their other bikes, which certainly will be a relief to Jorge and to Raul. Here is Raul Fernandez, just in the back of the picture on the 25 as we sit on board once again with Marc Marquez, looking from pole position where many are expecting him to be starting from.
Yeah, he always just loves. It's almost like it's a psychological warfare thing, isn't it? For Mark, he just always slots himself on pole position. Alex pings the Rosini Ducati away. Just gives indication, doesn't it? There, it's just how short the run from the start line is from the front row of the grid down to that braking zone for turn one. What is it? 4 or 5 seconds from launch to
300 meters
braking.
or so.
Very, very, very short. Let's just hope that all riders in the sprint and the Grand Prix and both the Moto 3 and Moto 2 get through safely there. Another good start from Bagnaia. Brilliant start by the 54 of Aldeguer. Had the rookie gun. He was 9th fastest at the exact same lap time as Nea Bastianini, who's alongside him there in the braking zone for the first corner. The Beast takes 8th though, courtesy of the fact that his next best lap in that session was quicker than Aldeguer's.
This time Mir, who was down in 19th place, put in 23 laps, fastest of them at 39.6.
Yeah, his lunch break is going to be give me the Marini chassis, please.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'll have that one, thank you very much. Because Luca Marini on that new Honda chassis, that made a right fist of it. Fair play. A 138.660 from the Italian. Paolo Bonora. A pretty boss looks on. It's Fabio Quartararo. A bit of a rolling stoppy on that factory Yamaha. Get some tension in the brakes. Drops down a rear ride height device, which has caused all kinds of issues for Fabio Quartararo and other Yamaha riders in 2025. All gas. Brilliant launch. Look at that front wheel. It barely lifted off the ground, did it? From that factory Yamaha. And just look how quickly he's already braking, what, 3 or 4 seconds later. These MotoGP bikes, from 0 to 100 kilometers an hour, they're missiles off the start line. They accelerate quicker than Formula 1 cars. Power to weight ratio on MotoGP bikes these days is just mind-blowing.
Sharp contrast to our next MotoGP stop in a couple of weeks' time, the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya, where we have the longest run down to turn one of any Grand Prix on the calendar. Yeah, 150 metre board immediately in your face, so you're talking around a 300 metre run from the front row of the grid down to turn one.
I think it was Tranmere who said yesterday in the press conference when 3 riders, Bez, Aldeguer and Mir were asked about their first impressions of Balaton Park and sort of the perils of the tricky first sector, turns 1 and turns 2. Mir said 2 weeks time in Catalonia we're going to be hurtling into turn 1 at over 250 kilometres an hour. We won't need to remind Nea Bastianini about dramas at turn 1 in Barcelona because he instigated some right old chaos a couple of years ago. A turn 1 which had its drama, and then a turn 2 where we saw Pecco Bagnaia, the monster high side where he was then clipped by Brad Binder. That was a horrible start, wasn't it, in turns 1 and 2 that day at the circuit, the Barcelona Catalunya. Not a horrible start though to the 2025 Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary. As far as Pol Espargaro is concerned, he's put all of that testing experience here to very good use. Pole second fastest on fresh rubber, but nevertheless you're still going to get out there and produce a lap time, and he did. Second fastest this morning behind Mark.
So an experimental morning session for Pecco Bagnaia. So perhaps don't get too concerned and press the panic button for Pecco just yet. Seeing him in 15th place. This afternoon's 1-hour practice session, so crucial for so many reasons. Perhaps up to speed now, familiar with the layout of this Balaton Park circuit, but of course, already by the time they're back on track this afternoon, they're already going to be thinking about qualifying and getting themselves into the top 10. Because all the circuits that you don't want to be outside of qualifying to, this will be pretty high up the top of the list, given how difficult we're expecting it to be to overtake it.
There's 6th fastest, 138.731 from him. Which means, once again, he does lead the Aprilia charge. Jack Miller, ready for the thoughts of the Aussie right now. A late crash at turn 12, finishes that session in P13. Trying to sort of block out all the sort of noise around his future off track at the moment. But once again, as we've said so often, Marc Marquez in charge in MotoGP. Looking for a 7th successive Grand Prix success. Looking for a magnificent 7 successive double victories. Made the perfect start here at the new Balaton Park circuit. He leads the way with a 137.956. The only one of 21 riders starting this Hungarian Grand Prix that found a lap in the 37s in our opening 45-minute session. Practice, of course, this afternoon over the full 60 minutes will determine who will be our 10 riders going directly through to Q2 tomorrow. Sprint action will be at 3 p.m. local time tomorrow, over 13 laps. But it's Marc Marquez who draws first blood in Balaton.
The only rider in the 137th this morning was the World Championship leader, quarter of a second clear of KTM stand-in Paul Espargaro, the Tech 3 rider outpacing the factory rider Pedro Acosta. 2 and 3 for the RT16s. Luca Marini on the new Honda chassis 4th, Alex Marquez, Marco Bezzecchi, and Frankie Morbidelli, who fell twice, and Mayor Bastianini 8th ahead of Fabio Albuquerque, and Jorge Martin, who was one of 2 Aprilia riders to see their bikes go pop this morning. The other Ralph Fernandez in 16th place, just behind Paco Bagnaia.
Perfect start then to round 14 for Marc Marquez, already 142 points clear in the World Championship. He's already doing the maths about when he could potentially have his first match point to wrap up this year's championship. It looked like it was plain sailing, didn't it, as far as Marc was concerned. I did the whole session on the same combination, soft front, medium rear tyre. Lap 20 was when he found the 137, which put him top of the pile.
Paul Espargaro managed to cut the gap to a quarter of a second at the end of the session. Of course, arriving here with a day's testing on a KTM to his name. He put fresh tyres in at the end.
2 KTMs inside the top 3. Pedro Acosta, his best work, a 138.526, just like Marc Marquez. That same tactic, spent the whole session on the soft front, medium rear tyre.
And Luca Marini in 4th place. We also saw fresh rubber from him right at the end of the session. As you can see on run 2, he was already in the 38 by the end of run 2. Those new tyres, though, at least got him down to a 38.6 and P4.
Who was hot in our sectors around this short Balaton circuit? Marc Marquez holding sway in sector 1. Pedro Acosta, only rider with a 10th. Had Marc in the first split.
KTM featuring in all 4 sectors and topping sector 2 courtesy of Acosta.
Marquez strong as well in sector 3, nearly a 10 clear of Espargaro.
And Marc Marquez with 0.2 of a second in his pocket in the final sector, which includes that final run to the line. Pedro Acosta and Alex Marquez, the only riders close to him through there.
That's how we have had to wait 33 long years. The Hungarian fans have had to wait over 3 decades for their first taste of MotoGP action here at the new Balaton Park circuit, and he has gone true to form so far in 2025. It's Marc Marquez that leads the way going into practice this afternoon. Hungary for more success.
We've already had the opening 3 sessions of the weekend for Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP, but now it's time for the pointy end of Friday in practice. The top 14 riders in this afternoon's Moto3 and Moto2 sessions will be looking to try and get in to Q2. It's the top 10 in MotoGP, and it's all coming next from Balaton Park.
Round 14 is underway at the all-new Balaton Park circuit in Hungary, an hour away from Budapest, the largest lake in Central Europe, this summer holiday hotspot full of extra visitors this weekend. 33 years later, the Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary is back with a bang at Balaton Park. This morning, it was all about just learning this track and trying to get to grips with all of its intricacies. This afternoon, as they push on, will mistakes become more frequent on what is a largely unforgiving layout? We won't have to wait long for the answers. Practice coming up very, very soon. This morning was all about learning and adapting. This afternoon will be more of the same, but with an added urgency to get a lap time banked, and we have seen before in 2025 just how crucial that is. You're in the company of Pico Giles and Elliot York here up in commentary, and we'll be taking you through this afternoon's Moto3 practice session very, very soon. But first, a quick look back at free practice 1, and it was Guido Pini who took top slots by just under 0.3 of a second over Dennis Foggia to lead an Italian 1-2. Last weekend's winner, Angel Piqueras, he was there in third, Munoz fourth, ahead of Adrian Fernandez, completing your top 5. A lot of big names further down the order. Ryusei Yamanaka and Tayo Furusato, 14th and 15th for the Japanese pairing. The 72 of Furusato, a faller in FP1. A championship leader Jose Antonio Rueda only 12th, but expecting to come good this afternoon. And there's an array of riders on the third page, all chasing Guido Pini into practice coming up very soon. And you do join us live trackside, myself, Pico Giles, Elliot York, next to me here. This is the Balaton Park circuit. We had our first look at it this morning, Gal. I know you went out and had a look around at MotoGP as well. I went out for Moto E. Moto3 were on air. Moto2 we had a sandwich for lunch. So, in all, first impressions here of Balaton Park.
Different, I would use to describe Balaton Park. Good afternoon to everyone. Blue skies here, which is good to see in this part of the world. Yeah, different, tight, tricky. There's one section in particular that I like. It's the coming out of 6 and the flicks right through 7 and 8. Probably the fastest part of the circuit in terms of corners anyway, and coming out to 14 is quite pleasing on the eye as well. But lots of tricky corners. Turn 1 and 2 is very tight, then it opens up a little bit through 3 and 4. Turn 5 has caught a couple of the riders out. Turn 9 has as well, and turn 15 has been a problem area for crashes and running on as well. Ariarte crashed there, the first crash of the day down there at turn 15 earlier on. So there's definitely some good sections of this track, but as we expected coming into the weekend, it's very tight and technical and tricky to negotiate. But so far, it's been an interesting watch, and I think it's going to get even more interesting this afternoon.
Let's get this out of the way at the top of the programme. Yellow flags here at Balaton Park. We saw before in World SBK when World Superbike was here that crashing in the chicane, it throws a load of gravel all over the track and has sometimes actually necessitated red flags to clear it up. We've seen it at various tracks before as well. Think back for us in Jerez. But this session actually matters in terms of the top 14 moving through to Q2. Yellow flags, you are going to need to get those lap times in early and without any potential cancellations. The yellow flags are going to be out for incidents, but they might be out just that little bit longer if it takes a little bit too long to tidy up.
Yeah, the good thing is track temperatures are rising because the sun is out, and obviously there's been a rubber laid down now from Moto E, Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP, and another Moto E session. So plenty of rubber out there. So it's going to be a little bit grippier for the Moto3 riders in this practice session where the times do count, of course, but they are going to be pushing on, especially later on into the session, and that's when mistakes can be made. And as you say, Pico, we're going to, I think, see plenty of riders running wide, flirting with the limits of the braking zones as well, just to see where and how late they can go into some of these tight corners, heavy braking zones all the way around this 4.05 kilometre long layout. So yeah, yellow flags are always something to watch out for at the end of practice and throughout the session, but do feel more so here where the riders are much less experienced than pretty much everywhere else.
green light is on. That means that this session is underway, I should say, and you can probably tell by our camera guy down at turn 1. It's very windy out there. This place is very flat. I was speaking to a few riders yesterday in the paddock, and because it's so flat, there's not really anywhere for the wind to get trapped, so it blows right away across the Balaton Park circuit. In comparison, there's not really a hill to trap any wind. Now, this can be a problem, particularly down into these chicanes. We've seen them already cause a few problems, breaking, people running in deep across the gravel, etc., etc. Also, blowing across turns 6, 7, 8, they are fast, and they really do carry a lot of corner speed. Get a bit of wind under your front tyre through there, makes a big old off, and you've got to be very, very careful. So the wind, you can see gusting around down in towards turn 15. That's going to be a major factor. And the other thing is this track is grippy. I think it was Paul Espargaro who said it was up towards 70-degree track temperature when he did the test. We're not expecting that today, but even in high temperature, this place has grip.
Yeah, and the thing about the wind is as well, it's not a consistent wind. It's gusts of wind, so it's not like it's blowing 20 kilometres an hour in one direction consistently. It's different gusts of winds in different directions. Walking through the paddock, that's what it seems like. Anyway, it's not a consistent wind, so they've just got to be careful with that, and it is pushing them down into this turn 1, unless it's changed direction since we've been in this commentary box for the last 10 or so minutes. Time for Assato with a crasher down at turn 1 earlier on today. He's got some making up to do. He had a decent session, improved late on to jump inside, well, the top 15 in P15, but yeah, for Assato was one of the, well, there's been quite a few crashes already so far throughout the classes. It's a sort of crash at Montecarras had a decent session. This is Pironi as well, your pole sitter last time out. So I think the times are going to drop somewhat in this session, people. Obviously, going to be pushing on towards the end, but also a lot of confidence gained. They've looked at the data and done some homework, and yeah, I think we're going to be dropping below the 147 bracket with sort of the Pini set. 147.070 is the reference so far. So what's up? I think we will be into the 146 relatively.
I think the 46 is minimum. I think 45's for tomorrow for sure. We're in that qualifying shootout. We're having a look at Casey Gorman from Port Louise in Ireland here. Oh, we've already got yellow flags in Sector 2 and 3, so more on Casey O'Gorman in just a while. But this was the kind of problem that we were speaking about, Ellie. Now, oh, Joe Kelso it is as well. So Kelso has gone down. It's at the chicane before the hairpin at turn 11, and look at the amount of rocks that has thrown out all over the place. Now that is off the racing line and off the track itself, but this is going to be the front end folded down in towards turn 9, let the brakes off, and it goes early.
Does go very early. Kelso pushing on there in these early exchanges, and we did say at the top of the session turn 9 was a problem area. We saw plenty of riders running on into that corner earlier on this morning in all classes, and Kelso unfortunately is the first crasher of this session in practice. He's all okay, the bike looks relatively okay as well, but that did collect a lot of gravel. We know the gravel traps, especially with Martin's engine blow up or problem with his Aprilia in MotoGP. As soon as he got to the gravel trap, he basically stopped the bike, and the bike was actually able to sit upright without any aids or assistance in the gravel. They are deep gravel here, so you're not going to travel far in the gravel, as we've just seen with Kelso, but it is going to collect a lot, and potentially, as you said earlier, throw some stones.
Kelso was sick this morning, but last time out 11th back here at Austria. Didn't start, of course, in Brno. The last couple of rounds have been very tricky for Joe Kelso, and he's dropped down the championship order as a result of that. This weekend, he'll be hoping that despite this crash on Friday afternoon, that he's actually back to some kind of competitivity and up towards that podium fight.
Yeah, he did say that he was struggling, well, and Sandro Tonucci, the team manager, said he was struggling with his foot injury that he picked up in the Czech Republic, before he was qualifying in the race over at Brno before the summer break. He was having a little bit of pain still in that right, but which was causing some aggro for Kelso, and Tonucci after the race on Sunday was quite open, honest, a little bit harsh, maybe, some might say, towards Kelso. He was saying they're a bit disappointed with Kelso's race. I mean, he still thinks of figures, but that problem emerged in practice, so they were expecting that. But in the early exchanges, Tonucci was saying that they did expect more aggression, more incisiveness, and then they were expecting Kelso to potentially dropped out of that fight towards the end with the pain and with the potential lack of fitness as well with the injury that he picked up. But Tanucci wasn't mincing his words, he never really does to Alessandro Tanucci, to be fair, down at the level of MTA, and he was quite clear in his disappointment with Kelso's lack of aggression and mixing it with the front group and the podium group and just not really making any overtakes. So yes, Tanucci always open and honest, which is what we like it. We don't sometimes happy to hear the PR answers, but also it's nice to hear.
No, we're not.
It's sometimes also nice to hear team managers like Paolo Simoncelli, of course, as well, in his blogs, being open and honest and sometimes critical of their riders. It's good for us to get a bit of insight into that, and Tanucci certainly wasn't best pleased with Kelso's performance.
Gives us something to analyse. If we wanted to analyse a robot, we definitely wouldn't be in MotoGP. That's for sure. We need characters and personalities, and I think the overwhelming kind of feeling down from Tanucci to Kelso was must do better. And Kelso has definitely come to Hungary with a point to prove, and he will be looking to try and get his title challenge, or at least a top 3 overall in the title, back on track. We're looking at the Nick Ramone Dynovolt Intact GP machines. They work their way through turns 9 and 10 and up towards the hairpin and the long lap penalty loop at turn 11. Munoz is harassing Guido Pini at the moment. Munoz is P1, Pini is P3. They've got Scott Ogden up ahead of them on track. Ogden is down in 20th, but is on course to improve as they get down towards the penultimate chicane. We pick up Valentin Peroni, who looks like he's going to go something off his slip from Fernandez as well, coming to the line. So Peroni does indeed move up, but only to P2 at 47.5. So straight down to some kind of representative lap time already, as Casey O'Gorman also looking up the inside of Fernandez to get the job done. We said we'd speak about Casey O'Gorman, so let's do just that. O'Gorman very close to getting through to Q2 last week in Austria, both here in practice and then again in the qualifying session itself. O'Gorman has got some serious potential.
Yeah, really has. He showed that over in Austria. Just obviously a circuit he knows on the Honda that he rides in the Junior GP paddock, so it wasn't like he was jumping on a different motorcycle, but of course different setup, and probably different sort of spec that he's used to in Junior GP as well. And it was really impressive to see O'Gorman mixing it up inside the top 20. That's close between Munoz and Ogden on the exit of turn 4, I believe that was, heading on to the back straight. Yeah, O'Gorman, I think pretty much everyone was impressed by just how quickly he looked at home, put it simply, and Marco Grano was speaking to him in qualifying one, the team manager down at 658, and he was equally impressed with how just quickly O'Gorman landed, adapted, and was challenging for both the top 14 on a Friday and for Q2 on Saturday as well. And coming to a new track, I think O'Gorman, sitting P15 at the moment in time, is a real contender to get inside that top 14 Saturday.
It's a neutral venue, so there's no previous reference points. Just on that, of course, if you're wondering why Casey O'Gorman is here, he's replacing Luca Lanetta. We've got a couple of other replacements as well. Arvi Aditamo is in for the absent Tachicorn Buazri. And further down the field, we have a new rider at M-Lab. Well, not a new one as such, it's more of a returnee. Leonardo Bruxo in for Vicente Perez. And, of course, level up MTA without Matteo Battaglia. Still, as the Italian recovers from his injuries sustained in an off-track incident in the first part of the year, and he's replaced by Marcos Uriarte, who was originally that is all the housekeeping done thus far. It's going to get the 94 and 64 cross line. Pini goes P1 briefly, but it's Munoz again who moves the time, and our first sub 47 for Max Kielers. He was only 10 this morning, but Kielers goes across the line. It's a 46.821 for the number 28, so we have our fastest lap of the weekend, but there's no real need to shout about it. It is only going to get quicker from this moment on.
Yeah, try not to say a new all-time lap record from Max Kielers.
Oh,
We're going to be saying that a lot throughout the weekend as he just gets turn 4 slightly wrong there on the number 28. Phil, the team anyway, felt hard done by. He gets it very wrong.
And look
on
at all the
exit.
rocks.
Exactly, yeah. I think he was looking behind and saw his teammate trying to get out of the way and then just ran out of road there, Kielers. So he managed to keep it upright, which is good news, but got some dirty tyres now, so that's going to take a good lap to try and clean that. But he's got a decent lap in so far. Are we going to get towards the 145 towards the end of the session? I reckon we will be doing so. Here's a replay of what we just saw, just out on the curb, which is slightly wider than I think what most riders have been taking so far. Then gets on the power, and
Just get suckered in a little bit
yeah,
there, doesn't he?
just couldn't try and get his weight on the left-hand side of the bike in time to keep it out of the gravel.
Oh,
Yeah, very
tell you what. Oh, he really got away with one there. That front end went in the gravel. It's a very deep gravel track really. I've got to say that Max Kilos pulls a little wheelie as well, so he's happy with that one.
good. No worries for Maximo Quiles. He'll firmly put that out of his mind. He knows now not to run that wide through turn 4, and he'll be on his way, all alone now on the circuit as well. He had teammate Dennis Foggia behind him, who's up inside the top 4 in these early exchanges. Some lap times come in, Marcus Ariati and Ricky Rossi jumping up inside that top 14.
Kilos, Munoz, Pini, Foggia at the moment, so it's 2 by 2 in the top 4. Peroni, Piqueras, Almanza, Carpe, Rueda and Ralston, your top 10. Carraro, Uriarte, Ricardo Rossi and Adrian Fernandez, who is in the pit lane in 14th place. Adrian Fernandez actually had a small tip up earlier, but we didn't see anything of it. Obviously he was all okay. It must have been one of those brief yellow flags that we got earlier on this morning. But Adrian Fernandez, of course, massively important around this to try and get back in towards that podium fight. So we work our way through the chicane. This is Angel Piqueras coming down in towards turn 11, I think that is. Piqueras, very, very strong last time out. Thoroughly deserving race winner. Back at the Red Bull Ring, he was really, really strong. Very, very good strategy right the way through the race as well. This morning, P3, solid again. So the second half, the second stint of this 2025 season, Piqueras has definitely come out fighting, let's say. Yellow flag, sectors 2 and 3. I wonder if that's another one over at turns 9 and 10. That's more or less where the sector point changes, and you can see on your screen it is at sector 2 and 3 in turns 9 and 10, and I thought it was a grey spot that had stopped, and that is because David Munoz has gone down at the chicane, and let's see if he was pushed or if he jumped. Hopefully it was all on his own, but you never know with the number 64. Cross the line, Rueda goes 4. 47.484, that's quicker than what he was able to do this morning, and he makes it down in towards turn 1. That's our, one of the first crashes of the session. David Munoz beats Peter at the moment.
Yeah, intrigued to see what happened there down at turn 9. I imagine it's something similar to what we saw Kelso do a few moments ago. A simple front end washout. We saw the left-hand side of the bike with scratches on it. I think this is Munoz. It is looking back at Scott Ogden. That's through turn 8. This is the braking zone into turn 9. Tipped it in. And indeed, the front end says no more and collects a little bits of gravel, does a little bit of a barrel roll. Munoz, though, is all okay. The bike doesn't seem too damaged either, so just finding the limits there down at turn 9. 2 riders down there already. Definitely one of the trickier parts, if not the trickiest so far, here at the front.
Normally it's a better idea, the onboard camera on the front.
Yeah, we don't normally have, well, we don't have any onboard cameras on the front end of these Moto 3 bikes. Unfortunately, it would be nice to have a little onboard lap on a Moto 3 bike. We were on board with Piqueras, looking at his body language when he was negotiating through turn 9, 10. And 11, there he is going through your picture. This is Jacob Ralston, who is up inside the top 10 so far. Good stuff from the Aussie, who has this year been struggling with that front end, especially when the last sort of part of the corner. Braking upright is okay, but it's now when you really need to attack the corner on that front end with more lean angle where Ralston has just been struggling so far this year, and he's not been costing a chance to be fighting on the podium and in and around that top 5. But he's scored plenty of points so far. Ralston this year is on a decent run of point scores, but he'll be hoping to rectify that issue on that front end and try and jump onto that podium sooner rather than later.
Points in the last 5 GPs, but since that DNF at Aragon, just 2 top 10, so you feel like Jacob Wilson, a bit like Adrian Fernandez really, just really could do with getting a good solid result, and where better to do it than somewhere where it's a real level playing field, just like here at Balaton Park.
Yeah, and I think it's just that last little bit of confidence that you need, isn't it, to be really competitive in Moto 3, I mean in motorcycle racing in general, especially on the front end. We've seen Pecco Bagnaia, great example in MotoGP, just missing that extra little spark on that front end, and we've seen with Pecco the results that he's not been able to achieve compared to years gone by. And when you've got the likes of Quiles, Munoz, Rueda, all looking so strong wherever you go. If you're just missing that tenth or two where you need it most around some of the corners on each of the circuits, that can build up to a half second to a second lost, and you're not going to be able to strengthen the podium from there. But Ralston going well so far this weekend, hopefully for the Australian and his fans back down under, of course, back in Australia. Looking forward to going to Phillip Island in a couple of months' time. It'll come around very quickly, won't it, now in the second half of this season. Hopefully for Ralston's sake, we'll just find that missing link.
Yes, we can't wait to get down to Phillip Island either. And, shame it's at the end of October. Could be better if we went there with Superbikes go, because that's their summer down there. But nonetheless, Jacob Ralston and also John Kelso, the two Australians, looking to try and put on a show. Yellow flags down in sector 4. Oh, Angel Piqueras and the marshals are just coming to his aid as well. Now he's got that going on his own accord, so he didn't have to throw his leg over it and then get it going again. But that is a big problem down at turn 15. The yellow flags withdrawn, and Angel Piqueras is on his way. His teammate on his way to the line. But you say Yamanaka, that's only 19th for him. Yamanaka's been on the front row. And Austria, he was there, and likewise, where else he was on the front row? Am I thinking back? Yes, pole in Qatar is where he was. Also a front row in Argentina. So, 3 front rows in 2025 for Ryusei Yamanaka. And last time out, he converted it. P2, a Korean best P2. That first win still eluded him. Kilo's quicker by half a tenth of a second, and moves those goalposts just one more time.
Looking good as Kilos then. Work to do for Yamanaka and work to do potentially for Piqueras and his team down there as well. Turn 15, a problem area again, like turn 9. We've seen plenty of crashes down there. We're going to get a replay. Yes, we are. Here he is on the 36, the Austrian GP winner. Just tips it in. That goes early as well, doesn't it? We didn't barely got round to the corner. We saw Uriarte crash there in different circumstances. Uriarte hit the curve on the inside and fell, but this is completely different. Just went very early there.
And if you look at the way the dust starts blowing, it starts blowing back across towards the inside of the corner. So I just wonder if a little bit of wind has just picked up down towards turn 15 there and caught Angel Piqueras out. Look how long he's on. Normally, at this point, we've come in with something about what a save. Unfortunately for Angel Piqueras, even he cannot save this, but he's not stopped believing there, has he? Look at that. I tell you what, if he did save it from this point on, I think we'd have it done in AI. I still wouldn't believe it, but unfortunately for Angel Piqueras, no such luck in practice this afternoon in Hungary.
He gave it a good go, didn't he? But there was no real saving that. Going quite quick into the entry to turn 15, the front end washed away pretty early doors as well, caught him by surprise, the Spaniard, who has competition in save of the year in Moto 3 anyway, well, in Grand Prix this year. Full stop. Piqueras' final corner save in Austin, I believe was the final corner. This is him coming back to the box in a hurry, understandably so, because that might potentially some fixing, but Valentin Peroni save definitely rivals and potentially surpasses Piqueras'. That's what we saw Peroni do in we don't want to take a wallet, and we don't have a wallet. FP2 on Saturday was one.
Well, get in touch, let us know what was your favourite. Angel Piqueras back at Kota, Valentin Peroni just a week ago in Austria. Kilos is another one who's parked it for the time being. Quite a lot of riders now just taking a pause before it is all laid out on the line to see who will move through. Let's give you a rundown of the order then. Kilos, Munoz, Peroni, Pini, and Jose Antonio away to the highest. He's been all weekend at the moment up inside the top 5. Foggia, Piqueras, who's just crashed, Almanza, Carpe, and Carraro, your top 10. Very good stuff indeed from Nicola Carraro. Ralston, Adrian Fernandez, Furasato, and Marcos Uriarte would be your 14 riders who are moving through. O'Gorman is so close again, yet so far. He's actually tied on times for that 14th place, but that'll be him one place though, courtesy of his second fastest lap being slower than Marcus Uriarte's. Then you've got Ricardo Rossi in 16th place, 17th for O'Shea, Moodley, Detfield, Kelso who crashed in 20th, Ogden only 21st, Nepa, Buchanan, Yamanaka now down in 24th, but we're going to get him to the line now. Where does this put him back up into 19th? I think he had a lap time cancelled just a lap ago. And then it's Abruzzo and Arbi Aditama, your 26 rider field. But the front 14 are the ones moving through at the moment.
There's a slow-mo of Rishi Yamanaka coming through one of the chicanes, and that is some serious front-end shaft there
Wow.
from the Japanese rider. He's done well to keep that upright, so we saw his teammate Vaqueras go down at turn 50 a couple of corners on, and he gives it a good look behind him. Don't blame you, Ryushi. That was a big moment on that front end. Nice to keep it all upright, and that's potentially where the time has been lost. And clearly struggling a little bit potentially with that front end feeling. Yamanaka has gone ever so slightly quicker than he did this morning. He set 1:48.750. He's currently on a 1:48.715, 1.9 seconds off Keyless. So there's some gaps that are pretty big. Keyless is pretty much half second clear of everyone else, and there's only 8 rides, including Vaqueras, who have just seen crash within a second of Keyless so far. I expect that to change, of course, but only 30.5 minutes to go in this session, so it is pretty much now time attack mode engaged for the field, as most of them sit patiently.
Tell you what, not a bad strategy this from Adrian Fernandez. Up inside the top 3 now due to that last flying lap. But if we do have more yellow flags, more riders crashing, if we do have gusts of wind and, you know, general Moto3 traffic out there on the track, Adrian Fernandez has at least got that one banker lap in that he could have really done with doing. So good stuff from Fernandez, and then if he picks up anything else later in the session, then that's a Brucey bonus.
Yeah, and this track, unlike, say, the Red Bull Ring last time out, doesn't feel like slipstream is paramount. And we've already mentioned the Titan technical layout of this circuit. If you get stuck behind a rider, if you make a mistake just a bit ahead of you, then you could be in trouble and losing a lot of time and losing a lap or two. So to get out there on your own, the riders know the circuit by now. They're obviously confident with Fernandez especially anyway. To go out there and lap alone and try and get that lap time in and avoid potential troubles later on in this session. Fernandez, what's he doing? He's 0.9 tenths away on this lap, so unless he pulls a rabbit out the hat in the final sector, it's not going to improve this time round. As Vaqueras does head out back on track on nice shiny new Pirelli rubber underneath him. And he's taking pretty quickly so far in P8, but this is where the session now really starts to matter. As Fernandez crosses the line, 1.1 seconds off, and he's going to run into a bit of traffic.
He is indeed. It'd be interesting to see where he catches him. Maybe they'll be up to speed by the time he comes round. Interesting there, Almanza was also out on track, and behind him, Casey O'Gorman. So O'Gorman has got himself lapped onto some very, very fast riders up ahead of him. Now that will be very interesting as the rest of this session unfolds. Guido Pini there in P5. At the moment, he's just been knocked down a couple of positions, but he's still sitting pretty right up there. Still looking for that first podium in his rookie year, but he's had a pole already. He's been on the front row as well. So Guido Pini really one of those riders who probably hasn't got the points tally to reflect just how strong he's been, but it's coming.
Certainly is. It does feel like it's around the corner. 3 top 10s in a row, 6 top 10s so far in his rookie campaign after the disappointment of his home GP at Mugello, and then another DNF in Athens. Picked up, he started on the front row course in Germany and finished inside the top 10 then again in the Czech Republic when he qualified on pole, and then finished P9 last time out after a really solid weekend at the office over in Austria. So Pini again going well here, one of the many rookies that really have impressed. Adrian Fernandez box call for a tyre change, so Fernandez on a different strategy, it appears, to everyone else, and judging by the lap times here, he was potentially on a race run. Intrigued to see the analysis at the end of the session, but clearly the team are calling it Fernandez in for some fresh rubber to go on a time attack, and he does indeed pull into pit lane, and we'll be seeing Fernandez back out on the 31 in a few moments' time in time attack mode.
It's a long old entry to pit lane here. They'll have that in their mind as well if they want to make an extra change onto fresher rubber. But I think we're going to get, what we're going to see is what we're going to get here, because the riders who are going to roll out of pit lane next, they're all going to stay out on the tyres that they're on, you would presume. Jose Antonio Ueda, he's got a sweat on, and that is sick. He's not sweating in the championship standings though, with 71 points clear. But he will be mindful that he won't want to give too much of an advantage to Angel Vaqueras, particularly in terms of momentum, which we know going to the flyways is a big thing.
Yeah, he does. Well, not over Vaqueras, but the other chasers, the likes of Quiles and Carpe especially, he's got experience over them at the flyways, but agreed, he can afford to finish P5 and let Vaqueras win on a couple of occasions, maybe 3 occasions, but think as soon as it potentially drops below the 50-point mark, as Keras shoves his way through on RB Aditama. Hello to the final 10 minutes of practice on a Friday afternoon, RB. Aggressive from Keras, but he is in time attack mode and he's on mission. He's pretty much 2/10 clear around the midway part of this lap. Would he have lost time? We'll find out sooner. But the extra Raider won't want to losing too much more points, in succession at least, to the Keras, who has clearly found a step post-summer break.
We're coming through this final sector for Keras. 2/10 off in the third sector. Almanza, this lap has gone away with it from him. I just wonder if a little bit of traffic there coming into play for the 22, but he's in the last chicane. Well, he was in the last chicane. He bailed out of it, flicks through. This lap has gone away already, and now he's going again to see if he can cement himself. He's there in ninth. All the riders with that white background are the riders moving through at the moment. But Keras improves his time to 47.045. That's his fastest lap of the weekend by quite a while. I tell you what, there's a couple of riders coming out of pit lane, which will just be taking the others right at eye line there as they get through turn one. I think one of them could have been Noah Detweiler or Scott Ogden on the Southie Green car machine. So that was a little bit disconcerting maybe for the approaching riders. The Leopard camp watched on. Almanza ninth. Fernandez is now fourth and in the pits. And this is what happened with Piqueras and RB Aditama. Piqueras was on a fast lap at this point, and he just couldn't take any prisoners there. Had to come through.
Yeah, not too much wrong with that, really. Piqueras on his normal racing line. Aditama just going a little bit slower into that turn 9 than Piqueras, and a little bit of elbows there, but nothing too aggressive, and not sure if Aditama was on a fast lap or not with Piqueras. Obviously makes the corner, doesn't deviate away from his line too much, so I think that's just a little bit together, nothing of it, and just forget about it.
Exactly, RB Aditama, I mean, maybe wouldn't have known that Piqueras was closing in at such a pace. The marshals, if they thought Aditama was going to be in the way, would have blue flagged him as well. So at the end of the day, Piqueras had to go for that, and indeed he did. And he's on another fast lap halfway around there. He's about to come through the third sector. He's a 10th down. So again, improving all the time. This is very, very promising stuff from Piqueras. We're looking at time for Rossato, whose lap has already been cancelled, and Piqueras is just maybe going to be all right for this coming through the final corner, and might even get a little bit of slip for him to start the next lap as well. So there's nothing wrong with that Piqueras. What's he going to do across the line? Yeah, improves again, but stays in P2, but it's the next rider into the 146s.
Yeah, I was going to say, only 2 riders now into the 146s. Keras and, of course, Keelan as well. Keelan is really impressive, actually, at that time. Set earlier on in the session, when all these riders are now pushing for that out-and-out one-lap pace. Keelan is still over a 10th clear of the Keras, and 4 tenths clear of Munoz, and at least 5 seconds clear of everyone else. So Keelan is clearly feeling good. Is he out there at this moment in time? I can't quite see. He's just on an outlap.
Yeah.
Jacob Ralston, though, we need to pick up Ralston. He's on a good lap, and so is Guido Pini on the 94.
Yeah, we're with Pini at the moment. This is provisional P1. He just had a bit of a moment there at turn 11, but down towards the turn 12 and 13 chicane, and once he's through there, he will be through the third sector. Did he keep it nice and tidy? Relatively through there. Flick it left. This is through turn 14, flat out on a Moto 3 bike, and building speed all the way through this long left-hander through the third sector. Guido Pini is on course here for something pretty special. It should at least move him up from P6. His timing, well, the timing's still ticking by. We don't know what he's actually on at this point in the lap, though. So, Pini, I can tell you, was a personal best through the third sector. What's he do across the line yet? Just the 10th away, but it's P2 and another rider into the 40-60s. So, very, very competitive right the way through as we gear up for the final 5 minutes in Moto 3 practice, and that lap's gone away from him. But Guido Pini saves his last 5 minutes on his knee, and another one for the Moto 3 catalogue of saves here on a Friday afternoon in Hungary.
Oh, look at Keelan's pretty much 3 tenths clear. Our lap cancel, that's unfortunate. We saw that a lot from Keelan's over at the Red Bull Ring. I do think Pini was very, very close to the green on the exit at the final corner, so watch out for that. He's got his lap time cemented there so far as Pironi goes up into P2. Less than 10th away now from Keelan's, who is going to improve on this lap time. Kelso, 22nd, needs lap time, and he's delivering one so far. Rueda also not quite comfortable yet. He's inside that top 10, but the championship leader will be wanting to feel a little bit safer than he is so far. He's well within touch through the third split.
Keyleth as well. 2 red helmets through the first 2 sectors, then he's grey in the third. Rueda's got Noah Detweiler right under his nose. Oh, Kelso down for a second time, and he knows that is Q1 for Joel Kelso tomorrow. He needed that lap time. Rueda does get stuck up behind Noah Detweiler, but in the end it's 6th anyway, and a personal best. But Joel Kelso, turn 9, we're being told for that one. That is a real disaster. That to me looks a bit later on in the lap. It is indeed. It's turn 17, the last corner. He's on the curb. He's on the curb by such a way there. Big bubble, and then up pit lane entry. And there goes his entry into Q1.
Potentially has got the bike going though, so that's good news for the Australian who's got enough time to get at least one more lap in. Hopefully the bike isn't too damaged for Kelso to try and get round and try and get into that top 14. He is currently, what, 8 tenths more or less away from Furusato, currently up by that P14, so he's got plenty of time to make up as we see Keras and Peroni on the 73 rounding the final corner where Kelso crashed.
Peroni up towards the start and finish line, and what's it going to be this time around? He does go P1 on a 46.745. Valentin Peroni, very good indeed. It's provisional for the moment. I can tell you, Ryusei Yamanaka has moved up into the top 10. Now that's put Marcus Uriarte out at the moment as we pick up Keyleth, who is a 10th and a little bit more up as he comes through sector 3. Keyleth is on a charge, but it's gone away from him somewhere in that 3rd sector before we did pick him up. My prediction would be at that turn 9 and 10 chicane. But Keyleth, anyway, looking pretty settled here at the moment. I can tell you another rider who could do the lap, Carpe, and we're picking him up in a minute. Carpe's 7 tenths off in this 3rd sector, but he's coming to the line now, and Alvaro Carpe should be going up, well, he moves up to 11th off screen, I can tell you. So, Carpe, he gets himself out of 13th place and out of immediate danger, but he's not safe yet.
No, certainly isn't. Finished 14th on Friday at the Red Bull Ring as well, did Carpe, and didn't really trouble the podium or top 6 places back in either of the 2 races, both in Brno before the summer break and after the summer break. Carpe didn't finish outside the top 5 in the last 6 before Brno, and now has 2 outside of top 9 finishes in a row on the 83. Here he is now. He's P11 and got a little bit of margin to play with, but as you rightly say, Kiko, he's definitely not comfortable there. Casey Gorman sitting just outside the cusp. He's about a 10th and a half away from pushing inside that top 14 as Carraro does jump into that 14, and Rossi as well.
And I tell you what, Carraro and Rossi working together there, that's pushed Furusato out. Now, I don't want to bang the tyre Furusato's qualifying drum anymore, but it has been a major issue. We have yellow flags down at turn 1. So, I tell you what, this is lap time cancelled then. Coming in for Ryusei Yamanaka. The one he's just set will be okay, but his last flying lap is already done. Riccardo Rossi's crashed on the exit of turn 1 and in towards turn 2. So that is going to be a load of yellow flags, and the marshals need to get that bike cleared out so the yellow flags can come back in. And this is how it happened.
On the exit then, turn 1,
He's
and
lucky.
he's lucky that rear tyre didn't quite grip enough to chuck him over the handlebars. Ricky Rossi, I mean, he's lucky that Carraro was able to avoid him. As Keyleth comes across the line, is this a tabletop time? Of course it is. 146.448. He is safe and sound at the top of the timesheets, and through. Rueda is also safe, 146.999. And this is where the yellow flags are. They've just disappeared. You can see the black mark there from Rossi's crash. That was potentially a big one.
Yellow flags are in, and I wrote off Joel Kelso.
Yeah.
Well, that's taught me 1.4 off, so that's going to be a little bit too much to make up. He's into turn 15 and 16 and 17. I don't think he's going to get across the line for one more here, Al, either. This is going to be very, very tight for the number 66. He's in the last corner, and it's just a burst to the line. 3, 2, 1, he's out of it, and this is going to be Joel Kelso, a personal best, but 2 crashes route him to 18th place in practice this afternoon, and that means that he is going to be in Q1 tomorrow in qualifying. So an extra bit of track action for Joel Kelso that he wouldn't have wanted. Elsewhere, Furusato is out at the moment. Uriarte and Casey O'Gorman both in the same lap time, 16th and 17th. They are currently on course to go through into Q1, and Riccardo Rossi's just crashed. I think he might just go away with this one. I don't see anyone who's going to be challenging to move up into the top 14, but there's no doubt about who the rider to beat is. Max Keyless, that is some lap time, 3/10 ahead of Valentin Peroni, and Guido Pini makes it rookies 1, 2 and 3.
Because Ryder is on an improving lap time. No, he isn't. He was through the second split, but he lost a whole chunk of time in that third split. 3.6 seconds. He's pretty safe and sound in P5. That, I make it, is Kelso's first trip into Q1 since Austin. He did go on to finish second in the ELX6, so that's potentially good omen for the Australian, but not the 15-minute session he would have wanted to be in tomorrow. But Keyless, the all-time lap record, of course, 1.6.448. A pretty dominant afternoon, it has to be said, for the 28.
Tell you what, Furasato, Kelso, Moodley, Ogden, your Germany pole sitter, all going through qualifying 1. That is going to be a right for tomorrow. And don't forget the likes of Casey Gorman, who'll be looking to come through. Noah Detbeil has been able to put a lap together at times this year. Cormac Buchanan, who's also had top 10 finishes in the GP. I think the last one was back at the Sachsenring. So that is not an easy Q1 for a lot of riders to go through and join the likes of Keyless, Peroni and Pini up into Q2.
Yeah, that's Ogden's first trip must be on since correct, I make it as well. So a couple of riders who we don't normally see in Q1 are in Q1, Ogden and Kelso, and as you rightly say, the likes of Ariarte, O'Gorman, Moodley, Buchanan, who are all very much capable of getting inside the top 4. Furasato, of course, as well. That is going to be Q1 to watch tomorrow afternoon.
It really is, and you'll be down there getting all the stories for us. Keyless and Peroni and Pini, rookies 1, 2, 3. Is that a surprise, Al, given the fact that we're at a new place?
No, in fact, it's less surprising that we are at a new place. Fresh ground for everyone, and 3 of those rookies have all been very impressive in their own right this season. Keras, 4th, Varela 5th, the cream really rising to the top. Fernandez 6th, Munoz 7th. No surprise really to see Keyless, Peroni and Pini up in the top 3s. We see Kelso. We'll probably hide his frustrations while the cameras are on him, and when they go off, he might vent a little bit more. But yeah, an interesting Friday afternoon in Moto 3.
Yeah, John Kelso, I think, gathering his thoughts there. Very, very frustrating afternoon for him here at Balaton Park, and not how he'd have imagined his first day here in Hungary to go. Tayo Furasato, more of the same, I'm afraid, for the Japanese rider. Q1 bound again.
Certainly is for Furasato. Had a great Sunday, of course, back at the Red Bull Ring. Came from outside the top 15 on the grid to be in that podium fight. At the end, he's the Sunday rider is Furasato. Not a Friday one, but it's going to be tricky for anyone to get through into that top 4 tomorrow.
Yeah, thankfully he is a Sunday rider, because if his Saturday form and Friday and Saturday form continued, he'd be in a world of trouble. The practice was also Keyless, Peroni and Pini. It is a rookie 1, 2, 3. Keras, Rueda, your championship battle, 4th and 5th. Fernandez, Munoz, Foggia, Wilston and Ryusei Yamanaka popping up into the top 10. Almanza, Carraro, Carpe and Riccardo Rossi are your 14 riders that move through into Q2 directly. And as we said, Furasato leads a very much star-studded lineup in Q1, and that's coming up tomorrow, late morning for you here at Balaton Park in Hungary. All the way down to 26th place, Leonardo Abruzzo back with the Grid M-Lab Racing team for this weekend. And that is it, Moto 3 action done and dusted here this week, this Friday, not quite this weekend, getting ahead of myself there. In the hot seat coming up, it is Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison, which means it's Moto 2, and myself, Nico now. Goodbye and enjoy.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Balaton. Friday afternoon continues with Moto 2. And you've already seen Moto 3 practice session, which has collected a few high-profile scalps. The Moto 2 field will have to be on their guard to avoid some giant killings in this session. An intriguing start to the weekend earlier on today with some unusual names up at the sharp end. Certainly talented names, but certainly some riders who are perhaps grasping the opportunity of coming to a brand new venue and a levelling of the playing field. Certainly when you see in a moment the way this morning session panned out, you'll probably be able to identify the same names that I'm thinking of. Difficult session to call this. Sunny conditions, but you wouldn't say the conditions are perfect for Moto2 here with the wind picking up. Not that it necessarily will concern Manu Gonzalez, the World Championship leader fastest this morning. Adrian Puertas, a standout second. 2 and 4 for Italtrans, either side of Alf Marvedias, Boscoscuros, Philip Salach, Colin Vaya, making a very strong start to the weekend up in 5th. Jake Dixon did have a spill right at the end of the session, but still ended up in the top 6. There were 5 Boscoscuros up in the top 11 this morning, with Tony Arbolino 7th, Ivan Artola, despite a run on 10th, and Ethan Guevara just behind him. Aligning once again that Boscoscuro, certainly in the early knockings here, looking in fairly good shape. As far as the other World Championship contender is concerned, Aaron Canet, he was 8th in the end on the Fantic Calex. The lap set very late in the piece lifted him up the order. Rider who's at 4th in the World Championship, Barry Baltus, he flew under the radar a little bit, 21st for the Belgian. The session where those practice positions do truly matter is this one. With 40 minutes of Moto2 practice ahead of us, and the top 14 moving through to Q2. And we are pleased to say that we are getting dry conditions, which is not what we were necessarily predicting 24 to 48 hours out from this session getting underway. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison will talk you through the action, whether it's in the wet or whether it is indeed, as we expect, in the dry. Many riders seeing this circuit for the first time earlier on today. Manu Gonzalez certainly counts himself among those. But new track or old track, Manu Gonzalez doing what Manu Gonzalez does generally on Friday mornings.
Yes, and there certainly was top in the FP1 session coming out off the blocks at full speed, 100% for Manu Gas on a Friday morning. Lots of rumours doing the rounds in the paddock at the moment, surrounding the future of Manu Gonzalez. Will he stay in Moto2 next year? Will he step up into MotoGP? That is one of the hot topics here in Balaton Park, about an hour and a half outside Budapest, the capital city of Hungary. It will be interesting to see how this pans out, with an option potentially to step up with Pramac Yamaha next year. Something that is on the table. We just saw Diogo Moreira on our screens as well. It was a strong start to the weekend for Diogo, up inside the top 4, 4th position for him. A really strong start for this rider as well. And Lewis and I were saying this morning, it does look as though that breakthrough has been made by Colin Veyer, former Model 3 championship contender and race victor as well. Looking very, very good here. Only gone from his first top 10 finish in the Moto2 class.
You can definitely see the graph is trending upwards for Vaya. Made his way automatically into qualifying 2 for the first time at Brno. Qualified and come through Rose the Grid for the first time in Austria before moving forward a place in the race. It's Albert Arenas, who is under a very different kind of pressure to Vaya at the moment in Moto2. Vaya, at the beginning of his Moto2 adventure, Arenas might well be towards the end of it. This is his 90th Moto2 start this weekend, but we received confirmation yesterday from the Gresini team that this man, Sergio Garcia, who makes his return to the series this weekend, and Alonso Lopez will make up the Gresini lineup for next season. It's a return to Moto2 full-time and a return to Calex Machinery for Sergio Garcia. Good news for him. Certainly not good news if your name is Albert Arenas or Darren Binder.
Yeah, both Binder and Arenas out of Gresini. Some rumours yesterday linking Darren Binder to a place in the British Superbike Championship next year. I think maybe 1 or 2 options on the table in World Supersport as well, but I'm not sure if Darren fancies those options that are currently available to him. Here is Aaron Canet looking very relaxed. Same could be said this time 1 week ago when he was in swashbuckling form in Austria, looking exceptionally strong on the Friday, only for the weekend to go pear-shaped on the Saturday morning. He'll be hoping he has a fairly straightforward run before the race on Sunday here. But Kinnett, some late improvements saw him jump up the order into 8th. It was a decent showing from Kinnett after being a bit stranded at one point in FP1. He did jump up late on, so that will have been a relief. Possibly surprise of FP1 was this rider. We haven't seen him too much on our screens in 2025, despite him being the reigning World Supersport champion. Adrian Huertas was second fastest in FP1. You might think, how on earth did that happen? But Huertas was one of a few names to have been here before with a production bike, doing some testing a couple of months back. And that track knowledge that he had gained previously, he was putting it to good use in this morning session.
Yeah, good morning all told for the Italtrans team. 2nd and 4th for them this morning. So in terms of start of the weekend, you can't really expect much better than that. Diego Moreira, who we often see get stronger the longer the weekend goes on. Started this morning on the right foot. Perhaps might well have had a close conversation with Whiteax before this session got underway this morning, just to perhaps understand where the key areas are around this Balaton Park circuit, which is just over 4 kilometres in length, 4.075 to be exact. Perhaps one of the more narrower circuits on the calendar, and certainly one of the busier 17 corners crammed into just under 4.1k, including 3 very tight chicanes, at least one of which is taken in first gear on these Moto 2 machines. So perhaps not necessarily the most difficult track to master, but perhaps a difficult track to find that extra tenth or so of a second. Not much I say yesterday, there are not many secrets around this Balaton Park circuit. I'm expecting practice this afternoon and qualifying tomorrow afternoon to be super close.
Yeah, we most certainly are, although we didn't necessarily see that reflected in the FP1 times in Moto 2. We had 1 second covering the top 9 riders, which is some way away from what we saw at the end of day 1 in Austria 1 week ago, when 1 second covered 25 names. So a little bit more spread out with the faster names having a bit of an edge, but expect that to close up in this session. We also saw a whole host of riders missing their braking markers, running off track. Heavy winds around Balaton Park today as well, which I'm sure isn't helping the learning process for many out there. But as Lewis said, and as you've probably seen on your screens, the expected rain has not arrived, and we are experiencing some very nice, if blustery conditions here in Hungary.
It's going to be a difficult session to truly nail that perfect lap. It must be so tempting just to break that extra metre or 2 later, try and steal a little bit on the way into some of these chicanes. It's all about nailing that clean lap, getting yourself through to qualifying 2, which Tony Arbolino is plotting a route to. Assistance of his very good friend and 2021 MotoGP World Champion Fabio Quartararo. Yeah, they are as close as brothers. They spend a lot of time together outside of the circuit. They've been on holiday together very recently. And Arbolino looking at the Red Bull Ring is something of a starting point for an upturn in his results. Dry results of the season for Arbolino. Last time out in Austria, and has to be said, it was his best dry result by quite some margin.
Yeah, it most certainly was. Arbolino, well, for the first time in a long time, managing to maintain the decent speed that he showed at the start of the weekend through Saturday and Sunday, coming home in 5th position. It was his first top 5 in a dry race since Sepang, the Malaysian Grand Prix, toward the end of 2024. 14 races ago. So, day and age, almost a lifetime in the life of a modern-day Grand Prix rider. Tony Arbolino has been well off it, unfortunately, for the most part this year. That seems, we've had nothing confirmed, does seem as though that means he will be changing teams next year and could well be finding residence in the seat vacated by Aaron Kinnett. Kinnett, of course, off to Marco Diaz next year. Arbolino widely tipped to jump in at Fantech Racing. So that would be a decent move, I think. An Italian team, which you have to imagine would work well for Tony, back on the Calax as well. Canet shown, obviously, over the last 2 years, that package, that team, is one that can definitely fight for the championship. I guess the proof is not just in Canet, but Barry Baltus this year, who has taken so many strides forward to what we saw previously in his Grand Prix career. 2 bikes inside the top 4 in the championship. There is your proof of just how strong Fanta Griston are.
Yeah, I think it's a very good point, isn't it? With Baltus and Tony Arbolino must have noticed the incredible step forward that Baltus has made, having moved across to that team. And it's really not about finding performance, it's about refining it for Tony Arbolino, because of course seen him fight for a Moto2 World Championship before, runner-up to Pedro Acosta in 2023. I think he's keen to discard that Boscoscuro. It certainly has competitiveness, but not necessarily suited the skill set and strengths of Tony Arbolino this year. The guy felt like it was cast from pre-season testing at the start of the year, and he was encountering all sorts of chatter issues on board that Boscoscuro chassis. So, a bit of a love-hate relationship between rider and chassis. In 1 or 2 bright spots, not just the 5th place last weekend in Austria, but of course a podium in the WEC in Austin earlier on in the season. For the 2025 season that Tony Arbolino will not look back on particularly fondly, no matter what happens between now and Valencia in November.
Yeah, he was saying last Sunday that it wasn't just his best race of the season, but it was probably the first time that he's felt that the bike was perfectly balanced underneath him. And it's fair to say it's taken some time for Tony to adapt to the Boscoscuro chassis. It is a frame that's had its own issues a couple of times. Throughout this year, we've seen some established names really struggling for competitiveness at the front of the field. Likes of Celestino Vietti, Tony Arbolino, Jake Dixon, Ethan Guevara as well. Although he's had some good rides, hasn't necessarily been at the forefront of the championship fight. But we do hear that they may well have a slight update here this weekend. I think there's a different chassis with different engine mounts, which allowed them to mount the engine just a little bit forward to what it normally is to try and aid the stopping performance of the bike. So you can say that Luca Boscoscuro and his technicians are standing still. They are trying to address some of the issues that their riders are having at the moment. And it will be interesting to hear some feedback on those chassis updates that are here in Hungary.
Well, you just signed Aaron Canet for next season, albeit not in the Speed RS team, but on a Boscoscuro for next season with Mile VDS. Certainly would expect, as we were discussing last weekend, that the Italian brand wouldn't be standing still. So we'll track their progress as we go through this session, because the Boscoscuros populated Q2 quite heavily over the course of last weekend's running in Austria. A stop-and-go circuit and layout. A Red Bull Ring, which certainly has historically played into the hands of the Boscos. So we'll see whether they can continue their strong runs this morning. The fastest lap times we saw, by the way, earlier on today, Manny Gonzalez topped it. Top 3 practice 1 for the 8th time in 2025, if you're wondering. 1:41.362, put him a 10th.5 clear of Adrian Huertas. Naturally, as the riders become more familiar with the circuit, as they begin to settle upon the ideal lines to every corner, but in particular the very quick change of direction of the many chicanes around here. And indeed, as the rubber continues to be laid down on this circuit as we go through today and throughout the weekend, just expect each session to be quicker than the last.
Yeah, absolutely. Better times that we saw this morning, as you said, Lewis, 41.3 fastest time from Manny Gonzalez. That was about, to give you some context, about 1.4 seconds faster than the World Supersport pole position. World Superbikes, their lap record here was at 38.3. So Moto2, a decent bit faster than World Supersport, and not a million miles away from World Superbike. So let's see how that progresses through the weekend. Jake Dixon has gone fastest early on in this session with Gonzalez and Salic up behind him. Salic has been quick right the way through the day, and one of a few names to have come here on a production bike a couple of months ago, so not necessarily a surprise to see Philip up there sharp end Moto2 so far today. And one or two rumours in the paddock. It does sound as though Philip Salac might be looking for a new seat for next year. So there is the added factor that he's very much trying to put himself in the shop window at the moment to attract any potential new teams out there.
I noticed some debris on the main straight as they came by a moment ago. It might be from one of the pit boards. Just, well, you always see it there. You might have just caught it there on the right-hand side of the screens as Aaron Canet was making his way down to turn one. As mentioned, it is quite blustery here. It's a wide-open circuit, not an awful lot of elevation change, so the wind can kind of swirl around this vast Balaton Park complex. And yeah, I do wonder whether someone's pit board littering or indicators have fallen off and made their way onto the main straight, but it's off the racing line, thankfully, so perhaps no great need at this stage to throw a red flag out for something quite like that, but we'll keep an eye on it when we see the riders down the main straight once more time. As we now follow Aaron Canet through the fast change of direction. This is through the second sector of the lap, right through 8. We're now approaching, this turn 8, approaching turn 9. As we now put left and right down to second gear if you're Aaron Canet. Just over 80 kilometres an hour through the left-hander. 9, right through 10, and now into 11. Once again, down to just over 60 kilometres an hour this time. Once again, second gear, long lap penalty is on your right-hand side through that corner. In a short sprint up to turn number 12. This time down to first gear on the 44 Calax as you once again have to focus on getting the best possible exit because once again you're heading up towards another crucial chicane, the long left-hander, which will be punishing the tyres at turn 14 before you're back right to 15, 75 kilometres an hour, second gear for Aaron Canet, and a 90-degree left to complete the lap at around about 100 kilometres an hour. That is the second half from the rider's eye view of this Balaton Park circuit. Aaron Canet across the line. His best lap time so far is a 1:42.6, which he was a tenth adrift of on that most recent top.
Yeah, from those images you could see that it's not only quite tight, quite slow in places, but also quite narrow as well, which should make the racing quite interesting. As we see, you can probably hear as well that the wind is buffeting our camera around in the final corner there of the track quite significantly, which I'm sure is a bit of a challenge for the riders out there.
Not Diego Moreira at the moment, no, who's fastest on a 1:41.617. Top two are a long way clear at the moment. Moreira and Gonzalez in the 1:41s. Next fastest, Ethan Guevara, who's up in third place on a 42.2. We do see Manu Gonzalez generally go out there on Fridays, don't we, and try and put a bit of an early marker down. And just signal of intent out to his Moto2 rivals that he means business. As mentioned, the 8th time out of 14 now that Manu Gonzalez has top 3 practice 1, although he hasn't, of course, converted all of those into victories. And although I wouldn't necessarily say Manu Gonzalez is in a rough patch of form, because, of course, what happened to him in Austria was out of his control. We are now talking about a rider who started the season so strongly, but has now only won 1 of the last 7 Grand Prix. Yeah, it doesn't quite feel like it, does it?
No, it doesn't. Yeah. It has been a strange championship, hasn't it? It really has gone back and forth between Canet and Gonzalez on quite a few occasions. I think there's been quite a few weekends when you've been looking at Manu on a Friday and thinking, well, he's the class of the field, or he's one of 2 riders that appear to be the class of the field, and for one reason or another, it's not quite worked out on the Sunday. You think back to Assen, I think, is probably an obvious example. Clearly last weekend as well, where he had that really unfortunate issue with his radiator. A stone getting kicked up from first lap incident, and yeah, the radiator getting punctured and forcing Manu to then retire. It's right on the ragged edge there. Exceeding track limits, bike making all sorts of shapes, but both him and Moreira are well on top at the moment. Only David Alonso is within 0.6 of a second off their times. You can see as it gets unsettled there in the exit of turn 4 onto the back straight. We go on board with the championship leader. Didn't lift the throttle too much, you have to say, to his credit.
Taking a backward step, is he? At the number 18. And he can't afford to as we go to the second half of the season, because this is one of 2 riders who are going to be chasing him hard for the World Championship as we head into the closing rounds of the season. There's Moreira now against the chicanes 15 and 16. This is something on the Goldberg just up the road, who's now moving to third place. Will check Moreira across the line, who's in the back of the picture. Moreira sets another lap in the 141s. Moreira, Gonzalez, Zonta van Goldberg, and Alonso now inside the 41s.
Yeah, I don't want to get too excited at this early stage of a Friday afternoon, but Gilbert Moreira to be so competitive in FP1 and to be looking this competitive at the start of practice, I think we could safely say, Lewis, that Moreira is going to be in the victory hunt on Sunday.
What is it about Moreira, though, that just rubs up his rivals the wrong way? I mean, he's put in a tremendous second season in the class, fighting for the World Championship. Of course, we saw him perhaps irritate Aaron Canet earlier on in the season, which of course led to a bit of a war of words between them, which set the stage beautifully for their battle at Assen. And Manny Gonzalez, as recently as last weekend, said he wasn't particularly impressed with the pace that Moreira was setting on his way to winning that Grand Prix. I mean, the results, in many respects, speak for themselves, but perhaps his methodology of claiming those results doesn't necessarily impress everyone.
Yeah, I think there's definitely been a few weekends where Moreira has used rider ahead to kind of set a fast lap time in qualifying, and then maybe hasn't been the outright fastest name in the race, has maybe sat in the group and benefited from one or two riders ahead. But I think in some of his more recent performances over the last 2 months, you can't say that about him. You think back to his incredible comeback at the Sachsenring. I mean, that was not just him sitting behind another rider and getting a fast tow. That was him showing ridiculously fast pace that probably no one in the category in that day could live with. And then last week in Austria, where it was almost a lights the flag victory for Diogo, with no one up ahead to show him the way around. So I think even as the season has progressed, we have started to see Moreira improve as a rider, and still you feel that there is a long way for him to climb. The ceiling, I think, is very, very high for the Brazilian. You just wonder whether the fact that so many MotoGP teams have been showing an interest in him, the likes of Canet, Gonzalez, who maybe had a little bit more trouble trying to find their respective suitors in the Premier class, whether that's just something that annoys them ever so slightly. I mean, there is no question that there is an added benefit of being Brazilian, a country that's not super well represented in the MotoGP class, as opposed to being Spanish, where we already have a very healthy representation of Spaniards in MotoGP. And I'm not saying that Diogo doesn't merit a spot in MotoGP. I think he definitely does on talent and his performance and attitude alone. But certainly that is also a factor, I think, that comes into it.
We've got some rounds still to come, though, in this 2025 season, where Moreira is going to be a real problem. I think of the next Grand Prix, the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. Moreira was on the podium in the Solidarity Grand Prix at the end of last season. It was a result that secured him the Rookie of the Year prize in this class. We've got one block to come, the Mandalika Circuit, where Moreira was a first-time winner in Moto3. It's not for the first time today. We see Ibar Tola going the scenic route. We saw him off the road at Turn 1 earlier on today. That's coming out of Turn 11. Tola down in 23rd place at the moment, and I have to say, shout out at this very early stage of the session to his substitute teammate, Unai Aradre, who's way up ahead of Ortola at the moment, up in 16th place on the 142.532. We did see this morning signs of perhaps this circuit being something of a leveller. It's generally the way when we come to a brand new circuit. We saw the likes of Huertas, Vaya, and Navarro up inside the top 14 earlier on, as Philip Thalach uses all of his reflexes to stay on board through Turn 1. And already in this session, Vaya's up there again in 5th. We've got Alex Estridge on the forward bike up in 10th place. Huertas is once again in the top 14, and Unai Aradre just outside it.
Yeah, normally when we come to new tracks, we have one or two opportunities for riders that maybe haven't been having the best season to come up and showcase just what they can do. Also, for other names, when they don't have previous years' experience and data to fall back on, then it is something of a more level playing field as we go on board with Manny Gonzalez again. As he comes out of, that is just where Ortola had his little moment. That's out of Turn 4, perhaps. I think this is down into Turn 5. at the end of the back straight. You can see that Manu has had a very, very good first split. Goes right, then left, and then we've got some really nice fast turns just there on the exit of turn number 6, turn 7 and turn 8. The two right-handers taking at pretty decent speed. I think maybe two of the more impressive corners that we have on this circuit.
And speaking of impressive, Diogo Moreira now improves to 1:41.343. That is now the fastest lap time of the day. And every time you hear me say those words, take it as read. It's a new all-time lap record. From 14 minutes faster than the previous all-time lap record holder, which was Jack Appleyard on Strava on Wednesday.
Yeah, and even that wasn't overly impressive. I think there were quite a few runners out there that were easily dipping under
He says
Jack's time.
differently.
Of course he would, but I've seen the leaderboard and it says something different.
It's heating up, isn't it? And, Jack Appleyard has, I think, created that route for himself on the very popular exercise app.
Definitely gone through the gravel trap a few times through some of the chicanes, I think.
Well, he'll certainly claim his place in history, which is now occupied in Moto 2 at least by Diogo Moreira. Top 4, as mentioned, are in the 141s. Good session so far for both of the Dutch riders. Onto Van der Goldberg up in 3rd, Colin Vire in 5th. And see enough evidence, haven't we now, in session and a half to suggest that Colin Vire is skilled around this Ballerton Park circuit.
Yeah, for sure. Fast this morning, fast as well this afternoon. Prior to the Red Bull Ring. Haven't really seen Colin up inside the top 10 positions for a long time. But a rider of his talent and his work ethic as well. I always felt it was going to be just a matter of time until he worked it out. Good to see him finally starting to do that now. Sure, it's been a tough couple of months for the Dutchman. But I'm sure that the fact that the Red Bull IO KTM squad placed their backing on Colin, they had pretty much a decision to make. Do we go with Colin next year, or do we choose Dennis Onju with Jose Antonio Rueda more than likely to step up in 2026? And the fact that Colin was the one that was chosen, I'm sure that was a massive confidence boost to the young Dutchman. And yeah, he really felt after that, I'm going to have to repay the team's loyalty for the kind of the faith that they've shown in me. So good to see him doing that, and doing it consistently last weekend and again here in Hungary.
It's unlike the IO squad in Moto 2 to go for what is largely a youthful rider lineup. It's a team that operates in this Moto 2 class and Moto 3, to be fair, with the intention of winning the World Championship, which I feel could be a step beyond them next season with a sophomore and a rookie within their team. They clearly have an enormous amount of faith in Colin Vire. Why wouldn't they, with the pedigree he's had in Moto 3 to this point? And Jose Antonio Rueda, the comfortable World Champs leader in Moto 3. Someone's gone down while you're watching this replay of Alvaro Arenas and Alonso Lopez almost coming together into the final corner. In fact, they did come together as front tyre made contact with the rear tyre of Arenas. He's already been running to at one point earlier in this season when Marcos Ramirez plowed into him at the Sachsenring. He doesn't want any kind of repeat of that.
Oh,
There's
and
the
it's
rider
Diogo
that
Moreira.
go down, the session leader and Austrian Grand Prix winner, Diogo Moreira. We're about to see on the racetrack. He's in the 3rd sector down at turn 12. Now we've seen the Brazilian go down. That's the first gear a chicane, so it would have been a relatively slow speed get off for Diogo. And just as well for him that he's already got a 141.3 in the bank.
Yeah, it is just as well for him, although with 20 minutes to go and it being a fairly slow speed crash, say that Diogo's session is by no means over. He's still trying to get his bike out of the gravel with the help of the local marshals here who are directing him to stay off track. We don't want any gravel getting kicked up or brought onto the racing line. It is down at turn 12, 13. We saw Jake Dixon crash at 13 earlier this morning, but Moreira has lost the front going into turn 12. It was a lot earlier than Dixon's fall.
So the first reason for the Italtran squad to be anything other than absolutely thrilled with their day's work so far. 2nd and 4th this morning. They're currently 1st and 3rd in this session. Moreira fastest on a 41.3. Adrian Fuertas is now up into 3rd place on a 141.8. As the hard work continues to try and fire Diogo Moreira's drive-powered Calyx back into life once again. At the moment, the Calyx playing ball. As we now pick up Danny Holgado through that very chicane. And this will irritate the 27 because his lap time will immediately be cancelled for going through that yellow flag zone.
We haven't really spoken about Danny Holgado so far today, but it is worth focusing and lingering on his result last weekend just a little bit. I mean, it was an absolutely sensational performance from the number 27, Holgado, qualifying in second, but then to really keep Diogo Moreira super honest for the majority of that race. It was only in the last couple of laps where he just fell off the back of the Brazilian's rear wheel. Holgado doing a remarkable thing, becoming the 14th different rider to score a podium in the Moto2 class this year. 14 different names in the podium in 13 rounds. I mean, that is a pretty impressive variety. You would have to say that there's a couple of names still out there in the grid that haven't stood on top of the podium. Would not surprise you if they were to do so in the final 9 rounds. But yeah, Holgado just said the summer break was so crucial for him, being able to go away and think about one or two of the weaknesses that he had shown in the first part of the season, work on those through the summer break, and then come back refreshed and ready to go again. And yeah, it just continues to be a really impressive rookie campaign from the Moto3 runner-up from last year.
It's fair to say that his hot streak had run a little cold when we returned to Europe. Got involved in one or two incidents, particularly with his teammate, David Alonso. They ran into each other in Jerez and in Aragon. But he certainly did rebound shortly before the summer break with that 4th place in Brno. And the best compliment you can pay Danny Holgado is that he now looks like he belongs. And he's up there towards the front of Moto2 battles. As you say, stayed very much on the rear tyre of Diogo Moreira until eventually the point that David Alonso crashed behind him. And perhaps Holgado at that point, with a huge gap behind him, unable to make a real attack at Diogo Moreira, just settled for the 20 points and for 2nd place. And he does comfortably lead the Rookie of the Year chase at the moment, does Holgado. He's now some 37 points clear of his teammate David Alonso as we head into the final 8 Grand Prix after this one.
And you look at some of the names just behind him in the championship. Philip Salachi, Guevara, Alonso Lopez, Tony Arbolino, riders that have had, not only had great success in the Moto2 category before, but have also been here for more than a couple of seasons. So brilliant stuff yet again from Danny Holgado. And quite possibly the biggest surprise in the Moto2 Championship for me this year. I just did not expect him to be that fast.
I mean, either I have to say, so much of the interest coming into this season from an ASMA point of view was on his teammate, David Alonso, and something you have to say about Danny Holgado is he's been pretty consistent. He's made sure that when he has had those big opportunities, he's cashed in on them. A couple of 4th places prior to that podium in Austria. And by contrast, David Alonso on the other side of the Aspar box has shown all sorts of potential at various stages of the season, but outside of Silverstone hasn't really cashed in on that potential and brought on the points that you'd say his pace has deserved, particularly in Austria. We were talking about him from this stage in the weekend, very early on Friday, talking about Alonso as a potential podium threat, if not better. And in the end, got a little bit ahead of himself as he was chasing down the top 2 in Austria.
Yeah, he did. He had a nice line for it, as he so often does, when he said, desire got the better of me. It was closing laps. I mean, the 3rd place was there on a plate for him, maybe even 2nd, but he still thought he could win that race. And part of me really admires David Alonso for doing that, for not just settling for 3rd, which would have been a great result in the circumstances, and considering that he had a less than ideal start, less than ideal opening 2 or 3 laps. He is a racer at heart. He is a rider that won 14 races in last season alone, and yeah, you cannot criticize him for going for the big prize, can you?
And I have to say, I think I've already seen enough from David Alonso to suggest that he's going to be a regular race-winning threat next year in 2026, and who knows, potentially a contender for the Moto2 World Championship as well. Once he puts the full Grand Prix weekend together, David Alonso is going to be a consistent problem, I think, for the Moto2 in 2026, if not before.
Yeah, you say that, but next year I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it in the last 9 races, to be honest, if Alonso was up there fighting at the sharp end for, well, the majority of the final 9 races that we have. I think that would be, I wouldn't be a surprise to me.
I think every Grand Prix circuit that we go to for the rest of the season, David
Spot on.
Alonso won out. Yeah, apart from Portimao, of course, that we went to at the start of 2024 rather than at the end of it. Because, of course, at this stage of last year, that David Alonso did nothing but a win on his way to the Moto3 World Championship. Alonso is still up in 5th place, by the way, as the Alpmar and Duo both lift themselves up the order into the top 8. Here comes Colin Via, who's now up into the top 3 once again. Every lap that goes by is further proof that Via is a genuine player here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing these lap times by himself. You didn't see another name ahead that was pulling him around. One rider that I would be slightly concerned about at this current stage of Friday afternoon is Aaron Canet, the rider on your screens. As you can see, 17th place for Canet currently, and nearly 1 full second back of Diogo Moreira's fastest time. I mean, I actually had an interview with her on yesterday, and he was insistent that he was completely fine. No ill effects from that crash in Austria. He did say on Sunday he was obviously feeling a bit groggy and a bit second-hand, beaten up after that huge high side on Saturday morning, but now he was okay. He also said prior to that crash it was probably the best feeling that he's had all year with his bike. He really felt that kind of 2024 second half feeling that he had when he went on this crazy run and I wouldn't say nearly reeled in Aigura, but give Aigura 1 or 2 things to think about in the championship fight. He was returning to that feeling on Friday, but it appears, as it stands, that was something of a fleeting feeling, because we haven't seen Canet looking anywhere near as competitive as this time 1 week ago in Austria so far today.
He's sort of stayed in the World Championship battle by just punishing every last mistake that Manny Gonzalez has made. I think that's sort of the point that Gonzalez has missed out on this season. Silverstone, of course, when he crashed whilst trying to come back through the field when he ran into Barry Baltus, of course, qualified poorly in Aragon because of a crash. And then, of course, failing to score through no fault of his own in Austria either. Aaron Canet has stealthily, in some respects, kept himself in the chase for the championship, but I do wonder if you're in Manny Gonzalez's shoes at the moment, which of the two are you more concerned at, whether it's Canet or whether it's Moreira in the latter stages of this season?
Yeah, it's a good question actually, and I think we'll probably know a little bit more at the end of this weekend as to who could be the strongest contender, as the Italtrans technicians run back to the box to try and get Diogo Moreira's Italtrans bike fixed up and in some decent shape to go back out. It really doesn't look like there's much damage at all, to be fair, from where we're sat just now, so hopefully we can see the Brazilian back out there with maybe 7 or 8 minutes to go. Philip Sainz was on a good lap time, but he's obviously made a bit of a meal that particular chicane. That was down into turn 9, I think it was. I'm still familiarising myself with this layout.
By the time we get to qualifying tomorrow, and hopefully we'll be fully up to speed.
Yeah.
Challenge for finding as much as the commentators learning a brand new circuit. Looking at some of the other riders who perhaps haven't quite got up to speed with this Balaton Park circuit so far. We've mentioned Canet in 17th, Alonso Lopez down in 18th place at the moment on the Moscoscuro, just ahead of Marcos Ramirez. Chelsea Vietti 21st, of course, he certainly didn't help his cause by crashing in pre-practice 1 this morning. He's still 1.2 seconds in arrears, if you talk to you at the moment.
Yeah, and even further behind that, Albert Arenas, who was 4th just 5 days ago in Austria. He's done in 24th, 1 place ahead of Joe Roberts in 25th. So the American having a bit of a tough time for the second weekend in succession. And Sergio Garcia, who's stepping in for the injured Senna Aegis, in 26th as it stands. Garcia had a low-speed crash earlier today. But in their place, we have a couple of surprise names. This one perhaps being one of them, Zonta van der Gerberg, up there in 5th. Now, the last time, Lewis, that we went to a new circuit in Grand Prix was back in India in 2023, one of the hottest Grand Prix. I wasn't there, but I've been told that it was one of the hottest Grand Prix on record. And I seem to recall Zonta van der Gerberg getting one of his best ever Grand Prix results at that venue.
Yeah, I seem to recall him qualifying particularly well. There was a rain-affected qualifying, wasn't it, in India that afternoon. Sergio Garcia, from memory, also qualified very, very well, as he often tended to do in his rookie season, or whenever he had some rain falling.
Yeah, it was just off the podium after a good fight with Joe Roberts. So from that, I could kind of infer that Zonta van der Gerberg is pretty adept at learning new track layouts. I think it was the 6th place that he got on that particular Sunday. Here he is inside the top 6 again. Zonta, I think it's fair to say that both he and Idra Foglia at RW Racing will be going their separate ways at the end of this year. He was saying in Austria that it's probably a good time to be doing that after several years of working together. He's on the lookout for potentially a new spot.
So much experience, hasn't he, for a 19-year-old in Moto2. Doesn't turn 20 until the 1st of December. So you'll already be in excess of 80 Grand Prix starts by the time he gets to that stage. And although he might feel like he's been around for ages, still so much learning and so much growing in terms of his mentality. I think he's got much more room to grow in terms of his height in Moto2's on Van Goldberg, but there's certainly no lack of talent in there. Just generally see when we have, as we mentioned, some uncertainty, perhaps a brand new circuit. Whenever we get some wet weather, Zonta van den Goldberg just tend to outperform the machinery at his disposal. And we'll, I guess, have to work particularly hard in the last stage of this season to earn a spot on this Moto2 grid for the long term. It certainly feels like a rider still with plenty to offer in this class.
That question. And as you say, you have to remind yourself he is still a teenager. Yes, this is his 4th year in Moto 2. 4th year with the RW Racing team as well, but he's still younger than the vast majority of the rider that he's up racing against. He never did Moto 3. He has taken a bit of a particular route into the Moto 2 class. As Aron Kinet comes back out of pit lane to try and set a time that'll be good enough for the top 14 in these final couple of minutes.
Glancing at my notes, assuming I've got everyone's date of birth correct, Zonta van den Goldberg still the 3rd youngest rider on the Moto2 grid here this weekend. The only riders that, by my reckoning, are younger than him are David Alonso and Danny Munoz. Other than that, he's still a relative baby in this Moto2 class, despite all of that experience.
Yeah, so you have to bear that in mind when you judge Zonta's performances from this year. Tito Morera getting his helmet back on. Looks as though everything is in order for him to head out with about 5 minutes to spare. As Alonso and Ayumu Sasaki make a bit of a mess of that chicane through turns 12, 13 and then 14. And then up towards the end of the track, you have to imagine this is going to offer up one of the last opportunities to pass in a potential last lap battle into the chicane at turn 15. And then, of course, maybe 17, there is a last gasp opportunity to make a late lunge into that final left. So, yeah. Sure, Moto 3 will offer plenty of opportunity.
I think what we're also seeing here is that, particularly in this next 6 minutes, maybe less of a problem in qualifying tomorrow because there'll be fewer riders on the track, but traffic is going to be a big issue, making sure that you not only don't catch someone at the wrong moment, but also if you are one of those riders trying to get out of the way, that you do pay good attention to what's behind you, particularly when you're perhaps shortcutting one of these chicanes, making sure that you have a good look behind and that you don't filter back onto the racetrack in front of someone who is on a hot lap. Hot laps that have been set recently include Adrian Huertas, who's consolidated 3rd place on a 141.620. And Ethan Guevara has now got himself up into the top 10 on the Blue Crew Pramac Boscoscuro. He's now into the 141s. If you're not in the 141s, in all probability, you won't be in Q2.
Yeah, good performance that from Guevara. Good performance actually last weekend. We didn't mention it so far, but he came through from 17th on the grid to finish 9th in Austria. That was despite him suffering a pretty ugly hand injury after a nasty crash at the final turn on the Friday. His team boss Alex DeAngelis was saying after the race that his hand was so swollen that they actually struggled to get his racing glove on the Sunday just before the race started. So that in mind, quite impressive for Ethan to be inside the top 10 and also to be 10 as it stands here.
Some blisteringly quick lap times coming in. Keep an eye out for Alonso Lopez, who's absolutely flying halfway around the lap, about to turn his day completely on its head. Lopez at the moment is languishing down in 19th place. That will not last for too much longer if he continues on his current trajectory as we pick up Joe Roberts, who's also upwardly mobile, up 5 places into 20th. Alonso takes 3rd. Sasaki right behind him up to 4th on the RW machine, so they now sit 4th and 8th. in this session. Lopez continuing to go very quickly. He's not been able to go as quickly as Moreira through the third sector, but he's now completing the fourth. He's out of turn 17. And now we're about to see a Boscascaro bounce up to the top. Not quite. Lopez, though, does go up into P3.
Yeah, so a little bit of work to do for Lopez in the second half of the lap. The first two sectors, he was absolutely on fire, but gradually lost time as the lap progressed. But good stuff nonetheless for Alonso Lopez, who really has been off the pace in the last couple of months. You have to go all the way back to Cota for the last time he was higher than 8th in a Moto2 race. This is a rider, at this point last year, was still very much in the championship fight in the Moto2 class.
It's almost a full calendar year since Lopez has had a dry top 6 Indonesia last year. The last time we've seen that from him, as we now pick up Darren Binder, who's looking to lift himself up. 0.46 doesn't sound like a lot, but a second at the moment covers the top 21. Binder into 17th place, so he's still got some more time to find if he's to move up into Q2. Big rider who needs to move up at the moment, Celestino Vietti. He is the slowest Boscascaro of the lot at the moment. He's in P25.
Yeah, P25, but as we were saying at the top of this session, really not that far away, 1.2 seconds off Diogo Moreira's fastest time of this session. So Vietti still yet to click here around this track, just for reference. Rider currently 14th, Jake Dixon at 42.006 is his personal best lap time. He's just been shuffled down a couple of positions. I was going to say you're probably going to have to be doing a 41.8, maybe a 41.7 to be completely safe and inside the top 14 by the checkered flag here.
Freitas, Ramirez and Estrella going up into the top 10. Remember Alex Estrella in Argentina when he got himself on the second row of the grid? A circuit that perhaps isn't as familiar to Moto2 as many, and as Neil points out, both of the forward bikes are on course for qualifying too, although Jake Dixon might be able to change that particular stat.
Yeah, Dixon is up through split number 3. He's got a good reference up ahead of him, and Aaron Canet, and Dixon climbs from 18th into 8th, so a little bit of time then lost from the Brit. Canet though, 21st. It has been a really disappointed Friday afternoon so far for the Spaniard.
Yeah, he didn't find the opportune way through turn 1 there, did he either? Went it completely hard and then stuffed Jake Dixon's lap into the bargain, so Jake Dixon just as well, but he set a 141.6 to go 8th, but Aaron Canet under some serious pressure here. Has been through qualifying once already this season. If you want some crumbs of comfort, he did then take the pole from Q1 at Silverstone, but this is looking more problematic than anyone ever expected for the rider who sits second in the World Championship today.
Yeah, without question, it's looking problematic for Joe Roberts as well. We saw the American briefly on our screens, although he is on a good lap as it stands, but down in 24th. He really needs to work some miracles in the final couple of minutes here. Danny Holgado's had a bit of a disappointing Friday afternoon as well in 17th.
Actually, Freitas is flying as well. He might be about to get ahead of his teammate Moreira, who currently leads the way. He's somewhere in this massive queue of riders in the final sector as Ethan Guevara keeps well out of the way in the final chicane. He's currently 5th. Holgado looking to lift himself up from 17th. Freitas goes 3rd on a 141.3. We'll keep an eye on Holgado. He now goes up into 8th place. And Van Gorberg, who thought was sitting pretty around about 2 minutes ago, he's now been bumped out of the top 14.
That's how fast it can change in Moto2. One of the most brutal classes of racing in the entire world. As Aaron Canet, you can see, well, we knew from the start of this lap time that it wasn't going to amount to much, considering he made a bit of a mess off turn number 1, but he will have another opportunity. Arbolino crossed the line, only 15th best time for him. Even Artola goes up into 6th, which is an excellent performance from the number 4.
All we can deduce at the moment is Canet now goes up to his final flying lap, still 21st, is that Diogo Moreira has got this final sector completely figured out. He's by far and away the fastest rider through there. Someone's gone down in the first sector behind Aaron Canet, crucially, so Canet can continue to push on. It's into turn 1 where we've seen a rider go down. That rider is Celestino Vietti, whose miserable Friday is complete.
Yeah, absolutely miserable. Down in 19th position. Vietti will end the Friday as Salas comes across the line and jumps up into 2nd, so still no one can quite manage to breach Diogo Moreira's final sector time. He has got that absolutely nailed down. As Lewis previously said, we've got a lot of red sectors on our timing screens, and Diogo Moreira, back out on track after crashing about 10 minutes ago, is one of them.
Overall best first sectors for Moreira, for Roberts, who's trying to rescue a place in the top 14. We also saw Canet going quickly in the first sector, but he's already dropped a quarter of a second in sector 2. And when I tell you that the top 14 overall is only covered by 4/10 of a second, there is very little margin for error here. Arenas can't get in. He's only 15th place, and Joe Roberts, half a second off the pace in the 41s, but it only equates to P20.
That is absolutely ridiculous. So 0.55 covers the top 20 riders in this session. Tony Arbolino across the line. He'll be in Q1 tomorrow. And what about Aaron Canet? We need to pick up with the number 44.
Both of the Fantic riders, Neil. Look at Francis in 22nd himself, and he's not improving on this lap. This is a disastrous Friday for Fantic. Canet only goes P21. Has a look over to his right, sees the big screen, and he will load what he sees. 6/10 of a second off the pace. Look at the Q1 lineup, Neil, we have coming up for tomorrow. Joe Roberts, Aaron Canet, Celestino Vietti, and Barry Baltus, all caught cold on this first Friday at Balton Park.
Yeah, throw into the mix Albert Arenas, Tony Arbolino, Zonta van de Gerberg, and you realise it will be one of the more competitive Q1 sessions that we've had in Moto2 all year long. But there has been a clear number one today, and his name is Diogo Moreira, the clear number one at the end of last weekend's race in Austria as well. Brilliant stuff from Moreira. He is riding the crest of a wave.
Tap there for his left of his teammate Adrian Huertas for the day for the Italtran squad. Huertas up in 4th place, the World Supersport champion. Level playing field, and he's showing his class here, isn't he?
Yeah, Huertas top rookie, and there's been some really impressive rookie performances today as well. Alonso in 6th, Veyer in 7th, Ivan Artola in 8th. That's a bit of a mini Moto3 reunion from 1 year ago. Up inside the top 10, and although we haven't really spoken that much about him, you have to say impressive stuff yet again from Manny Gonzalez. I mean, we take it as the given that he's going to be up there at the sharp end of a Moto2 session, but Gonzalez just went about his work, and I'm pretty sure when we look into some of the lap times set during that session, Gonzalez will have been posting fairly consistent pace. Anytime I saw him on screen, he was doing 141s, low 1 minute 42s for fun.
As far as the chassis battle is concerned, Boscoscuro's 2nd, 5th, 8th, and 9th alongside the top 10. Dixon also through in 12th, so 5 Boscoscuros through to Q2. Those that didn't make it, Celestino Vietti falls down in 22nd, Unai Aradre in 26th place, and Tony Arbolino, who was just outside, in 17th place. But all 3 chassis constructors get a bite through. Alex, of course, as always, getting riders through. They do well not to. Boscoscuro with 5 through, and also some signs of life for the forward team. Alex has screeched through automatically in 14th place.
Mentioned previously, Lewis, about when Aaron Canet was last in Q1, how he came through to step pole position. You could say the same about Barry Baltus in Q1 in both the Sachsenring and at Brno. He went on to qualify in the front row and to finish on the podium in both occasions. So, not necessarily the worst omen for the Belgian, but I'm sure there still will be some concern down in the Fanti box.
It was an awful day for that squad. 21st and 23rd, Canet and Baltus, without question, the big shock of day 1 in Moto2. Diogo Moreira, though, boy, he signalled his intentions for the weekend. Quickest, despite a crash in practice. Philip Salach lifted himself up late onto 2nd. Manny Gonzalez 3rd. Adrian Huertas a 5 Friday period 4th ahead of Alonso Lopez and David Alonso 5th and 6th. 5/7 for Tola Guevara, Sasaki and Danny Holgado. Jake Dixon, despite his morning crash, through in 12th ahead of Marcos Ramirez and Alex Screech, who gets the board through to Q2. Look at the big names, though, who miss out. Albert Arenas, who caught his 8th in the World Championship. Aaron Canet and Barry Baltus, who are both up inside the top 4 in the World Championship. And Celestino Vietti, who was on the podium a week ago. He also misses out. So what an unpredictable Friday it was in Moto2. What kind of drama awaits us next in MotoGP? Their crucial 60-minute practice session is moments away.
MotoGP has hopped over the border from the Red Bull Ring to Balaton Park for the Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary. Opening in 2023, the track sits next to the vast Lake Balaton, a haven for sailors and windsurfers and adored by beachgoers and nature lovers. It's the first Hungarian Grand Prix in 33 years, with Q2 spot ready to be claimed next live. It's time for MotoGP. So we're back in Hungary for the first time in 33 years. This morning we got our first reference lap time, a near lap of 98 seconds from World Championship leader Marc Marquez. 98 seconds, busy through the 4.08 kilometre layout, 2.53 miles, 17 corners, 7 of the right, 10 of them left, and most of them taken in first or second gear around what is a very tight and twisty layout. 6th gear for less than 5 seconds around this Balaton Park circuit. The most demanding braking points, but that's into turn 1, turn 5, and into turn 15. Good afternoon and welcome back to what is a rather sunny, if a little bit breezy, Balaton Park circuit in Hungary. It's the first Hungarian Grand Prix since 1992. And on our first visit this morning, it was none other. Who else could it have possibly been but Marc Marquez, the world championship leader. 142 points clear of brother Alex in the championship with 13 of our 22 rounds completed so far this season. That led the way at the end of our red flagged 45-minute FP1 session this morning. There was plenty of drama, plenty of troubles for Aprilia in our opening exchanges in FP1. Technical issues for both world champion Jorge Martin, a rather spectacular fireball blow-up for Trackhouse Racing's Raul Fernandez, which briefly brought out the red flags. Once we were back underway in front of this expectant and excited Hungarian crowd for the first time in many a years, it was Marc Marquez that led the way. 137.956, the only rider to find a sub 138 lap this morning. His closest competition came from the 2 KTMs of Pol Espargaro, who of course was the only rider previously to have tested the MotoGP bike here in Balaton. Pedro Costa, continuing his resurgent form, was third, and of Luca Marini taking full advantage of a new Honda chassis at his disposal. Fourth quickest was the Italian ahead of Alex Marquez, Bezzecchi, Morbidelli, who was on the floor twice this morning at turns 1 and turns 15. Bastianini looking back to his old self on the KTM Tech 3 machine. Your top 10 rounded out by Aldeguer, who was so brilliant last weekend in Austria, and Jorge Martin, despite his technical woes this morning. Yeah, hello and welcome Hungarian fans. We are so pleased, so delighted to see you for so many years. The MotoGP World Championship has tried to return to this part of Central Europe, but we are back at the Balaton Park, what is just going to be the third ever Grand Prix of Hungary. The 2 previous ones all the way back in 1990 and 1992, well, they took place at the Hungaroring. Matt Burton Lewis going to be in the comedy box, with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane talking you through what is always a very important 60-minute practice session. The top 10, of course, well, they advance directly into what's going to be a fiercely contested Q2 tomorrow morning here ahead of the 13-lap sprint. 3 p.m. lights out local time as always on Saturday afternoon. The full distance Grand Prix of Hungary, 26 laps here on Sunday. 22 laps were completed by Marc Marquez in FP1 this morning, and nobody was faster. He's always fast out of the gate in 2025. 5th FP1, 5th Friday morning in a row now that Marc has led the way. 11 times in 14 FP1 sessions now. He has come out of the track's fastest. And once again this morning he was almost 3/10 clear of the pursuing pack, led by Pol Espargaro.
He generally starts weekends well and doesn't tend to get slower, does he? As we go through the weekend, Marc Marquez wouldn't have surprised many to see him fastest, not just for the obvious reasons that he's the best rider in the world right now, but of course the Ducati Group of 6 did come here for a day of private testing on board Panigali's a few weeks or so ago, Marc Marquez expected that to be an advantage, perhaps for free practice one only. So I think the big question coming into this practice session in terms of the chasing pack is, can they close that half-second gap in all likelihood, really, for Marc Marquez backwards. Pol Espargaro did get to within a quarter of a second, but he did go across to fresh tyres. The real gap, really, between Marc Marquez and the rest was that half-second back to Pedro Acosta. He's in the richest vein of form for 11 years, Marc Marquez. This now 6 successive Grand Prix victories, backing up with 6 successive sprint victories as well. It's his hottest winning streak, well, the second hottest winning streak of his entire Grand Prix career. Too hot to handle at the moment is the Ducati Lenovo Team Star, although there is an emerging threat, isn't there? Certainly from Aprilia and from KTM. Pol Espargaro second, Pedro Acosta third, and despite all their FP1 woes this morning, Marco Bezzecchi was still a solid 6th place at the end of FP1. That shot there, those live pictures, as the Hungarian fans bask in some sunshine. As you can see, it's pretty blustery out there on circuit. That will be a factor, particularly into some of these hard-braking zones around this Balaton Park circuit. Turns 1, turns 5, turn 9, turn 12, and turn 15. All very hard on the front tyre as well.
Is the rider, or these the bike for the rider, who finished in second place this morning, Pol Espargaro, who, as mentioned, did go across to a brand new set of tyres, soft front, medium rear, at the end of this morning's free practice session. Pol Espargaro, the only rider who'd ridden a MotoGP bike around here before we went out on track first thing this morning, perhaps putting some prior track knowledge to use. Yeah, of course, he stood in for Maverick Vinales most recently when the Spaniard was absent at the Grand Prix of Czechia in Brno. First since that part of Europe in 5 years. 9th over the line was the 34-year-old Spaniard. It was his best result since Portimao in 2022. Such a key part of the backroom team, of course, at KTM. And the recent work that KTM have been doing is starting to pay some big dividends. The new aero, which was unleashed last time out in the home Grand Prix in the Red Bull Ring, certainly impressed Pedro Acosta, who was 3rd fastest this morning. Well, one of the Aprilia riders this morning had a relatively trouble-free FP1 session because it wasn't all of them that fitted into that category. Marco Bezzecchi leading the Aprilia charge once again. He was 6th fastest, albeit over 3/4 of a second back of Mark at the top of the timesheets. And at least he wasn't hit by the fairly obvious technical problems that came the way of his teammate Jorge Martin and Ralph Fernandez over at Trackhouse. Yeah, we saw Jorge Martin just as we were riding a ball with him. You're about to see some footage now of this morning. This is through the final corner and out onto the main straight for Luca Marini, and the plume of smoke out of the exhaust of the factory Aprilia. The first of 2 Aprilias to go pop, and Jorge Martin's pre-practice session off the track. Yeah, he's just going to click 4th gear there, just over 220 kilometres an hour as he went down the start-finish race, and the Aprilia died. Jorge Martin parked it up in the gravel trap. He didn't even need a bike stand in the paddock, did he? He just parked it in the deep gravel and walked off and let the marshals do the rest. The Ralph Fernandez incident a little bit later on, which brought out the red flags for a bit of fuel contamination at turn 5. Well, that was a bit of a fireball incident. The smiles, at least now, inside the factory Aprilia garage. There was Aprilia Racing CEO Massimo Rivola. Just having a look at the screens with his back to us is Fabiano Sterlicchini. Of course, formerly Gigi Dall'Igna's right-hand man at Ducati, former tech boss at KTM, and now the tech figurehead inside the Aprilia garage. Now, it was a very, very positive start to life in the Hungarian Grand Prix as far as Luca Marini's concerned. Perfect timing because he's popped up on screens right now. 4th fastest for the Italian, aided and abetted by a new factory Honda chassis, which he put to good use this morning. And Jack's got some further updates on Marini. Good afternoon, Jack.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody at home, and as you say, Bertie, the sun is shining here, but it certainly is blustery down in pit lane. You mentioned that brand new chassis that Luca clearly liked this morning, did his fastest lap of free practice one with the new chassis, and yet further evidence of the fact that he liked it, because he's going to start this session on that new chassis as well. Still, just the one in the garage. There's only one on a singular Luca Marini bike, whereas Joan Mir is still operating with 2 of the slightly older ones. So we'll have to see if we go into tomorrow whether they have any more to be able to allow Joan Mir to try it as well, or maybe tomorrow morning they'll swap it across. We're watching throughout the session We'll see, particularly when we get into the final 20 minutes, whether he does his fastest lap on that brand new chassis and what kind of a performance he can put in with it.
Yeah, good stuff, Jack. Thanks very much. It was a great spot this morning to see Luca Marini out on that new Honda chassis. Fourth quickest was Marini, a second faster than his Honda HRC Castrol colleague Juan Mir, who was down in 19th place. You'd imagine that can't stay the same throughout the remainder of this weekend. Well, you know what Juan Mir's question is going to be to Honda's engineers. And later on tonight, give me the Marini chassis. Thank you very much.
I'm sure you've got some of those lying around, Juan says, to perhaps throw my way. Of course, the evidence of this morning is useful, but I think we'll get a firmer idea just how competitive Luca Marini and that new Honda chassis are in this session. Everyone now up to speed, more rubber on the racetrack. Riders had different priorities across the field this morning. Particularly if you touch upon this man who we're on board with, Pecco Bagnaia, who certainly did not have his focus on outright fast lap times in free practice one this morning. We'll get a firm idea in the next 60 minutes, really what everyone else has.
Yeah, I would imagine the Friday lunch break here was one of the busiest of the season so far. A new track, a new journey into the unknown in many respects, so there would have been a lot of crunching of numbers, a lot of poring over data in the lunch break, certainly working on engine braking settings, traction control settings, your gearbox as well, they'll be tweaking that, so it would have been a pretty frenetic lunch break here in Hungary, as we briefly ride on board then with Alex Marquez. Through one of the very sort of tight and twisty chicane complexes here in Balaton through 9, 10, 5, 6, 12, 13, 15, 16. This is the run down to a very tight first two corners. At full racing speed, and the riders are clicking just over 300 kilometres an hour down the two straights here in Balaton. As we can see, Pecco Bagnaia, that he's starting his work this afternoon on a medium front tyre, a soft, slick rear tyre for the factory Ducati. Thankfully, the threat of rain, which was sort of looming on the forecasts pre-Friday here in Hungary, has vanished. It does look like, albeit very, very windy practice session. Thankfully, it will be dry and dry for the remainder of the weekend too.
Yeah, every rider has gone out on the medium front tyre in this practice session, with the exception of Paul Espargaro down at Tech 3 KTM, who's got the soft front tyre on, perhaps the same tyres that he finished this morning's free practice one session with, and a bit of a split between the soft and the medium rear tyre. We've got Enea Bastianini, Ralph Fernandez, we've got Rins Miller, Paul Espargaro, Alex Marquez, Ayagura and Marc Marquez, who've gone out on the medium rear tyre. Everyone else has gone out initially on a soft.
Joan Zarco, who unfortunately we have to report is the lone representative for Lucio Cecchinelli's LTO Honda squad this weekend. Sonkiat Chanjor, we already knew that he was going to be that sideline from this Hungarian Grand Prix, still recovering from a rather serious right knee injury. I think the team hopefully he'll be back for our Catalan clash in a couple of weeks' time. He was due to be replaced by the vastly experienced HRC test rider Aleix Espargaro. Unfortunately, Aleix Espargaro, part of his new career ventures, has seen him take up pro cycling, and it's a cycling crash which unfortunately has ruled Aleix out of this Grand Prix. He did make the journey on a private jet. You might have seen him on social media with Jorge Martin. He did arrive here in Balaton Park with the intention of replacing Chantra. Unfortunately, that cycling clash a few days ago, after further medical checks, he's got a nasty blow to his back, which saw him declared unfit, and unfortunately, no Espargaro brothers lining up here this weekend together in Balaton.
A couple of Grand Prix in a row now for LTR, when they've been trying to replace Sonkiat Chantra, but there haven't been any takers for whatever reason on board that Honda. I'm sure, had he been fully fit, they might want to call upon Ike Lecuona, who of course rides a Honda in World Superbikes, and would have ridden around this Balaton Park circuit, but of course having hurt himself at that event, Ike Lecuona not available this weekend. Frankie Morbidelli, who you just saw by the way instantly in the pit, came in at the end of his outlap and has immediately returned to the racetrack once again.
Yeah, a bit of a confident, sappy morning session for Morbidelli. He was our first MotoGP faller here in Hungary this morning at turn 1, and then he followed it with another crash at turn 15. So actually, when all said and done, given a few dramas for Morbidelli this morning, he did pretty well to finish inside the top 10. 7th fastest for the VR46 race, and he got down to sort of a high 138 as well.
see from this onboard shot from Pedro Acosta how tricky it is to overtake around this Red Bull circuit, although that's another way of doing it, just shortcut the chicane altogether. Pedro Acosta gets his braking on for turn 14. Yeah, of course, it was a very, very strong home Grand Prix last time out. For the Patrick KTM squad, we saw Pedro Acosta on the podium in the sprint. Fourth, he was over the line in the Grand Prix, and we've seen the emergence, the return to form of Enea Bastianini. Best KTM was also far in the Grand Prix in Spielberg at fifth. So I'm sure it's a very optimistic pick by KTM Motorsport director that heads into this Hungarian Grand Prix. Let's find out, because I would like to say pick Joyce Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed. We had some great images after that Austrian Grand Prix. Pedro in his box speaking with Paul Athlin and his team, and I think the quote was, it's not the result we wanted, but definitely the performance. And it was a great turnaround for KTM with those new updates, clearly working pit, to not only have Pedro up there, but Enea fighting at the front. Brad's looking more like himself. It felt like a positive home Grand Prix.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the biggest highlight for us was, of course, Brno. And then, but this is just a week before your home GP, and before you enjoy that one weekend, of course, you will think already about the next week and you want to repeat. So Spielberg was really, really important for us. First of all, we want to have a great home GP and having so many friends and people with us, but then to repeat what we did in Brno on a completely different track than the week before. So it was for us really a crucial moment of the championship to understand if the bike is going in the right direction. Hopefully, I was sure, but hopefully Brno was not the lucky punch. So there was a good base, a new future bike, and this was also working really well in Spielberg. We brought some new updates to Spielberg, bring them in over a race weekend, not the most easy thing. That was also working good, and you mentioned it all, to have all riders performing better and getting this team atmosphere that the four riders want to push each other and believing in the bike, and then working on the correct details to make the bike better. Having Pedro finally feel good on the bike and perform on the level where he can perform, but also bringing Enea back from this hole where we have been in together. So all in all, it's really a really good moment of the project, and I'm so happy for all the team at home in the factory and here on the racetrack, for all the hard work putting in, that we get some results finally.
Do you feel like you're as close to Ducati now as you have been for maybe a couple of seasons?
Yeah, looks like we came closer somehow, and then you look to the names who you want to beat over the last 2 years, and then there is even that extra factor what Mark makes that Ducati package even look stronger than ever before. So, I mean, Ducati is doing an amazing job. We look over there, they are the benchmark, but we are really catching up. Looks like we come closer, but now we had 2 great race weekends, and then you can see everybody is performing better. So the whole field is actually coming closer together. It's a strong fight out there, and if you don't perform, you're just nowhere.
After the Austrian Grand Prix, there was a news report out there of the potential split between KTM and Red Bull, of course. You two have been partners for so long, it feels as though you come as one. Is there any truth to that?
Thanks God not, and then I mean just already, thinking about that is like, just would be completely crazy now. We have actually even much better news than this. Just a couple of days ago, our contract got renewed with them, and this is such a long-lasting partnership since 2003. Starting in off-road side, we could carry that over to the road racing side, and now if you think back what happened last winter, without our friends at Red Bull, we just could not manage to keep all the projects alive on that level and keep performing, winning Dakar, winning motocross, supercross races, and still performing in MotoGP. So that partnership for us means much more than a contract. So the rumors this week, they were, I don't know, coming from where, but contract is renewed, and we are super happy, and we are not talking about 1 year or this or that. No, it's this long-term partnership. We want to do racing together with our friends in Fuschl, and that's a very, very solid base, and was more important than ever in these very difficult days for us. So also a big thank you from my side to all the Red Bull people. It's an amazing friendship, and we're going to build a lot more success on this partnership.
And that new contract means we'll see Red Bull branded on both the factory bike and the independent team bikes next year and into the future.
Well, don't ask me too many details at the moment about that, but there is a really strong relationship between us, the factory team, and Red Bull, and all the other things have to shape up because there is a lot of rumors that some people are interested to buy the Tech 3 team. But at the moment, we also still have a lot of trust in Hervé and his Tech 3 team, and there is also there is nothing to talk about next year because there is an existing contract between us and Tech 3. So there is many things to do first. New contract for manufacturers with Dorna, and then talking to your satellite team. So these are all things a little bit further down the road. At the moment, is performance daily and having good partners and friends on the side to do so.
I wasn't going to ask about it, but you mentioned the possible sale at Tech, so I've just purely been curious. Have you got any involvement in that talks, in trying to help either Hervé or the potential buyers in shaping what the future might look like?
I mean, there is interest from different people, and somehow they connect with us, double checking are we are available for also bikes. But our partner is Hervé, and we trust him, and we ask him, please, you do that business, and whenever there is something you need to tell us that something will change, please come to us. So for the moment, we are not in the front row in that discussion. We are just watching carefully what Hervé does, but for the moment, honestly speaking, I hope it stays very stable as it is.
Well, excellent news on the new Red Bull deal, and excellent news in terms of performance on track as well. Have a good weekend.
Thank you very much. Let's enjoy another race weekend.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. As always, once again, yeah, another very informative and interesting interview with KTM Motorsport Director Pit Byra. And as far as they're concerned, well, Christmas has come early. They have re-upped their contract then, their long-standing, seemingly endless contract with their Austrian partner, Red Bull. So there'll be no Red Bull Thunder on the grid next season, as a few rumours have intimated might be the case. Red Bull and KTM in the Grand Prix paddock, it's like strawberries and green. They just seem to go together, don't they? The perfect match. So you heard it straight from the horse's mouth. Pit Byra confirming that into 2026 and beyond, KTM will continue to be backed by their long-term backers and partners, Red Bull.
It's been a bit of a feel-good summer, hasn't it, for KTM? As of late, the long-term funding of the team looks like it's firmly in place. Of course, results picking up on track as well, with the brand new front aero fairing making a difference to its riders in Austria, and with some good news on the sponsorship front as well. Good news too for Ferdinand Daguerre right now, who certainly kept Marc Marquez honest in Austria a week ago, and he's now just knocked the 93 off the top spot. Yeah, we're getting closer to the best times of the weekend. Of course, we set out. Be interesting to see what the evolution of the lap times will be throughout the course of proceedings. Be interesting to see, won't it, when these riders really do have to go for the gung-ho time attack mode at the end of the session, just where that we will get down to. Alex Marquez just been told that he's got Marco Bezzecchi, the company. I thought it might be Pedro Acosta that was going to be following the 73. What a shot this. He just looked at Acosta. He's all over the rear tyre of the factory, a pretty star ahead of him. Acosta had his mojo back, doesn't he? It is much more like the rookie sensation we saw so frequently in 2024. He has hit some form, back-to-back sprint podiums for the Spaniard in Brno and in the Red Bull Ring. Third in the Brno Grand Prix, fourth over the line in Spielberg. These KTM updates. And I think it's fair to say as well, Lewis, a more sort of calmer approach from Acosta. There's been some clear the air talks behind the scenes, not just between himself and KTM boss Pit Byra, we just talking to Jack. There's also been discussions, of course, with Red Bull KTM factory team manager Aki Ayo, who knows Acosta. They're probably better than Pedro knows himself, to be honest. Worked together in Moto 3 and Moto 2. It seems like they're back on an even keel. They're all sort of fighting for the same cause, fighting in the same direction. The old cliche, happy rider, fast ride. That's exactly what Acosta looks like right now. And I'm a firm believer as well. As much as so much of the talk is about how competitive the motorcycles are in MotoGP these days, the rider, of course, has their role to play. Of course, Pedro Acosta is riding for KTM because he believes they can give him a motorcycle that can win. But KTM are also paying Pedro Acosta the big bucks because they feel he's the rider to go out there and beat Marc Marquez in the future. And the two go hand in hand. A fast bike isn't a fast bike without a fast rider on it. So from Pedro Acosta's point of view, totally understand how frustration could have built in the early stage of the season. The Ducati clearly looking in superior package, but that gap would appear to be closing, and Pedro Acosta certainly riding as well as he has at any stage in 2025, certainly with his head very much in the game as we go into these summer months, and we are certainly seeing the best from the 37.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say Pedro Costa has shown in the first part of 2025 he doesn't just hate losing, he absolutely despises it, he detests it. All he's done throughout his racing career is taste nothing but success. Moto 3 world champion, Red Bull Rookies Cup champion, Moto 2 world champion. He has been nothing but an upward spiral in his Grand Prix career or his racing career, full stop. So when it hits the buffers, when there are a couple of setbacks, at his tender young age, and when you've got the desire, the hunger and the commitment to be the very best, you can just understand why sometimes the emotions and the frustration can get the better of a feisty, fiery character like Pedro Acosta. I think he did say, didn't he, that when you've got the fire of KTM and the fire of myself, you know, there are going to be clashes, there are going to be difference of opinions. But now it does seem like we're back on an even keel. The somewhat choppy waters now are all more like smooth sailing, which is rather appropriate as we sit next to Lake Balaton.
And I said last weekend as well, it's so easy to forget, given how much success he's had as a professional motorcycle racer, that Pedro Acosta is still only 21 years of age. I don't think there are many people either watching or on the racetrack right now who are at the peak of their maturity at the age of 21, and Pedro Acosta, as you say, has just been accustomed to winning every motorcycle, every racetrack, every race he competes in, has had to get accustomed to changing his expectations over the course of his MotoGP adventure so far, and it's not something that he's been able to do very, very easily so far. But certainly signs on and off track that KTM are moving in the right direction.
Looks like Morbidelli's been off track. Has he been off track? A bit of dirt on those Michelin tyres potentially. There's already been some double trouble for Frankie on day one here in Hungary. Falls at turn 1 and turn 15 this morning.
He's dropped 15 seconds somewhere on this lap, and I think we're about to see where he dropped them. Turn number 5, which was where Ralph Fernandez is pretty bit the dust this morning when it launched itself, and Frankie Morbidelli outbraking himself into the right-handed hairpin.
Yeah, it seems like he's struggling with some of the hard braking zones so far today. As you mentioned, on the deck at turn 1 and turn 15, 2 of 5 real tough braking zones here at Balaton Park. Throw in turn number 5 as well. And you can understand it's pretty obvious, it seems, where Frankie's woes are coming his way. That's so far on practice Friday here. Cleaned off those Michelin tyres, head back under the bubble. And now he gets to attack turn 1 again. This is where he had one of those crashes this morning. Jack Miller just leaving pit lane there on the left-hand side of your picture. On the 43 Pramac Yamaha. Miller took a late tumble at turn 12 in FP1. At P13 he finished proceedings this morning. At the moment Miller up into 9th place with a 138.6. It's about 6/10 of a second quicker than what the Aussie mustered this morning.
He is currently the leading Yamaha, and it's a bit of an irony in that, given all the rumour and innuendo that's going on off track at the moment about Jack Miller's whereabouts for 2026. I mean, it feels like he's always riding with a point to prove. He is Jack Miller. That's just the way his mind is wired up. But on this weekend of all weekends, given all the noise off track, I certainly feel that we're talking about a very fired up Aussie.
Yeah, and having sort of made an initial commitment or some public comments, Yamaha management, that they were seem pretty steadfast, so they'd make a decision on the second Pramac Yamaha rider in the summer break. But of course now we've tipped a long way on the other side about Summer Soja, and with still no answer about whether it's going to be Miller, Oliveira, or another, possibly Manu Gonzalez, the Moto 2 World Championship leader. And yeah, this is irking Miller, as you could understand. He feels like he's done enough to get another crack on an M1 next year. Feels like he's still got plenty to offer at MotoGP and also at Yamaha as well. But I guess it's out of his hands. All he can do is try and show his speed, show his potential out on circuit, and then hope the call goes his way. But yeah, fair to say, when he spoke to the media yesterday, it's fairly obvious that his patience is rather thin. But right now, what was the message from Miller? It's pretty clear. If you want me, you want me. If you don't, you don't. Yeah, I'm not really happy with the sort of stall in negotiations or stall in the decision-making process. And Jack Miller not one to always take the diplomatic route. He says what he means and he means what he says. Whenever he's got a microphone or a dictaphone in front of his face, he is a straight shooter. And Jack Miller will feel that he's demonstrated already over the course of this season with Prima Crown and Yamaha, but not only has he got plenty to offer in terms of his speed, but also his expertise and his knowledge as Yamaha look to develop a brand new configuration of engine into the future. Liking very much the work so far this afternoon of the world champion, Martin. Fifth quickest at the moment with a 138.397. Done some early work as the Mark 8 on the soft rear tyre. With that 138.3, that's already about 0.6 of a second quicker than anything he managed in this morning session as well. So, as he builds belief, builds confidence, and really does start to get his head around what you need to get the best out of the Aprilia RSGP. He's coming, no doubt about it. He is coming. You do wonder whether we're too long into this. Some good tracks. He was always strong in the second half of seasons, wasn't he, Martin? We know how good he is in Catalonia. Misano, he's won Grand Prix there before. Otegi always strong. Mandalika, Philippi, yeah. When you look at the race that are coming up on the calendar, there are tracks where you do feel that already Jorge Martin is probably penciled in. Yeah, if things go my way there, if I'm healthy and fit, could be in the podium battle, if not better. Good to see him back close to the front, where he belongs, of course, in MotoGP. Now then, Alex Marquez's super impressive early title challenges. I just stalled somewhat recently, I think it's fair to say, although he was on the podium in the Austrian Grand Prix sprint last weekend. He's missed the podium in the last two main Grand Prix. Fermin Aldeguer was absolutely sensational, wasn't he, last weekend in Austria? So high hopes for the pair of them coming to this inaugural Hungarian Grand Prix in Balaton. Let's get forward to the boss, Michaela Massini.
Yeah, we've got to touch on Fermin Aldeguer first after that remarkable performance last Sunday, Michele. We were speaking to Frankie Carcetti afterwards, and he was looking at his rhythm at the end of the sprint. He knew they had an opportunity, but he didn't expect the result like that. But for a rookie to find that rhythm in the final half of the race, just how impressive a performance was it from me? Yeah, I would like to say, first of all, that we put anyway a light blue bike inside the Parc Fermé always. This is the things. And of course, we are... from the beginning, really impressed in the talent that Fermin put on track, and we know that we always have to put all together to make the result. And there is a lot of good things that coming from the data, learning also from the Friday, because it's always struggling for him to start a Friday with the season when he find a lot of tricky conditions, so he already all the condition, and he's still learning and learning every time new things on a MotoGP. We know that he is faster, but we have to continue to work like this because the result is coming. Already 4 podiums, so a lot of work to do again, but we are very happy. Well, Frankie, there at the start of the year as well, you did so much work with the lead on used tyres, and I imagine for a rookie that was difficult not to see his name at the top of the timesheets and to just try and tell him for the long term, this is the right way to go. How tough was that? Just keep him working and not worry about trying to see his name in the top 5, the top 10. Yeah, it's because as a rider want to always go in front to see his name on top of the list, but work is to keep also the feet on the ground, to work every time in a focused in a things. So with the riding style, with the braking, with the acceleration, with the electronics, with all the things. And finally, the instruction is to try to put always all together, step by step. So it's not easy there, but for me he's a young guy, only 20 years old, but he's more clever, and he understands these things that will come his time for sure, and already makes me very proud of him. Just finally on Alex. It feels like a big weekend. There's no injury, there's no penalty, there's an opportunity just to go out and rise and try to pick up a big result and just steady the ship a little. Yeah, for sure this weekend you can ride without any Sunday night will be tough for us because you know that from the beginning the race will be not easy for us and was like this. But anyway, we have the chance always to recover points. It is difficult, we know, but always also to gain points from the rider behind. Good job last weekend and hopefully another one this weekend, Michele. Good luck. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Michele Massini, as he pointed out. Yes, it's a very common sight in 2025, isn't it, to see one of those blue Gresini Ducatis and Parc Ferme both on Saturdays and Sundays. I have to say, the 54 of Aldeguer pretty much has done everything that has been asked of him so far in 2025. He hasn't really been jumping off that GP24 with any kind of regularity. He's getting a lot of seat time, building experience, building knowledge, honing his skills on these 300 horsepower MotoGP machines. 2 sprint podiums, 2 Grand Prix podiums, including that career best second place last time out in Austria, where at one point we really did feel like he was going to chase down Marc Marquez. That's right, showing that clearly why Ducati was so anxious to be fairly aggressive in the rider market when they went and picked him up before a wheel would have been turned in anger in last year's Moto2 World Championship. Didn't really go his way, was it? Too much pressure on his shoulders heading into 2024. I mean, halfway through last year when his Moto2 title challenge was sort of not really gaining any serious momentum, and there were questions about whether Ducati had jumped the gun, whether they'd gone too early by signing Aldeguer. Well, they're not silly, are they? Ducati management, Gigi Dall'Igna, Davide Tardozzi and co. They clearly saw something special in Aldeguer. Fair play to him. He already is repaying their faith and some.
And even the limited crashes he has had this season, he's generally learned from them. Think back to Austin when he was chasing rapidly through to essentially a top 4, top 5 finish on that occasion, crashed in the latter stages, learned very quickly from that, and when myself and Jack caught up with his crew chief Frank Cartetti after the flag following the second place he took in Austria last weekend, it was notable. I had to ask Frankie about his performance late in races and his ability to manage a rear tyre through to the end of the race, and Frankie said it is something that they really have drilled into Firmine throughout a lot of this season about the way that he manages his tyres through the Grand Prix, which in some respects has contributed to Aldeguer not potentially qualifying as well as he might have done. We haven't seen him on the front row of the grid so far in MotoGP, perhaps not exploiting the benefits of some brand new Michelin tyres, but he certainly exploits them the older they get.
Yeah, second quickest in this session. He has just set his best time of practice at 1:38.049. Yeah, of course, there are people that are going to say, well, he's on the best, or one of the best engineered motorcycles in Grand Prix history. The proven, undisputed race-winning pedigree of the GP24. The motorcycle that carried Jorge Martin to world title glory last year. But it's a real feather in his cap. We can't understate just how impressive it is. When you've got Marc Marquez and all the other Ducati riders saying, well, the guy that's quickest on one time in Ducati at the end of races is Aldeguer. Which, when you think he's, 13 rounds into his MotoGP campaign, just shows he is smooth like butter with that right hand on the throttle. He's now the second closest challenger to Marc, as he was last time out in Spielberg. Not much between the two Spaniards. 8 thousandths of a second.
And we will see as the second half of this session unfolds when we do truly get into time attack mode, but certainly the evidence of this session so far is that Marc Marquez's prediction was correct and the field would close in on him as the day unfolded. Marc Marquez's advantage was considerable for a lot of this morning's session. At the moment, it is only 8 thousandths over a second. Pedro Acosta, who we're now looking at on screen, he's now also got to within a tenth of Marc Marquez at the top. At the moment, less than a tenth covers the top 3 and 7/10 covers the top 10.
As it stands, Mir that is now leading the Honda Challenge. He's 8th on the timesheet. We're just picking up LCR's Joan Zarco. He's currently in 11th place, as you can see on the screen. This is going to be a potential PB lap from the 35-year-old. Tracking through some of the really tight and twisty sections of this that Balaton course. On the number 5 machine, over the line he goes. That graphic, 16 riders within 1 second. Zarco remains in 11th spots. It's Binder who's just on the wrong side of that 1 second, down in 17th place. He's just a whisper ahead of Quattararo, Thomas Spargaro, Rins and Paul Ayago, who's having a bit of a baptism of fire here at Balaton. Japanese rider down in 21st place with a 1:39.748.
Keep an eye on Enea Bastianini, by the way. He's on a very strong lap at the moment. Halfway around, we now pick up the 23 out of turn 11. Breaking hard for 12. Soft rear tyre in the back of that KTM, and at the moment it looks like Enea Bastianini is making very good use of it.
Yeah, maybe just trying to throw in a bit of an early banker lap here is the beast. Lost time in that third split though, so nothing going on this current lap for the 23.
Yeah, this lap's not going to have happened too much, but it might not be a bad strategy at all. I think one thing we're going to be talking about a lot in the final 29 minutes is traffic, because with 21 riders all out there, it's maybe now the care gets turn 15 wrong towards the end of the lap, and he was on course to potentially go top. 21 riders put around the 4.075 kilometre circuit, which has 17 corners crammed into it. If you arrive into one of those chicanes with a lot of traffic in the way, it's going to completely destroy your lap. So not only getting a clean lap together, but getting a clear lap together is going to be all important.
Annoyed with himself there, wasn't he, Aldeguer, as we could see from the onboard footage. Marco Bezzecchi putting together an exceptional lap on the factory Aprilia. He has started to find some top form once again in qualifying as Bezzecchi. He really did rip up the form book last time out in Spielberg. Really never come close, really, to a Grand Prix podium in the Styria Mountains. Well, he set that record straight. Led the 19 laps of the main Grand Prix before he succumbed to the late surges from both Mark and from Aldeguer. Up to 9th. Fastest lap in the session this one there, the 1:38.668. He's getting a lot of information, some good data out there on those. We'll see he's on the medium front, the soft rear tyre, so this is good race data being collected by the Italian.
And all the time, the exactly what within that third sector, which takes you from the run out at 8. The third sector starts just as you're braking for the left and right chicane of turns 9 and 10, then out of 11 and through 12 and 13. Pedro Acosta has now made his way through the final corner, turn 17, and is this going to take us into the 1:37 for the first time this afternoon? Not quite, but Acosta does take top spot.
Aldeguer surely is going to fire in 1:37. He made a mess of his previous lap. Not through this final sector he's going to come. Through 17 he goes. Aldeguer now on the power. Over the line he goes. And it is the first 1:37 of the afternoon. Fastest time of the day so far. A 1:37.793. And that, of course, we have to just put the asterisk next to his name. It is on a brand new medium rear tyre. So he's got that nice up to working temperature. Probably feels like he should have had a 1:37.7 on the previous lap before he got it wrong, but head back down. And now it's Aldeguer. That's our quickest rider so far on day one here in Balaton.
So rather quiet from Pecco Bagnaia so far. He's in 12th place on a 1:38.776. He was only on a 39.3 this morning, but they certainly had other priorities down there at the factory Ducati squad. We've seen it in the past, haven't we, with Pecco? He's perhaps had other things on his mind for a lot of Friday than actual outright fast lap times. That's all well and good if when you do go to time attack mode, you still get through, and that's the question that Pecco Bagnaia has got to try and answer in the next 26 minutes.
Martin out braking himself then into that first corner. So Aldeguer, one of only 2 riders then so far that's found laps in the 37s. A couple of tenths quicker than what we saw from Mark this morning. Martin still inside that top 6. If he gets anywhere near the kind of explosive 1-lap pace we saw for 3-4 years on a Ducati, well, Martin's going to be in the mix for the front row moving forward into the latter stages of what's been an injury-ravaged 2025. Bastianini's just flung in the third 1:37 of the weekend. We always felt like the Beast was going to show up here this weekend, of course, with no previous references, no previous experience of a Ducati around this new Balaton circuit. Just like in Brno, the Beast is back at the party, 1:37.930. Do you know what? I think there's going to be a few people that might have an air down as a bit of a dark horse, a bit of an outsider for the podium here this weekend.
Yeah, we've got the babyface of Balaton leading, Fabian Alberghier, the beast of Balaton right behind him. Ineos Bastianini across the third from Marc Marquez, Fabio Di Gianantonio, who's just had a lap cancelled for exceeding track limit 6th, 5th. Alex Marquez has just recently gone 6th on a 38.3. Then it's Martin, Mir, Bezzecchi and Miller who ensured that as we sit to you at the moment, all manufacturers do have a rider inside the top 10. Miller completing that top 10 on board the Yamaha that he wants to stay on for next season.
Some precious little so far this morning and this afternoon of Fabio Quartararo, really 11th this morning, 18th so far this afternoon, now with a final 138 so far in this practice session has Quartararo. This is just Marquez locked into his race prep, used the medium front, used medium rear tyre. Look at this, he's still running a very rapid and consistent pace. Could be finding himself up in the P2 here, Mark. Could be his first 137 of the afternoon. Will be tight. Comes out to turn 17, short drag to the finish line. Of course, tight, not even close. 137.753, mullered at that final sector. Brilliant by Marquez. And lap 17, best that we've seen of day one.
And that was not on new tyres for Marc Marquez, just underlining just how much performance and potential he still has up his sleeve. He's so difficult to beat, isn't he, on the current form of that, and he's maybe not the best version of Marc Marquez, as he answered yesterday, but certainly the most rounded version of Marc Marquez.
That was not the normal angle of your front tyre going through turn 12 and 13. He is pushing. This is all out attack, isn't it? All out aggression as always. From the 93, he'd already lost the front of that, and he lost the rear as he grabbed a handful of throttle on the exit of one of the chicanes. But yeah, Pecco Bagnaia can only look on, as he has had to do pretty much for the whole of 2025, and just sit in the shadows, really. Austin, one of the rare highlights of what's been a real tough 2025 so far for Bagnaia. Missed the podium in the last 2 Grand Prix. It's 10 rounds now since he was victorious, and as mentioned, that was a gift in Kota. Dave's just clipping the curb on the inside there.
Anyway, running up into the gravel altogether. Thought we'd see a little bit more of that in this session, given the wind that's picking up. So much so that we could barely keep our commentary box door closed at the moment.
Well, at least we know that when he's on the dirt bike at the VR46 ranch in Tabulia, it's time well spent for Marco Bezzecchi, because that was some impressive off-roading. Look at fishtailing on that factory Aprilia as he kept the throttle open going through the gravel there. Loving your work, Marco. Nice one. Luca Marini on that new Honda chassis. Let's see where this lap might take Marini on a new medium rear tyre. What a rise before they go into time attack mode on the soft rear. Just throwing in some new medium rubber. So just about 2/3 of the way through this hour-long session. That's put Marini up into 6th place. So once again, just as he was this morning, now that is our top Honda rider.
Yeah, a lot of riders did go through a soft rear tyre at the start of this session, so perhaps one fewer tyre available to them at the end than they would ordinarily have. And of course, we would expect everybody to go for the soft rear tyre over the sprint distance that comes tomorrow afternoon as well. 3 PM local time, of course, for the first sprint around this Balaton Park circuit,
which Marco Bezzecchi is dissecting right now for his factory Aprilia crew. Where can the Italian pick up time? Where can he hope to take his lap time when he's on the soft rubber at the end of this session? Back out on circuit is Bagnaia at the moment. Fair to say he's dipped under the radar on day one, down in 14th place, so 138.776. That is the best from Pecco. He was only 15th on the rankings at the end of FP1 this morning. The 139 this morning was the best from Bagnaia. Over the line he goes.
we generally see from him, don't we, that he's said all season, I lack the confidence to really put this bike on its side, put it all on the line on the way into corners. And if you're struggling under braking, you're not going to particularly enjoy life, I don't think, around this Balaton Park circuit. Into turn 1, into turn 5, into turn 9, 12 and 15, all fairly big stop on board this Factory Ducati, and you feel that rather than play to Pecco Bagnaia's strengths, you feel it might expose some of his 2025 weaknesses.
Yeah, and it all unravelled pretty quickly, didn't it, last time out in Austria? A really strong Friday. He said he felt for the first time, really, all season. He was in the game, he was in business. He felt like he was going to potentially be able to fight Mark for the victory. A track where he'd gone undefeated 3 years in a row, but it just did not pan out like that at all. I mean, we know he's had season-long gremlins with a lack of front confidence, but it was also adding to his issues. No rear grip that came his way in Spielberg, and once again, there's more mistakes on the front end. Christian Gambarini, Gambarini's been able to burn some serious midnight oil so far this year, turning that GP25 upside down, left, right, you name it. I'm not sure there are too many options that they've not tried so far in 2025 to give Bagnaia some kind of feeling.
He didn't have it on the way into turn 9 on that lap, went straight across the chicane in the start of the third sector, so if this was a first attempt at Bagnaia lifting himself up the order, it didn't work, although we saw from the tyre information that he might have a relatively fresh rear tyre in, but a well-used front tyre for Pecco Bagnaia, so perhaps his attention hasn't been enough, not good enough for a factory Ducati rider. He knows that, Ducati know that, and they've just got to sort of get their heads together and try and work a way out of this hole that he finds himself in. He said, didn't he, recently? He's been re-watching old races as once again, as he tries to get the Ducati stopped, the rear sort of kicks in the air, and as it grips on entry, it just throws a whole load of weight over the front tyre. I mean, it's quite remarkable, really, how in the space of just a few months, what was, without any question, Pecco Bagnaia's most potent weapon, which was braking, stopping, and then corner entry. The corner entry phase on that Ducati was where, how many Ducati riders said that's where he was unmatched, he was on a different level. Well, what was his biggest weapon is now his weakest point, really. And that's why we're seeing Bagnaia suffering so much. 55 points behind Alex in the battle for second place in the championship. You've got to start looking over his shoulder as well, as Marco Bezzecchi starts to find some form, and third place all of a sudden starting to look a little bit vulnerable as far as Pecco's concerned. He's 16th at the moment in this session, and yes, you're outside the top 10 on the grid here. You are right in the danger zone at the start of the sprint tomorrow afternoon and at the start of the Grand Prix on Sunday. If you watch the World Superbikes action here a few weeks or so ago, you will see a lack of drama, particularly into that first couple of corners at the start as they try to feed 21 MotoGP bikes through what is quite a narrow sequence of racetrack, and Pecco Bagnaia won't want to be heading through that particular part of the racetrack in the middle of the pack tomorrow afternoon in the sprint. And as you also pointed out, with the issues he's suffering from and the lack of confidence to really attack the corners, not only can he not overtake, but also he can't stop himself from being overtaken.
Yeah, he's been roughed up, he's been bullied, hasn't he, so often of late, has Bagnaia. Just situations, scenarios we're not accustomed to seeing from the Italian over the last 3 or 4 years. Joan Mir then, well, you can see from the graphic, this is time attack engaged. As far as the Spaniard's concerned, fresh front and rear rubber. Gigi Dall'Igna chewing on the old thumbnail there, just everybody, I think, in Ducati searching for answers, searching to get Bagnaia back at the front. The problem is, it's when your teammates on the other side of the garage who's just absolutely destroying, not just Pecco, but destroying the field completely. I have to say that, you know, Mark is by far head and shoulders the standout rider on that GP25. Davide Tollozzi, speaking to Jack this morning, said, you know, perhaps not at the extreme high level we saw from the GP24 last year. Mark is just able to make anything work. I mean, how many times have we said down here that you could put Marc Marquez in a 3-wheeled shopping trolley and he'd still get it around this Balaton Park circuit quicker than anybody else?
Well, once upon a time, I think you would have said something very similar about Fabio Quartararo. He's certainly done that about the Yamaha so far this season. Some of the pole positions he's been able to pick up so far this season have been truly extraordinary, but at the moment, only Pol Espargaro is behind the 2021 world champion.
Well, didn't expect this. I mean, we knew that Austria was brutal because all 4 Yamahas, Fabio Quartararo,
still obviously doing a lot of work on worn tyres here. 23 laps he's done on that medium rear, which is only 3 laps shy a full race distance here on Sunday in the main Grand Prix. Well, is there any signs, any shoots of recovery in this practice session as far as Bagnaia is concerned? Let's go down to Jack.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Bagnaia, you have to say. I mean, what you guys are explaining, images. I mean, trying to break into turn one, he was competing to Gigi Dall'Igna and Christian Gabarini, he just indicated with his hand. As soon as he started to break and that rear tyre lifted up, it snapped back in such an erratic way that it's so difficult for Bagnaia to control. I think earlier in the year, Neil Hodgson at TNT Sports did a great analysis video that went out on social media that showed just the difference breaking into turn one. We've been through Bagnaia from the GP24 to the GP25. He used to be able to just control that rear slide so magnificently that you guys there gave him such an advantage over everybody else. But now, 12 months on, as soon as that rear tyre lifts, he's got zero control over it and it snaps back at him. Which, more often than not, is either causing him to run on or for him to certainly release the brake, and he's losing all kind of control going into those heavy braking zones. But they're trying everything. We saw them changing front fork springs this morning. They're constantly working on the front end of the bike, as they have done for the opening 13 rounds of the year, but so far without any answers.
Yeah, lots of questions and no answers. As Jack just mentioned, Miguel Oliveira, we are now starting to see time attacks incoming for the first time in 33 years. Hungarian MotoGP fans are getting to see prototype MotoGP bikes being thrown around a racetrack at full power. Oliveira then, at the moment, on course to just move on the fringes of that all-important top 10. Currently down in 19th place, 138.9, the best from the Portuguese rider. Omar Oliveira comes 12th into the mid-138s for the number 88.
Frustration for Brad Binder on that lap. He was on course to potentially move himself into the top 10, but he took a shortcut through the chicane at turn 8 and 9, so he didn't improve on that lap. Pedro Acosta, though, looks like he might be about to, as he now makes his way to that very chicane, and he's a quarter of a second up on Marc Marquez.
This is the Pedro Acosta 2024, isn't it? He is back. All of the early season dramas, all of his... Well, let's be honest, if you believe all the reports and all the insiders, he was seriously pushing for an exit out of KTM before the end of his contract in 2026. He's getting his head down now, he's knuckling down and getting on with it, cracking on, and it's impressive this from Acosta, likewise from Oliveira. Acosta really is pushing the front end of that KTM now, halfway through this final split. 317, he goes hard on the gas now, just trying to control the wheelie on the exit of that final corner. Acosta into P1, that is a brilliant lap. Sideways he goes, snaking that rear tyre into turn 1, 137.289. Acosta says, catch me if you can, guys.
It's got a KTM that he enjoys riding again, and boy, is it good to say that. Here comes Paul Espargaro, who's also improving. Brad Binder looks like, well, I was about to say, looks like he's got the second flying lap right, but again, he's made a mistake. Third sector for Brad Binder this time. He's still nailed down in 18th place, but the speed is currently in the RC16.
And it's such an easy mistake to make when you're on the limit, you're on the ragged edge, you're pushing for a hot lap, and it's so easy if you just miss your braking marker by what? Half a metre going into to 1, to 5, 9, 12 and 15. It's going to completely destroy your lap time. Paul Espargaro. Now, okay, yes, we know he was here on the factory KTM a few weeks ago, testing and cutting laps here in Balaton. Nevertheless, a 37.8 from Paul has fired him up into 4th place. Getting better and better, isn't it, as far as Acosta's concerned? Certainly for Frankie Morbidelli. Some responses by the Italian on the floor twice he was in FP1 this morning. That's more likely, Frankie, up into P2.
So we've got KTM's 1st, 5th and 6th at the moment. Jorge Martin now gets himself up into 3rd place on a 37.7, which just puts Marc Marquez's 37.7 itself into some sort of context. He might have to improve yet upon that. Don't worry though, Marquez fans, he is in the process of doing so. Here comes Pedro Acosta then, who might be threatening a 36 if he gets this final sector right. A 37 flat, and he's now 6 tenths clear.
Yeah, we aren't going to have to wait too long for a 36, are we? Paul Srivastava likes what he sees on the screens as Acosta, then now 6 tenths clear. If anybody else, but this is Marc Marquez now just building up
temperature in those Michelin tyres. New medium front to mark. New soft rear for the 93, which usually spells trouble as far as the competition is concerned.
Here's Bagnaia, who's in 18th place, and I think he's going to lift himself a million miles on the field from where he currently sits. He comes through the third sector. Look, he's already at the thick end of a second adrift. As Acosta's thinking about doing 36s, Bagnaia will do well to be in the 37s here.
Right now, Fabio Quartararo is at the rear of the pack. He is out now on fresh rubber. Spargaro briefly back into P4. Alex has just gone up into P3. Bagnaia then creeps into the top 10 with a 138.164. Fabio Quartararo, who's now in time attack mode, moves up from 21st to 10. That's a lot more like we know the factory Yamaha star is capable of. Although Bagnaia's stint in 10th was very short-lived. Likewise Quartararo's, because now it's Marco Bezzecchi who's pinched that 10th place away from the factory Yamaha rider.
And clearly you can get minimum 2, if not 3, good laps out of this soft rear tyre, because Acosta continuing to push on, although he finally does run out of space on the outside of the penultimate chicane. That was through turns 12 and 13. But Pecco Bagnaia was in the top 10 for about a split second, wasn't he, before he was bumped back out and back down to 12th place. Still 1.1 seconds off the pace of Pedro Acosta.
Well, he made some comments post-race in Spielberg when he was a bit hot under the collar. He was quickly dispatched to our TV broadcaster set, where he was asked in the heat of the moment some questions about life on that factory Ducati. I think you'd better say he did cut loose a little bit on the current situation. He has sort of engaged reverse gear on some of those comments, but at the moment, there's just nothing really to slap a smile back on the face. Bagnaia Aldiger at the moment is in 7th. Having a quick look at Enea Bastianini, he's still down in 9th place. Gian Antonio's taking a shortcut as well. And there are so many opportunities around this Peloton circuit to get sucked into a mistake. Yeah, I think the frustration is starting to get the better of the 63. This is a replay of him now. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's traffic.
Yeah, it's traffic.
Alex Marquez over to his left, and now it's Jack Miller just over to the right-hand side. They've had a little bit of previous, haven't they, Pecco Bagnaia and Alex Marquez, although I'm not sure that's Pecco's biggest problem right now.
Yeah, they got history. No question. You cast your minds back certainly to Mugello in a rather high-profile incident.
Right on the apex there, wasn't he, as Bagnaia came round the left-hander of turns 3 and 4.
Miller had also got his left back now, looking back to Alex going, come on mate, you're on the racing line there. So it looks like he's certainly disturbed both Miller and Bagnaia on potential hot laps. Don't worry, Hawkeye Simon Crayfile, the F1 MotoGP stewards, will be keeping a very close eye on that one.
Irony of ironies that Michele Massini already said to Jack earlier in this session, we're happy that Alex can get his head down and focus on any penalties. He might have been a touch premature.
Well, that's what he said himself, wasn't he, yesterday when he spoke to the media. I'm just looking for a clean and normal weekend. Because since Assen, he's been carrying pain and discomfort in that damaged left wrist. And then a long lap penalty coming his way in the Red Bull Ring after his controversial contact with Joan Mir in Brno. Might be in a bit of hot water once again here, Alex, for that one. Clearly frustrating Jack Miller and Pecco Bagnaia. No frustrations, no problems right now though for Acosta, who's looking in great nick. 137.601. Surely we are going to get a 36. Has to, you feel, as Bagnaia just has to regroup, regain the composure, just getting some instructions there from his crew chief Christian Gambarini.
He needs to find a quarter of a second as Bagnaia just to get into the top 10. At this stage, that's what he needs to get up on terms with Luca Marini, and then second and change to get on target with Pedro Acosta, who's got 3.5 tenths to be fair over Marc Marquez in second place. That shows you how special Acosta's 37.0 was, but there are plenty of riders here outside the top 10 who, on reputation, ought not to be. Bezzecchi 11th, Quartararo 12th, Bagnaia 13th, Gian Antonio's been shuffled all the way back to 15th now, all riders who ordinarily would expect to be in the top 10.
feels like a false P21 right now, as far as Binder's concerned on the factory KTM. Replicating factory racing at the moment, the bookending the timesheets here. Acosta fastest, Binder at the back end of the timesheets, but of course twice on that first stint on soft tyres. Binder was well set to force his way into the top 10 when he made key mistakes into the chicanes. So that incident, as we suspected, will be closely looked at by the F1 MotoGP stewards. Pecco Bagnaia, Jack Miller and Alex Marquez all involved. Looked like clearly the wrong parties were both 63 and 43. 73 might be on the naughty step after that one.
It's generally a grid penalty that you see if riders are slow online. Frankie Morbidelli's had a few of those already, hasn't he, in recent times? So, potentially Alex Marquez did a bit of hot water for that, but we'll have access to all sorts of camera angles, the data down in the steward's office to make a fully informed decision. Pecco Bagnaia, as I said earlier on, traffic was going to be an issue in this practice in the latter stages, and we've seen already some graphic proof of it. Let's have a look at this replay then. We're on board with Alex. He's already seen someone up ahead of him, which has forced him to back off. The rider just over to the left, just out of picture, one of the KTMs. So Alex Marquez has already rolled off of his lap, and then if he looks behind, he's got to make sure that he stays out of the way. Look, he's gesturing to Miller saying, I've already been held up, and Jack's now saying, no, you've got to keep pushing.
Yeah, there's a lot of frank exchange of views and opinions out there right now, isn't there?
Yeah, it's Paul Espargaro, isn't it? I think on the inside of the racetrack, who Alex was preoccupied by, and Pecco Bagnaia came across it all in the middle of turn 3.
Yeah, that one, it will be sorted out in the steward's office without any question. As mentioned, yeah, Simon Craper has all of the pictures that we see and plenty more with the CCTV that, I mean, there's dozens and dozens of screens at the race direction and the stewards have access to. So they will be far more informed than what we are when it comes to making the final decision. Of course, keeping an eye on our social media channels for any potential penalties coming the way of those involved. What could be coming the way of Pedro Acosta is a red alert from Marc Marquez, who's once again super rapid on that factory Ducati. Fabio Quartararo, well, he's finally better late than never coming to party here in Balaton. That's more like it. A 137.671 that has flung Fabio up into P4. Surely that potentially good enough for a direct place in Q2. Martin briefly started alongside him, or behind him in 5th place, because now he's chopping and changing constantly. Morbidelli's gone up to 3rd. No, sorry, Bastianini now is up in 3rd. Luca Marini was briefly 5th. Now he's back in 6th place. So Fabio Quartararo, who was 4th 30 seconds ago, is now in danger of being pushed out of the top 10.
Because Alex Marquez has now gone up into 2nd place, taking his mind off any potential investigation and setting a 137.3. So it's Cressini 2 and 3. Bookending them are KTMs of Acosta and Bastianini. Morbidelli 5th from Marc Marquez, now 6th. Paul Espargaro 7th from Marini Quartararo and Jorge Martin. Joan Mir falls slightly short in 11th. As Pedro Acosta, your session leader, has gone down, and that looks like the outside of turn 2.
Yeah, turn 2, that's where the yellow flag marker is. He's hobbling away there, that was Acosta. And of course, that's going to bring out those yellow flags. So a bit of late drama here for the rider that's fastest out on circuit. And I was going to say there's yellow flag markers at turn 11 as well. So Zarco has gone down.
Yeah, and this is bad news for Pecco Bagnaia, who's going to hit those yellow flags very shortly as he looks to finally string a competitive lap together. But he can't once again, straight through the chicane.
Yeah, Bagnaia staring down the barrel of Q1 here, isn't
One
it?
more shot, Pecco.
90 seconds of the session remaining. At the moment, Marc Marquez only 6th fastest. Pedro Acosta might get away with that, but we know that Acosta's through into Q2 with a 137.061. How crucial will the Acosta Zarco spills prove to be for so many others?
Look at the traffic in Bastianini's face there. This is the Acosta crash. He was trying to go with Marc Marquez. And we're rounding turn 2. The rear comes round of Pedro Acosta, and it is going to throw him over the top.
Nasty. Nasty. Low gear, slow speed, high side. Some of those, sometimes they're worse than a sort of a high speed loss at the rear tyre, because you really do get pinged up into the air. Look at this.
Oh, that rear steps out from Benito Costa. That's a painful one. He's going to wake up battered and bruised tomorrow, isn't he? Pedro Acosta trying to go with the 93 mark ahead of him. It stepped out and it just continued to spin, and then it gripped and pinged him over the handlebars. Ooh. Brutal. Real vicious one, that for Acosta. We did have some momentary changes. Marc Marquez did briefly go up into second place, but he had that lap time cancelled because of the yellow flags for Zarco's crash, so he's now pushing on his final lap. But it is all or nothing here for Pecco Bagnaia. It is Q2 or bust for Pecco on this final lap of Balaton Park. Yeah, some of our most recent world champions in the danger zone. Martin 10th, Quartararo 9th, Bagnaia 14th. Our last three MotoGP World Champions, of course, all in the danger zone here. Binder's also trying to launch a late rescue mission. He's fastest through the first sector, but he's at a poor second sector. Binder still nailed down in P20. What about Bagnaia? Acosta makes his way to the back of the factory KTM garage. Despite the late high side, despite his late drama, he's easing into Q2. Will he be the fastest rider, though, on our day one here in Hungary? Marco Bezzecchi. We'd be remiss not to mention him, of course. Pole position last time out in Austria, albeit from 18th place on Friday. He was well outside Q2 on Friday yesterday. This is going to be so close to Pecco Bagnaia. It is touch and go. Marc Marquez with no yellow flags to worry about does go back up into second place. Marini takes 8th place on a 37.5. Bezzecchi taking the checkered flag. Bagnaia in the back seat. Bagnaia down to 15th. Over the line he goes. 13th for Bagnaia. So two of our star Italians in MotoGP, already two winners so far in 2025. Marco Bezzecchi and Pecco Bagnaia in Q1. And one world champion might be about to dump another out. The 2020 world champion Mir goes in. 2024 world champion Martin dumps out. Fabio Quartararo clinging on the factory Yamaha. Fabio's going to survive, I think. Ooh, how close do you want it? Fine margins in MotoGP. The gap between Acosta and Marc at the top of the timesheets is just 6 thousandths of a second. Poor old Jorge Martin as it stands right now. Are the late finals coming from the Gian Antonio? No, there isn't. Jorge Martin has missed out on a direct spot in Q2 by less than the width of the front tyre. Quartararo pinches it, and I mean pinch it, by 1 thousandth of a second. A relief for Quartararo and Yamaha. A pain, late pain for poor old Martin. Well, those who question the competitiveness of the Ducati GP25 have got some more ammunition. Only Marc Marquez gets it through. Bagnaia and Gian Antonio outside the top 10. No Aprilias make their way through either. All of them out. Well, it was a bruising, if ultimately fast and successful practice session for Pedro Acosta. That was how he ended the session, flying through the air here at the Balaton Park circuit. But now he's made his way back to the KTM garage, that he will see himself fastest on day one here in Hungary. A 137.061 from Acosta. We didn't quite get the 136 we were expecting, and that was all down to some late yellow flag drama for Acosta and Zarco's late crash. Johan Zarco's tumble at turn 11 turned out to be really costly for the Frenchman. He was 20th, ahead of former LCR Thunder rider Alex Rins, who's had another forgettable Friday, unfortunately, on the factory Yamaha. And so, let's regroup after that dramatic conclusion to practice here in the Michelin Grand Prix of Hungary. Pedro Acosta, fastest despite his big late high side at turn 2. Through into Q2 go Marc and Alex Marquez, although Alex Marquez will be potentially, along with Jack Miller and Pecco Bagnaia, called to the F1 MotoGP stewards to talk about their late incident. Aldeguer 4th, Bastianini brilliant on the KTM in 5th, and Morbidelli, Mir, Pol Espargaro, Luca Marini and Fabio Quartararo. 3 KTMs directly through to Q2. But just listen to some of these names that are outside of the top 10 and going through to what is a heavyweight Q1 tomorrow. Reigning world champion Martin out by 1,000th of a second. Marco Bezzecchi on the factory Aprilia, both factory Aprilias dumped in Q1. Bez 3 times in the last 4 Grand Prix, 12th fastest. Fabio Di Gianantonio, already a 2-time podium finisher this season. He was 13th, ahead of Pecco Bagnaia. Brad Binder 15th, Iger 16th, more woes for Prima Pramac Yamaha as Miller and Oliveira are 17th and 18th respectively.
But it's a spicy, it's a juicy Q1 you're not going to want to miss tomorrow morning. It will feature Martin Bezzecchi and Bagnaia.
And Fabian Antonio and Brad Binder. There are so many strong in Joan Zarco down in P20, of course, after his late crash. So there's so many heavyweights who have had rather underwhelming experiences at Balaton Park. But a shout out to this man. Yes, he's tested here for a day, but that advantage will only have got him so far. Paul Espargaro, more than just a substitute, a super sub today for Maverick Vinales. He's into Q2.
It's not easy what he's doing. And you know, sorts of clicking from test rider mode, clicking from pundit mode. I mean, normally his daytime job is a TV commentator with our Spanish colleagues Dazai, but brilliant to see Paul getting through to Q2. He's a class actor. He always has been, always will. Let's get a thought to the boss, Hervé Poncharoua, Jack.
Yeah, for a second I thought Paul was even going to come and give me a hug there, Hervé. I mean, what a performance that is. A test rider, a retired rider, but he's into Q2.
Yeah, you know, we knew he would be fast Friday morning because he had some tests here, but we didn't expect him to be, you know, that fast. Still, I have to tell you that he's testing a few things. This is why he was a bit down at the beginning of the afternoon session. But no, he's showing speed. He was already really quick with us in the Czech Republic. And no, really proud, you know, to have them too, you know, Paul. Of course, as you said, almost retired riders, direct Q2 access, and Ilya, who is also having fun and enjoying both the track and the KTM R260 on that track. So, you know, tonight we're a happy team.
Yeah, long may it continue. Great start to the weekend.
Thank you.
Whenever a Tech 3 not a happy team. Come on, Hervé. Great job. What a Friday here in Hungary for the French squad. Bastianini, fifth fastest. We saw that coming after a very strong start this morning. Fair play to Enea. A 137.415 gets him comfortably through into Q2. This was the late drama that came the way of Joan Zarco. Washing out the front net, going through at turn 11. Pushing hard to try and get himself directly into Q2. Didn't work out. Zarco ends day one down in P20. We just saw there on screen as well. Jorge Martin cracked a smile. Outwardly at least, looking pretty happy with his 137.672. But there has to be more than a little tinge of regret at having missed out on a place in Q2 by just a thousandth of a second. Missing out on that Q2 spot, it can compromise and change your entire weekend. Not over, of course, he can still get through in Q1, and he's going to be one of the favourites to get through as well. Going to be tough to call those two riders that are going to get out of that Q1 session. Not having to worry about that, thankfully, is Fermin Aldeguer. Yeah, a thumbs up, job well done, fourth quickest for the Spielberg star.
He's a genuine threat here, isn't he, this weekend? No question about that. Strong all day on that Grassini Ducati, of course. Keep an eye on MotoGP social media channels for news on whether his teammate is likely to face any kind of sanction for what we saw involving Pecco Bagnaia, Jack Miller, and it looked like one or two others in the middle of turns 2 and 3. Plenty of headlines coming from this opening day of MotoGP action at Balaton Park, but it is a KTM and Pedro Acosta who steals the ultimate headlines today.
He did it the hard way. He did it the painful way. Thankfully, he looks A-OK after that bruising late crash. Acosta then leads day one here in the Grand Prix of Hungary.
Acosta edges out the Marquez brothers. Pedro Acosta by 6 thousandths from Marc Marquez, by a quarter of a second from Alex Marquez. A 3-4 for Grassini with Aldeguer next up, and Bastianini ensuring that 3 KTMs go through.